We get back to another big day of racing from the Big A Aqueduct Racetrack, the site of some featured allowance races, and that does include early on in the card the return of Miss Brazil, a stakes winner who has a lot of early speed, will make her first start of 2022 and look to get back on track. And later, Chad Brown's Pipeline will be in the spotlight as he makes his first start since trying the Grade 1 Cigar Mile back in December. Oakland Park, meanwhile, the site of some terrific racing this weekend, and that does include the Grade 1 Apple Blossom. Tomorrow we will see two champions in Latruska and Cece go head-to-head. 4 Grade 1 winners total in that race. More on all of that coming up on this edition of America's Day of the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today, taking a look at the beautiful site of the Aqueduct Turf Course. And a happy Earth Day to everyone as well. We have just one planet, and very lucky to call planet Earth home. As I'm your host, Acacia Courtney Clement, pleased to be joined by Anthony Stabile here with me. A little A-Train reunion on the desk today.
Yes, the A-Train's in the house. The beautiful shot of that lush turf course, the 2 lush turf courses here at the Big A, and looking forward to a fantastic day of racing. 9 races here. We cover all the action down at Oakland. Little A. There's an awful lot of action tomorrow as well.
Yeah, there certainly is. We'll have a couple stakes here in New York, and we'll be talking about some of the exciting action, including that Grade 1 Apple Blossom at Oakland Park. Looking at the allowance races that will be in today's spotlight at the Big A, kicking things off with the 3rd race. This is a dirt sprint, and it does feature the return of the even money morning line favorite, Miss Brazil. We saw her last with a poor performance in the victory ride, but she is a stakes winner. This is a look at her 3rd place finish in the Jersey Girl 2 starts back.
Yeah, missing the big summer races, namely the test up at Saratoga. Obviously something to miss here. This was not a Miss Brazil-like effort in the victory ride. But here in the Jersey Girl, she did everything right but win. Broke through the starting gate before the race and did not show her customary speed after doing so. And you would imagine today from the rail, she will be, at the very least, as forward as possible. She has some other speed to deal with. Oksana dealing justice. Both have plenty of early gas as well, Acacia. But you would imagine Miss Brazil, the most talented, the most accomplished for sure in the field. You would hope Eric Cancel uses her speed to her advantage this afternoon.
And we will see how that pace does shake out in the 3rd race. Going a mile on the main track in the 8th race, another horse drawn down to the inside is Pipeline, who we saw try the Grade 1 Cigar Mile for Chad Brown after a 3rd place finish in the Perryville at Keeneland, beaten just a neck in that performance.
The inside and early speed has been advantageous the past week here at the Big A. Pipeline has one of those 2 things. He has the inside, he has a little speed, but he certainly draws the rail. He probably was best in this Perryville. Not sure what happened in the Cigar Mile, but he gets a little freshening for Chad Brown. Chad's horses ordinarily come back ready to roll, ready to fire off the bench. He's not a trainer that needs to give his horse a race more often than not. And here we go, 3 to 5, Pipeline returns. Jerry the Nipper looks to be on the morning line, his main foe, and in all honesty, on paper, he looks like his main foe. He has plenty of speed, enough to cross over and get to the coveted rail ahead of Pipeline. Maybe so. We'll see how aggressive Jose Lascano is with Jerry the Nipper, who's making his 2nd start off the layoff. More often than not, that is when he fires his best shot. He had the race off the year plus break, and now he gets to fire his best bullet this afternoon, you would imagine.
A horse that got very good at the Big A at the end of 2020 into the start of 2021. We didn't see him for a while for Todd Pletcher and Rapoli Stable. Came back with a 4th place effort last time out. But here is a look at what is on tap today. Today's races, as always, brought to you by Claiborne Farm. We have races 1 through 9 at the Big A, Fast and Firm in South Ozone Park. Races 1 through 9 at Oakland Park as well, dealing with a fast main track in Hot Springs, Arkansas. And we will have the whole team in play today and tomorrow, bringing you all of that exciting action. There's no better time to join Naira Bets. You can join today and receive a $25 free bet for the Kentucky Derby. New members can also earn up to a $200 deposit bonus. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, and join now at nairabets.com to earn that free $25 bet plus a $200 deposit match. We'll take a look at the field for the opener here at Aqueduct. We'll be going 7 furlongs on the main track. It's a $16,000 claiming race for fillies and mares who have never won 2 races. Currently, the number 2, Sudden Impulse, is 3 to 5 on the board as this horse does take a drop in class. face this level of competition. 2 starts back, but the number 3 Mid-Mon will be ridden by jockey Trevor McCarthy. He had a lot of success in the Mid-Atlantic, and we saw him prove this winter that he belongs in this tough jockey colony in New York. More on Trevor after this break on America's Day at the Races.
Whether it's Division I or Grade 1, top athletes have certain traits in common. Speed, strength, class, versatility, and most of all, willpower. Claiborne Farms Stallion, War of Will, was a Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf. Now, his first foals are taking the field.
I think at a yearling, you're looking for pretty much an athlete. All horses come in different shapes and sizes. You know, some are tall, some are small, but really you're looking for balance and athleticism in the horse, one that moves well and knows how to use its body. So day-to-day starts in the morning. All the yearlings are out in the field at night, so we keep them out for a majority of the day. We'll come in the morning, get all the stalls ready, and we'll bring them up right about 7, 8 o'clock in the morning. And they'll stay in the stall for about 5 hours. They'll get a meal first thing when they come in. If they have any blacksmith or vet work that needs to get done, it'll get done at that time. The horses get groomed and bathed at that time, and importantly, they get to rest because they're out in the field fighting and getting that competitive edge.
Two yearlings we're really excited about.
That's the Quality Road out of Lowell. He is a first foal out of Lowell who is a great racehorse for the farm, and he has been great since day one. He's a big, strong, athletic horse. Hasn't done a thing wrong since he's been over here. Moves well, got a great mind to him. Really has all the qualities that you're looking for. So he's a Warfront out of a mare named Queen Nefertiti. He's a really nice horse, real well balanced, got a good mind to him, very easy moving, and has everything that you're looking for in a horse at this age. My first group are now 4-year-olds. Art Collector was raised out here. He was the big one. And then the filly that won the Santa Anita Oaks, Soothsay, she was raised out here as well. She's a 3-year-old. A horse named Dynamic One that ran second in the Wood Memorial. He was raised out here. We've had a few other stakes winners as well on top of that, but those would be the main 3 so far. I've worked in every aspect of the farm, but the yearlings I kind of figured out was what I wanted to do. And out here, everybody has their own ways, and the way they do it is still pretty simplistic to keeping it pretty ordinary. You know, outside as much as they can, let the horses be horses.
And America's Day at the Races is brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. Nothing like looking forward to the future with those young horses and thinking what they could be on the racetrack. We get ready to kick off the live racing portion of our show with the opener here at the Big A, 7 furlongs on the main track. There is a look at the current favorite, Sudden Impulse, who's dropping in class. It is a drop in class, Anthony, and she has speed, but she has been exposed at this level before.
Yes, she's only run 11 times, and to say she's only run 11 times, it kind of makes sense in this bunch. The 1 Stormy Cat Lady's run 18 times. The 3 Midmons run 11 as well. The 4 Galliano, 31 times. Acacia and the number 7 Game Theory, 20. So here she is doing what she does best, and that's getting beat so far in her career. And she's going to finish second this day. She ran on well. She ran on nicely. I think the most important thing about this replay is she's getting run down, right? Which means she was on the lead. And the way speed and inside speed has been playing here, that is going to be a gigantic advantage for her.
There's a look at jockey Trevor McCarthy. He'll be aboard the number 3 Mid-Mon, and as mentioned before the break, he was a rider that we saw have a lot of success in Maryland, in the Mid-Atlantic, and taking your tack to a circuit like New York is not an easy transition, and Trevor's been able to show that he belongs, he is worthy of those opportunities, and has really made a good mark throughout the winter and here into the spring.
And you know, sometimes you have to come here. This is probably more a life lesson than a racing lesson. Sometimes you have to show up, you have to leave, and then you have to come back. And that's what Trevor did. Trevor came to New York a couple of years ago. He went and tried to ply his trade out in California, and he came back. And when he came back, he had a sensational winter. And it's carrying over into the spring. And you can only hope that a young talent like him continues that success into Belmont and into Saratoga, because, you know, he's still a young guy. He has a ton of potential and, you know, could certainly be an upper echelon rider if he's not already knocking on that door in this country.
He will be aboard the number 3 Mid-Mon as they get the call. 4 riders up. This horse at this level in the last 2 without much of a rally in that performance. Even money on the number 2 right now, and as horses step onto the track, you see it is a beautiful sunny day. We're dealing with a fast main track, which is always good news, and the early pick 5 kicks off here as well as we get ready to start all of the live racing action. We have some nice allowance races to look forward to today, and Stormy Cat Lady will start things off. Jose Lascano picking up the mount.
Yeah, new big rider change to Jose Lascano here. She has very little speed, but at least she's drawing the rail and she stretches back out to 7.
Was very far back in that race last time out. Here's the favorite, Sudden Impulse.
Yeah, she had everything going for her coming into this. Now she gets the inside speed. She gets the bias, the apparent bias to help her. Even money might be too big of a price on her right now.
Here's Trevor's mount, the number 3 Mid-Mon.
I wonder how this is going to go at the dinner table. Takes the mount away from sister-in-law Jackie Davis. She's made up some ground in her last couple of starts. She gets an extra 1/8 of a mile. We'll see if that helps our cause.
And Jackie stays on the number 4 Gagliano.
Yeah, I was joking around, obviously. Galliano's kind of rounded into form after a little bit of a break from November to February, a couple of third-place finishes. Again, not a lot of speed. There's not a ton of speed signed on in here. Everything seems to be against her today.
Here's another class dropper, Simple Sugar.
We'll see if Jelon Samuel gets aggressive with this filly. I know she's been coming out of a couple of mile races. She ran 7/8, 2 starts back. Maybe being a little bit more forward will help her.
A big class drop. Here's London Gold.
Yeah, she beat up Maiden in My Delicious, who's later on the card. She's at 0 for 11, came back against winners for the first time, heavily overmatched last time in the slop. Jose Gomez, you can almost guarantee she will be forward with the hot bug on her back.
And the number 7, Game Theory, who goes turf to dirt.
Yeah, she's been facing much better. The last time she was in a condition claiming race, though, she got beat almost 30 lengths. She's going to need a tremendous form reversal here. Longest price on the board, and should be.
Well, you can follow along and get all of the stats on the horses, trainers, and jockeys in today's races with free Equibase past performances. Visit NYRA.com/TV schedule to download your free past performances on all the races on today's show. Warm-ups happening out there on the track. I want to go back to what you said, Anthony, about the apparent bias. The last few days, really since I would say the last couple of weeks, but particularly the last few days of racing, inside position, early speed, it's been very, very tough for those closers to make an impact on this main track.
Yeah, it has been. And when they do, yesterday, Hammer and Hammer comes to mind. Hammer and Hammer, who went off your 2-to-1 favorite, paid $6.70, took advantage of a monumental pace in front of him. 2 or 3 horses battling it out the entire time. Fast fractions. But Dylan Davis made the decision to go inside. And he got the job done by a length. So even when it's not the speed, that inside is just a gigantic edge right now. And to talk about the speed, American Rule finished second in that race, was the one who took 2 shots at the 2 front runners to make it a 3-ply battle on the front end. And he hung around to finish second by beaten just a length off a perfect trip for Hammer and Hammer. So the speed has been an edge. I think being inside might be equal of an edge. And I'm not the biggest bias guy in the world. So for me to come around to start to buy into it, it's obviously prevalent. I mean, and it has been.
Things to pay attention to on this Aqueduct main track, but we welcome in now the 3rd member of our team, former champion jockey Richard Magliori, downstairs with us. Richie, I know you're happy to get some sunshine today as you take a look at this field for the opener.
It is an absolutely sun-drenched day. Beautiful here, no breeze at all. The flag is just lying very still. It's an absolutely glorious day here in Ozone Park. The 2 Sudden Impulse looks very formidable on paper, and looking at it from a physical perspective, even more formidable. She could not look any better. Trainer Mirosha Shockley, actually, there was a nice article in the Racing Forum about her doing, cross training where horses, go to a farm out on Long Island and do some jumping and dressage and different disciplines, and then come back to train. And I think that keeps horses fresh. It makes them more pliable, a little bit more limber, if you will. And I think it's showing, particularly on Sudden Impulse. In a race that doesn't appear to be a tremendous amount of speed, she's turning back in distance and could play out to be the speed. She's 3 to 5. I'm not giving anybody any great information other than she really looks like she should be a very short price favorite, and I don't really see how she's going to lose. She's going to have to get unlucky to lose. But I also like a long shot in here that I'm going to use underneath her, and that's the 3, Mid-Mon. Just really well turned out. Coat's very resplendent. Very healthy look to her for trainer Dylan Clark. I like the way Trevor McCarthy warmed her up. Left the pony, very aggressive. She is stretching out a furlong in distance where most of these are turning back a furlong in distance, and maybe that puts her more in the game, and maybe she even turns out to be the speed. But I'm going to use the 2 to 5 shot over a 20 to 1 shot because I think those 2 look best from a physical perspective.
Some great insight, Richie. Thank you. 20 to 1 on Mid-Mon right now with your 2 to 5 favorite. You mentioned earlier, Anthony, that this horse, the number 2 Sudden Impulse, was far and away the one to beat. Do you have a tactic for potentially trying to make some money with this horse, whether it's a horse underneath or some multi-race wagers?
Not in race. I picked Stormy Cat Lady second. The problem with Stormy Cat Lady is she has 0 early speed. Now, maybe Jose Lezcano does the right thing and just marries her to the rail and just rides it around there. I'll say this. I picked her because I think, for second, Stormy Cat Lady, because I just think she's a little bit more talented than the rest of these fillies. If you wanted to go simply to tactics, I picked the race 2-1-5. I thought Stormy Cat Lady was the second most talented filly in the race. And I figured Simple Sugar would be the one, along with London Gold, to be a little bit more forward. So to protect myself, if everything holds form the way it has the last 6 or 7 racing days, that's what I would be doing. 2-1-2-5, but again, there's not a lot of value there. So I'm making an early pick 5 on my Narrow Bets account.
I like it. Well, we'll let you fire away on that, as I'll remind everybody that you can play against your friends and fellow fans with the Showdown, a free-to-enter handicapping contest following the New York racing on our program. Place your picks now and watch your name climb the leaderboard to earn real prizes. Get started at NYRA.com/showdown. Early pick 5 kicking off here. Anthony's getting his play in. We love to see it. 200,000 already in that pool.
In-game action right here.
Yeah. Put the money where your mouth is, right?
All the time. You know that better than most.
As Anthony and Richie both going to the favorite, but maybe having some tactics as far as how to use a few alternatives with some prices underneath in this field. 2 to 5 at that speed, such a dangerous weapon here. And this is a conversation that we've had quite a bit on this show too, Anthony, that early speed, particularly in some races throughout the card today, where there's not a lot of speed, not a lot of form to sink your teeth into as to how the race could potentially play out. For people that are kind of newer to handicapping, I always recommend find the speed and start there.
Yes, that's a good way. You handicap the race like that. Find the speed and start there. And when you start to find more than one speed, then you have to go looking elsewhere. But that's a good concept for basic, for newcomer, beginner. We're actually going to be working on a series of stories over at Naira Bets leading up to Saratoga, some how to handicapping stuff. So you can head over to nairabets.com and take a look at that as far as content goes. But yeah, a race like this, and we have the first 5 here at the Big A today, you and I do, on the desk. We have some interesting races. The 5th race today is on the turf. For those of you who don't know out there, 2 primary surfaces are dirt and turf in racing. We have a race where one horse, it's a turf race, one horse has run 1 time on the turf. That's it.
Yeah.
That is it. So not only do we get these pace puzzles to try to solve today, but that one is one's a real doozy.
Looking forward to that 5th race today, as our friend the Pigeon has joined us here by the set once again. So there's actually...
You gotta give him a name.
There's actually 3 hosts on today's show for the early part of the day, but looking forward to kicking off the live racing at the Big A. Fillies and Mares, everybody looking for the 2nd win of their career. We'll see if that bias on the main track does hold true once again today. Here is the voice of New York racing, John Imperial, with the call of the opener.
Waiting for London Gold and Game Theory. Set for the Friday opener. And they're off. Bit of a hesitant start for Sudden Impulse, and she's at the back. Up front, it is a London Gold out for the lead. Game Theory on the outside runs in 2nd. Simple Sugar is next in 3rd. Now Sudden Impulse moves up to grab 4th. On the outside is Galliano. Stormy Cat Lady is down at the rail. Midmon is the trailer in 7th. London Gold leads here by a length, with Simple Sugar hard held there in 2nd. Stormy Cat Lady is down at the rail with Sudden Impulse alongside. The quarter win in 24 and 4/5 seconds. Game Theory is racing in 5th, but just 2.5 lengths from the lead. Galliano's on the extreme outside, and farther back it is Midmon. They're all chasing London Gold, who has the lead here by a length and a half now. Down at the rail is Stormy Cat Lady, as Sudden Impulse now comes on through in between horses. The half went in 49 and 2. It's London Gold, the leader. Then Sudden Impulse. Simple Sugar on the outside. Stormy Cat Lady is down at the rail. It is London Gold with the lead into the stretch. Stormy Cat Lady moves into 2nd. Sudden Impulse is all out in 3rd. Simple Sugar's on the outside. London Gold trying to take them wire to wire. It's Stormy Cat Lady on the outside. London Gold and Stormy Cat Lady, the 2 of them right together inside the 16th pole. London Gold at the rail. Stormy Cat Lady, late move from Galliano. And it's London Gold to hold on and get the money at 9 to 1.
Aggressive ride by apprentice Jose Gomez, and it pays off on the number 6 London Gold. We expected that there could be a lone inside pace setter, but it wasn't exactly the horse that we might have thought at the beginning. The 2 Sudden Impulse with a very, very poor start.
Yeah, we'll talk about the start in a minute. I want to talk about Jose Gomez, okay? And thanks to, this is not a pat on the back for us, but thanks to a program like this, he gets to go out nationwide. People get to watch this kid put his talents on display every day, nationwide on America's Day at the Races, okay? He will be a household name if he is not already in the riding echelon in the next 2 years for rides like this. He was aggressive with a horse that probably wasn't the second speed, took advantage of the first speed, and you're going to see the break right here. You're going to see the number 3, Midmon, try and kind of come over and really affect Sudden Impulse.
Yeah.
That incident's going to affect the horse on any given racing day. But on a day like this where she's supposed to be the loose speed on a day where on a racetrack where, as you could see, speed in the inside reigns supreme, it takes her completely out of the race. Back to Gomez. Puts this horse on the front end and gets to the inside. When the horse starts to drift a little bit in the stretch from getting a little tired, as you can see she's getting tired, he immediately put her back down inside once Stormy Cat Lady left the rail and tried to go around her. He took every possible advantage he could with a horse that may have been 4th best in the race, and he gets the job done at 9-1.
6-1-4-5, the favorite out of the Superfecta after that poor break, or I should say with the 3 Midmon coming over onto the 2 Sudden Impulse, but a heads-up ride by apprentice jockey Jose Gomez, who has been smart, paying attention, and it pays off once again. When we come back, we'll talk about a clash of the Titans in the Grade 1 Apple Blossom, champions Latruska and Cece. Small but loaded field set for that big race coming up at Oakland on Saturday.
The ultimate accolade for a racehorse is to be named Horse of the Year. To be enshrined to the Hall of Fame is to achieve immortality. As a stallion, genetic immortality is defined in 2 words: breed shaper, plain and simple. 2-time Horse of the Year and Hall of Fame inductee, Curlin, is just that. Breed shaper, Curlin, the classic sire.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you as always by Naira Bets, where you can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com or download the app today. We saw apprentice jockey Jose Gomez take advantage of that inside pace bias on the main track here at Aqueduct and pilots London Gold to victory at a nice price. And as a result, he gets another interview with Richie.
Yeah, we're making this a habit, Acacia. We've got Jose Gomez again, just riding so well. Jose, this really didn't appear to me on paper anyway that she could make the lead, but you made the lead. Were you expecting to be there?
No, sir. Last time I rode her, it was tough company, but 2 starts ago, I rode her the first time, and she came out the gate running, so I knew she had some speed coming out of there. but I thought there were going to be some horses in front of me from the inside. And that was my original plan, and plan B was just try to hold on, so slow it down and see if she could finish.
Well, you certainly got slow fractions. Now, yesterday you won on Flowers for Lisa from off the pace, a horse that normally runs his best on the lead. Now today, a horse that may not necessarily have thought you'd be on the lead with wire to wire. How much of that is just feel and instinct that you're going on?
The majority of it, sir. Just see how they come out the gate, really. If they feel like they want to go, you know, just see if they want to be there.
You look like you're having a lot of fun.
Of course, this is my dream.
Guys, he's living the dream, and this is how a jockey makes his reputation, winning on horses that a lot of other guys wouldn't have won on. I think Jose Gomez made a big difference in race 1 here at Aqueduct.
Couldn't agree more, Richie. Thank you. As Jose Gomez, he's got a lot of airtime on this show, and rightfully so. Mentored by one of the true greats, Angel Cordero, and we've seen, and I can see Richie very proud of him as well. We've seen so much improvement and growth from Jose Gomez on this circuit.
Well-deserved airtime. Rudy Rodriguez Jr. helping out with his career a little bit as well in the morning. So I can't say enough good things about this young man, namely his riding ability. And you know, Acacia, you and I have a couple of floors above here, did plenty of radio and another TV together. I'll tell you this, I could be as critical as anyone of jockeys. This kid does everything right, and he has a great attitude. He seems to be a really nice person. He has a great attitude, a fantastic work ethic, mature beyond his years, and he has the right instinct on the racetrack. He lets his horses, and he said it to us, he lets his horses tell him what to do. And if they come running out of there, especially the way forget about the way the track's playing. If your horse comes out of there running, you should always use speed to your advantage. But when the track is playing, favoring front runners, and more often than not, when the track favors front runners, it's going to favor the inside, and when a track's favoring closers, it's going to favor the outside, because that's where these horses are.
Right.
Naturally, that's where they are. He let this horse take advantage. This horse was the 3rd speed on paper. But you have to include intent, and you have to include connections, and it kind of made her the 2nd speed because of Jose Gomez.
Terrific ride, as we've seen a lot of terrific rides from Jose Gomez. Richie mentioned the ride on Flowers for Lisa and a different type of tactics that we saw yesterday as well. Wishing him all the best, and I'm sure we'll continue to see a lot of terrific performances from that young rider. We turn our attention, though, to the America's Best Racing Race of the Week. Coming up, the Grade 1 Apple Blossom on Saturday at Oakland Park. It's a compact field of 5, but 4 of them are Grade 1 winners, as we'll take a look through the field, starting down to the inside, Anthony, with the Coaching Club American Oaks winner, Maracuja.
Just a 4-horse field, but this was a huge upset in that CCA Oaks over eventual 3-year-old champion. Malathat got the job done in her 4-year-old debut pretty impressively last time at odds of 4-5 in her local bout.
Here is the champion, older female of last year, Latruska, who kicked off the year with a graded stakes win.
Hasn't missed a board in 4 starts at Oakland, 6 for 7 at the distance, won this last year in thrilling fashion over a 2-time champion Monomoy girl. We'll see. Well, end of last year looked like she was over the top. I think she's lost a step, but they have her to knock off tomorrow.
And they have her to catch as well, as she does her best running on the front end. Here's a deep closer, though, Clairiere, 4-year-old, looking to step forward.
She had a frustrating year last year. I think if you would ask her connection, Stone Street Stable Hall of Famer Steve Asmussen. But she came around at the end with a cotillion win. She ran a bang-up 4th in the Breeders' Cup Distaff, and she had a sensational 4-year-old debut down at the fairgrounds.
Here is the number 4, Miss Imperial. She was 3rd behind Maracuja last time out.
Winless in 4 starts is being claimed by trainer Hall of Famer Jerry Hollendorfer. She's a minor stakes winner up in Canada at Assiniboia Downs multiple times. Obviously, the water is as deep as she has ever swam in tomorrow.
Doesn't get much deeper than this race, that's for sure, as we look at the champion female sprinter of last year, Cece.
Is that an intimidation factor there, putting her into a stall next to the WL of Wayne Lucas for trainer Michael McCarthy? I like that. That's some mind games right there. Listen, this filly proved a lot of people wrong, including myself, back around the 2 turns last time. She's 2 for 2 at Oakland. She won this in 2020, so not only do we have the last 2 winners of this event, we have the Eclipse filly and mare sprint champion from last year, and CC, and the older filly and mare winner in Latruska.
Here's a look at former Apple Blossom winners to go on to be champions. Of course, Latruska in that list as well. And quite a list it is. Midnight Bisou, Post Hatches, Zenyatta, just going down the line.
You know who my favorite on that list is, right? Close Hatches.
Close Hatches.
I was a huge Close Hatches fan. Of course, the
Dam of the Mighty Tacitus.
The Mighty Tacitus. That's right. That's her baby boy, her first baby boy. Maximus Aurelius, the other one that's running around. I think he's down at Parks now. For you Close Hatches fans out there.
Well, what a race it is shaping up to be coming up on Saturdays. We'll take a little bit of a closer look at a couple of the contenders. Latruska, I'm a huge fan of her. Anthony, you brought up a point that maybe she's lost a step. My notes from her last year were that she really was not carrying her weight well before the Breeders' Cup Distaff. She looked like the tough year had caught up to her, and she looked like the old Latruska coming back in the Royal Delta. It wasn't as fast a race as she's run before, but she wasn't running against very much.
If you dissect that field last time, not saying it was very much as being very kind to not very much. Into Vanishing, who finished second, came back and got beat in the allowance race. Look, I don't think you necessarily worry about, because you could say that about 3 of the big 4 in this race tomorrow. Maracuja didn't come back, came back in an allowance optional claimer. Clariere came back in an allowance optional claimer. Yes, Latruska came back in a grade 3, but that field was an allowance optional claiming field, if we're being honest. You want to see how they do it. She was able to go to the lead, set a sensible pace, and walk the dog on the front end. That's all well and good. That was, she did what she had to do. She came back with a victory. The other 2 fillies who came back off the layoff, Maracuja, she got a little bit of pace. I loved Clariere's return to the races this year. And it's funny because you see those Stone Street Silks and you see Steve Asmussen, and right away you think of Curlin and you think of Rachel Alexandra. Rachel Alexandra more so in this case because she is a filly. And one of the last times we saw a filly who dominated a grade 1 winner like her was Rachel Alexandra, whose transfer from 3 to 4, maturity from 3 to 4, did not go as well as her connections and certainly her adoring fans would have liked. I'm not comparing the 2 fillies. What I saw last time at the fairgrounds, this filly took the step forward that you want to see, because I think she frustrated a lot of people last year because they know, I think you kind of feel she has really, really good races in her. I know she didn't beat much last time, but she put it all together. I think you're going to see a real effort from Clariere tomorrow in that Apple Blossom.
You'd imagine she wasn't fully cranked up before that allowance win either. She hung on that left lead a little bit, and you would imagine, though, she would take a big step forward coming in the second start of her 4-year-old season. Speaking of a start of a new season, we'll see the start of a 3-year-old year for Pizza Bianca, winner of the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf. The return of Pizza will be this weekend at Aqueduct. More on that after this.
Bought the Taproot filly out of Tisn't She Beautiful, and will be trained by Todd Fletcher. Extremely athletic, a lot like him. We're excited to see him on the track.
Beautiful filly. She's out of a graded stakes mare that ran early as a 2-year-old, so I like that quite a bit out of her. This filly looks like she's going to be super early and precocious. Very good muscled filly, just a lot to like about her.
Taproot, standing at Gainesway.
Memories of Silver just in behind. Anti-Mame spun wide as the field comes off the turn and into the stretch. B.A. Valentine. Memories of Silver comes on through. Anti-Mame is there on the far outside. Wishful thinking at the hedge into the final furlong. B.A. Valentine. Memories of Silver and Anti-Mame. They're coming down to the final 16th now. It's Memories of Silver on the outside, and she's roused to the lead. It is Memories of Silver in front. B.A. Valentine, Anti-Mame. And it is Memories of Silver, the winner by a length and a half.
Memories of Silver in the 1998 Diana, Jerry Bailey up for Jimmy Toner. She was also a multiple Grade 1 winner, and we pay tribute to Memories of Silver with her namesake race on Sunday.
Yeah, what does Jimmy Toner have, like 55 races named after his turf fillies, the stakes here in New York? I think it's like when we used to have the breakfast at Belmont Tram Tour, used to point to Jimmy's barn and basically just say, every filly that's ever been in that barn has a stakes race named for them here in New York. It's amazing. She was something. Take a look at that. Take a look at that resume.
6 career graded stakes wins, victories at 5 different racetracks. As mentioned, the QE2, the Beverly D, Grade 1 victories. Nearly 1.5 million banked, and what a nice race we have to pay tribute to her on Sunday.
Keep in mind that almost 1.5 million was 25 years ago.
Before inflation.
When you earned it the hard way.
That's right.
Yeah, fun race on Sunday. I know you're certainly looking forward to the race.
Yeah.
Your girl Pizza. I'm
my girl.
Little known fact. I'm 7.5% Pizza Bianca.
You're made up of Pizza Bianca.
Yeah, Nove White Pie. I'm 7.5% Nove White Pie. Yeah, looking forward to her return. It's always fun here at the Big A. We hosted the Breeders' Cup back in 1985. I know a lot of new fans would be surprised by that, but we did. Here she is. She is last in the yellow hat, not the one on the inside, the one in the middle, Bobby Flay Silks. And you're going to see Jose Ortiz with a flawless ride here, just getting through traffic, coming up the inside here now, and getting the job done to give trainer Christophe Clement his first coveted Breeders' Cup victory.
And what a special victory it was indeed, and so sweet to see that happen for the barn after all these years, and so well deserved, and so many good horses who have run in the Breeders' Cup in the past, and so many big wins across the spectrum for Christophe and the team. And yes, Pizza Bianca, she is the sweetest filly in the barn as well. She's all business out on the racetrack, and she will kick off her 2022 campaign in the Memories of Silver with Jose Ortiz aboard once again. She's such a special filly to be around and to have witnessed the success that she's had. My husband Miguel, of course, assistant to his dad Christophe, told me before she even debuted, I think she can win the Breeders' Cup when she got to Saratoga and was training as a 2-year-old. So it's just really, really special to see how that's come to fruition. And yes, what a ride for him from Jose that day.
Yeah, it was an amazing ride. You go back and you watch and you wonder how she was able to navigate
I love the jockey cam from that day.
All that, yeah, it's amazing. It's the old Gallop Racer video game.
Yeah.
It's reminiscent of that, right? You just watch how he just dices through that traffic. Amazing ride. Amazing effort from the filly.
Jose Ortiz will be aboard Pizza Bianca once again on Sunday for her return to the races. He's aboard a first-time starter in this second race, though, who is currently the favorite, Lisa's Vision for Jorge Abreu. This is a maiden special weight, sprinting on the turf, going 6 furlongs. New York-bred fillies in the spotlight, and we'll see if Lisa's Vision with Jose Ortiz aboard is ready to roll at first asking.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised by this price. Now, I was given a little bit of a birdie whisper in my ear that this filly could run a little bit. You don't really need that after that 59 breeze back on March 27th. But here's the thing, Acacia. Dating back to New Year's Eve, this horse is trained in New York, and that means this horse has not seen a turf course in New York. So the fact that she's trained exclusively on the dirt, and there's a dozen works on her tab, but they've all been on the Belmont Park training track.
Jorge Abreu had horses at Palmettos down in the winter.
And that was where I was going with it. Very good. How do we know this horse can turf? We don't, unless this horse hit a turf course as a 2-year-old last year. But we'll find out. The public seems to know something.
We'll take a look at the post parade with a first-time turf runner, Bunty Windermere.
Fantastic name. War Dancer, a more prolific turf sire. This horse ran on dirt twice. Going to have to improve off that main track form.
Second off of a big layoff. Here's the 2 Lollygag.
This is a horse at 21-1 who's probably too big of a price. Her turf races last year at Indiana Grand were sneaky good. I think she can get a piece of this at a big price.
Have to Rooftop View, who's good on the grass as well. Here is the 3 Sinfully Sweet.
And this is the horse I thought this filly would be the overwhelming favorite in here.
So too.
Big effort last last time when last seen on the turf back in November. We'll see how she does off the bench.
Big price on the number 4, Big Bean Christine.
Lone turf effort came in her second start. She was intended for the turf first time out. She didn't run 2 steps on the turf. She's actually woken up a little bit with the blinkers in her last 2 on the dirt. Maybe it helps her on the grass.
Here's an even bigger price, the number 4, Miss Malala.
Yeah, not much to go on here. She finished 4th in her last 2. Dan was 0 for 2 on the turf, 1 for 7 overall. Not much production to speak of.
Next, we'll take a look at a first-time starter. Speaking of trainer Christophe Clement, he's represented by the number 6, Volus.
Yeah, by Claiborne Sire, Run Happy, 1 for 14 was the mare, 0 for 4 on the grass. This is a half the Hush of a Storm, who won the Battaglia down at Turfway Park as a 3-year-old last year. Another one was based in South Florida, just 1 turf work out of a dozen on her card.
Here's the number 7, Cindy's Choice.
Turf debut. Not a lot of dirt for him to go over. She had some speed on the turf, on the dirt rather. We'll see if she transfers that to the grass.
Current favorite, Lisa's Vision.
Yeah, 8 to 5 right now. Dan was 4 for 14 on the grass. This one sports Lasix and a pretty fast work tab and Jose Ortiz for her unveiling.
You Should Be Dancing gets back to the grass today.
Yeah, and that seems to be her preferred surface. The problem is she just seemed to have tailed off form back into the special weight competition after 3 tries on dirt against claimers.
Can Jose Gomez sweep the early double? Here is the number 10, Miss Flincher.
Yeah, this filly hasn't run on turf since her debut back in August in Saratoga. They gave her a couple of dirt races to Jimmy Ferraro for the tag. Now another one climbing back up the ladder into the special weight competition. Tell you what, she was a 3-year-old when she debuted last year. If that was a 2-year-old figure, it'd be a little different. But who knows? If you're looking to round out your try and your superfecta, maybe she's a horse to include.
Does have a big turf pedigree. Well, Naira Bet's Saturday contests are back. You can show off your handicapping skills in the $300 online live money contest on Saturdays, featuring racing from Aqueduct. Win cash prizes and seats into next week's $300 contest. Registration ends at 5 p.m. today, Friday. Visit naira.com/contest to learn more. The early pick 4 kicks off here. Currently, that first-time starter, Lisa's Vision, is the favorite. As we have some interesting prices on the board, we welcome in once again Richard Magliori. Richie, what are you seeing from these maidens on the track?
It's just an interesting group of horses, starting with the 1, Bunty Windermere. Being by War Dancer and looking at it from a physical perspective, I do think she's going to improve a great deal on the turf. She just looks like a turf horse to me. War Dancer has been very successful with his offspring running on the turf, and she just looked very sharp to me. And I think she's getting on a surface that's certainly going to help her. The 3, Sinfully Sweet, coming off that big effort last November on the turf. To me, she looks good. I mean, she looks good in the flesh. Her coat's great and everything. I do think this race is going to help her get to her best. She may be just a little bit heavier, a little bit less defined than I'd like to see. But, you know, talking with Christophe Clement yesterday, he was talking about turf horses, more forgiving coming back on the turf when maybe a horse isn't 100% fit, but I do think Sinfully Sweet will be a contender here. I just think she'll be better next time with this race under her belt. First-time starter, Verluse from Christophe, Run Happy, bred at Berkshire Stud, Dr. Cook, Doug Cook up there. Christophe's had great success with Dr. Cook over the years. Really pretty Run Happy filly, conducting herself very well. Christophe said she could be a filly, gets a little worked up, but I haven't seen it. She just looks very composed and really very well turned out, looks very fit for her debut. The 7, Cindy's Choice, she has the classic turf foot on her. I mean, as flat a foot and wide a expansive foot that I've seen in a while. I think she's another one that should really appreciate getting to the turf for Bruce Levine, whose barn has been really going well. And then the 8, Lisa's Vision, the horse taking all the money with those eye-catching works, particularly that 59 best of 33 works over the training track. I'm sure she can run. Obviously, she's tipped her hand in the mornings. But out of all the horses I talked about, she impressed me the least from a physical turf perspective. I mean, she looks great. She looks fit. She looks racy. I'm just not sure the turf's going to be her thing. But when horses can run, what's the old saying? They can run over broken bottles.
Yeah, we'll see if that holds true today. Richie, thank you. Filly by Lauban, out of a mare who was good on the turf, but as Anthony, you brought up, she's been training on the main track here in New York, so she hasn't had a chance to work over the turf. And obviously, that's not everything. Sometimes there's physicality. There's a way a horse moves that maybe a trainer will think that A horse will be a little bit more efficient on a different surface, as it looks like we have an equipment adjustment on the number 4, Big Bean Christine. Starting gate crew attending to her. But back to what I was saying as training with the 6 Velouse, for example. Yes, she only had 1 work on the grass at Payson, but at Payson Park you also have the chance to just gallop over the infield turf as well. A lot more opportunities there.
Yeah, right. There's a lot of training that goes into some of these horses that people don't see. And that's a great example, Acacia, right? That infield turf course. Where they just go and gallop. Now, they're not training, they're not working out. Over at Payson, I would imagine there's not even enough room inside the turf course for there to even be a timed workout, but they can go and gallop and, you know, just have some training over it, and that's important. This is a little bit of a strain. I'm surprised. Like I said, I heard the favorite, Lisa's Vision, could run a little bit. I didn't think 6 to 5 was what we were going to see. But she's my top pick, and I would imagine that taking all this money, when these Abreu horses take this money, they more often than not perform well. So
Jose Ortiz going to be aboard as well. That could be a piece of it, as there's a look at the number 1, Bunty Windermere, who is a filly by War Dancer. My goodness, he always stamps his offspring too. This filly looking just like her daddy. The second dam was all turf for what it's worth, so there is turf pedigree on her to price top and bottom.
Do we know who Bunty Windermere is?
That I do not know. It's a fun name to say, though. Into the gate they go for race number 2. We're sprinting on the turf. Everyone looking for the first win of their career. The favorite, that first-time starter, Lisa's Vision. There she is with Jose Ortiz aboard. We send it up to the voice of New York Racing, John Imperial, for the call.
Waiting for Miss Malala and Miss Flincher.
One out!
They're all in line. And they're off. Hesitant start for number 6, Velouse. From the inside, Bunty Windermere, and Sinfully Sweet is right there, along with a Big Bean Christine, and on the outside, Lisa's Vision. Then a break of a length and a half, back to Cindy's Choice, and on the inside, Lollygag. They're right together, 5th and 6th. Velouse has now moved up into 7th. You Should Be Dancing is next in 8th. At the back, Miss Malala and Miss Flincher. The quarter went in 23-1. Bunty Windermere is the leader here by a length. Sinfully Sweet is on the inside of Big Bean Christine. They are right together, 2nd and 3rd. Lisa's Vision is in 4th now, tailing off a bit, about 4 lengths from the front. And on the outside is Cindy's Choice. They come off the turn and enter the stretch with Bunty Windermere, the one to catch, the half in 47-1. Lisa's Vision is looking to rally now. Here comes Lisa's Vision right alongside of Bunty Windermere, and on the outside, You Should Be Dancing. It is Lisa's Vision and You Should Be Dancing. They are 1-2 inside the 16th pole. Lisa's Vision on the outside, You Should Be Dancing. You Should Be Dancing, the winner. Lisa's Vision was 2nd. Velouse came from off the pace to get 3rd.
Well, you heard Anthony talking about the abilities of jockey Jose Gomez, and he just came right back and did it again, piloting You Should Be Dancing to victory in her 16th start as she gets back on her preferred surface.
Wire to wire on the dirt, riding the track advantage from next to last on the turf. A lot of people wanted to reserve judgment on Jose until they saw him get to ride on the grass. Well, I present Exhibit A. Here it is. He just gets a filly who was 0 for 15 in her career, who had tried going long, short, tried stretching out, tried going on the dirt, tried coming from last, tried winning on the front end, and he got to settle nicely. rip and run down the center of the course to get the job done at 9-1.
It looked like the favorite, that first-time starter, Lisa's Vision, was going to be the winner, but You Should Be Dancing able to run her down. 9-8, 6-5, 99-1 shot. Miss Malala in fourth, but a 9-1 winner. You Should Be Dancing. Back on the turf, back on the surface that she does like for the red-hot Rudy Rodriguez barn, and the hot apprentice jockey Jose Gomez, who sweeps the early double.
Yes, with a couple of 9-1 shots as well. It's going to be a good double.
Turning our attention now to Oakland Park at Hot Springs, Arkansas. We get ready for the first race of the day. Taking a look at the field here, sprinting on the main track, going 6 furlongs for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and upward in this claiming race. Flashy Biz down to the inside. First off the claim for Steve Asmussen.
Yeah, moves up in class off the claim for Asmussen. Claim this horse for Robertino Diodoro, not an easy feat. This filly this mare just 1 for 15 at Oakland.
Here's the 2, hoping for a ring.
First time off the claim for Cody Rosen. Cody started the meet 0 for 22. He's 3 for his last 5.
Very good off the claim as well. Here's the number 3, Red Lingerie.
Horse makes her first start since the September layoff up at Presque Isle Downs, back to the main track where she's 0 for 9.
9-2 on the number 4, Beauty Day.
Second place finish last time out, when dropping to a level below this, sees the 12-5 claimers again now.
Quite a few new claims in this race, and that does include the 5 Simona's Choice.
Yeah, this barn looks for its first win of 2022, making the first start off the claims 2 for 7 at Oakland Park.
Calvin Burrell picks up the mount on Lady Gusto.
Yeah, she's going to need a little bit of a form reversal. She's gotten beat double digits in 5 of her last 6 starts.
And another new claim, Beyond Brown.
Yeah, Beyond Brown, former NYRA circuit runner, this New York-bred daughter of Big Brown. Source was claimed from Carl Broberg last time. Another not easy task over at Delta Downs.
And stepping up in class off of that last try last time out, where she did finish 5th. That's the field for the opener. Currently the number 1, Flashy Biz, is the favorite. We welcome in Maggie Wolfendale with us live from Oakland Park, though. And Maggie, so glad to have you on. Hope that it's a nice day over at Oakland as we get ready for that Apple Blossom. Clairiere, what do you make of her coming into that Grade 1 try?
Acacia, it is a gorgeous day here. It's nice and warm. I think I've spent a little too much time in New York being cold, so I think I might break a sweat here as the weather is nice and balmy. But Clairiere, I just got the chance to catch up with her Hall of Fame trainer, Steve Asmussen, in the paddock, and he could not sound more confident with his 4-year-old filly returning to the races after that big, impressive win at the fairgrounds, as Anthony was talking about earlier. I mean, she seems to have patented the way that she wants to run, which is to make that kind of last one move to the front winning move, which she did, and clearing off quite easily under wraps. I think she swapped back to her inside lead because honestly she just didn't have any competition around her, and she may have been just a bit bored. And Steve said when she came back in after the break from the Breeders' Cup that he saw a completely different filly, that she has grown, filled out, and blossomed into what he hopes to be the talented filly that she has always promised to be. So he sounds very confident. I did ask him, are you concerned at all about the fact that Latruska seems to be the lone speed? Well, he said, I'm not going to let the other riders' connections know that I'm pretty confident in my filly, because I want CC to try to go after Latruska, and hopefully things will set up for Clairiere. Now, Steve does own and train the 1 horse in here. She is your favorite, Flashy Biz, first off the claim. She looks great. My concern with her, though, is that she is a big, strong type, and it feels as though when she's down on the inside, she doesn't tend to perform quite as well. Last time we saw her with an outside post, she broke a bit better. She was able to get comfortable and have that stalking position and just sweep by the field. Today, that's not the scenario that's likely to play out. We'll see what she does here first off the claim, but the horse that looked best here, Acacia, is number 4, Beauty Day. She did break a touch slow last time out in that claiming 10 and kind of rushed up a bit and then just ended up being second best to My Boss Lady. But she is a very healthy filly, mare, completely dappled. She's the one that looked the best heading into this effort. Guys?
Maggie, thank you. Beauty Day 4-1 right now on the board, as we will have Maggie with us today and tomorrow at Oakland Park, as we'll take a look at the number 1 Flashy Biz, who, as Maggie alluded to, is currently the favorite on the board. Outside post last time, she stuck down on the inside today. We saw her draw the rail 2 and 3 back without being able to seal the deal.
Yeah, based on being claimed from Robertino Diodoro and everything Maggie said, combine that with the inside draw, I think she's a little bit of a vulnerable favorite today, right, Acacia?
Yeah. Steve Asmussen off the claim, always dangerous, but she does come from a very, very sharp barn as well.
She does. No crap. I mean, Steve's one of the best to ever do it. The other thing, and when you see these condition claiming races, and this is just an overall rule of thumb, she's 2 for 28. She's all of a sudden going to be 3 for 29 back-to-back wins. You know, it wasn't like that was such an overwhelming effort last time. It was kind of comparable to what she's done for most of her starts in the last year and a half. So I took a shot with the 2, hoping for a ring. First off the claim for the Hot Barn.
Into the gate they go for the opener at Oakland Park. We'll send it up to track announcer Vic Stauffer with the call.
The last horse to load is Beyond Brown. They're at the post. They're off. Red Lingerie caught a flyer, busted the gate open quickly and goes to the front from Beauty Day, hoping for a ring, Beyond Brown, and Simona's Choice. Flashy Biz comes away second to last, but she's only 2.5 behind, and the trailer is Lady Gusto. Red Lingerie now takes over the lead. She's a neck in front of hoping for a ring. Beyond Brown is 3 deep in third. Flashy Biz moves nicely into fourth now, and 2 from the front. She's a 1.5 lengths in front of Beauty Day and Simona's Choice. They're about 5 off the lead now, and the trailer is Lady Gusto, and the leader is Red Lingerie with hoping for a ring moving through, and here's a new leader, hoping for a ring, a neck in front. Red Lingerie is second, 2.5 lengths to an all-in Flashy Biz, now moving in third. 2.5 back to Beauty Day, Simona's Choice, and Beyond Brown. Lady Gusto is the distant trailer, and hoping for a ring is the leader. Hoping for a ring at the top of the stretch, a 2-length lead on Flashy Biz. Then comes Beauty Day. Simona's Choice is moving in the center of the racetrack, and she's got some momentum, hoping for a ring. Flashy Biz, Simona's Choice, Beauty Day. Any one of these 4 hoping for a ring. Flashy Biz, Beauty Day, Simona's Choice. Flashy Biz puts ahead in front. Beauty Day hoping for a ring. Flashy Biz, Beauty Day, Flashy Biz, Beauty Day. I think Flashy Biz just beat Beauty Day. Hoping for a ring, and Simona's Choice. Close photo for third.
Close photo indeed, but what a performance. And I saw you rooting down to the wire.
I was trying to get hoping for a ring to the wire here. Aggressive ride by Gabe Sayers. Liked what I saw. Unfortunately, she's going to get tired late in the game. Good job by Isaac Castillo on Flashy Busy. Kind of let hoping for a ring pave the road in front of him and just kind of rode the rail, tipped around the leader at right around the 16th pole. I think Flashy Biz won the bob over Beauty Day, but it's really, really tight on the line. In fact, you could throw a blanket over 4 of them. They're separated by a long neck.
A nice run from Simona's Choice on the outside as well, the 5, but the photo was between the 4 Beauty Day and the 1 Flashy Biz. My first inclination was that it was the 1 Flashy Biz, but all about that bob coming down to the wire, and it looks like it will be the number 1 Flashy Biz, as even if it's a horse with a large body, it is who gets their nose down first on that line.
Yes, certainly looks like Isaac Castillo was able to get Flashy Biz's head down on the money.
And he's a rider that's done well since shifting his tack to Oakland Park.
He has. Yeah, he's rattled some cages down there, and yeah, good rider. They have a nice little colony down there.
They do. Of course, you do see Gabe Sayers on the inside trying to get hoping for a ring, but it was Isaac Castillo and Flashy Biz with Kelsey Haar and Beauty Day, the main contenders, coming down to the wire. We'll bring you the official order of finish and prices and more after this on America's Day at the Races. Stay with us.
Run Happy was a #1 second crop sire by graded stakes winners and earnings. A leading dirt sire and now is an exciting Kentucky Derby hopeful.
Kicked it into high gear, and Smile Happy with a powerful performance wins by 2.5.
Run Happy continues his rise and is priced for success. Clips champion Run Happy standing in stall 1 at Claiborne Farm.
How does horse racing support New York's economy? It's responsible for 19,000 jobs and more than $3 billion in annual statewide economic impact. These good-paying jobs support working families across the state and sustain thousands of small businesses both on and off the track. Horse racing in New York means jobs and opportunities now and in the future. We are New York horse racing.
Start spreading the news. If you're looking to win in New York, then breed in New York. To War Dancer, the millionaire son of Warfront, and New York's #1 sire of 3-year-olds. Breed to a proven performer, the #1 second crop sire at the Saratoga meet with multiple winners at Belmont and Aqueduct. Earn double the New York Breeders' Awards and participate in the New York Stallion Series with $2 million in purses. War Dancer, proud to stand in New York. Visit wardancerstud.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. In race 2 at Aqueduct, it was once again jockey Jose Gomez, this time coming from off the pace with another upset winner on the turf. This time, You Should Be Dancing, making start number 16 her winning one.
She just has 2 rivals beaten midway on the far turn. You see Jose Gomez going to try and take a look to the inside and just says, you know what, I'm going to keep her out of trouble here. I got a good head of steam rolling, and just gets her down the center of the course. The 2 firsters in here did not have the cleanest of trips, namely Valus, who I want to keep an eye on for next time. But Lisa's Vision also, you know, kind of ran in spots a little bit, but You Should Be Dancing right down the center of the course to get the job done and give Jose Gomez a sweep of the early double. It paid a quarter shy of $100 for $1.
Nice. All you had to do was bet apprentice Jose Gomez over those 2 first-time starters. Valus with a slow start, rallying to get third, but a $20.60 winner. You Should Be Dancing back at Oakland Park. A tight photo finish, but it was the #1 Flashy Biz who got her nose down just in time and makes it 2 wins in a row.
Yeah, 2 in a row. Foot and mouth. 2 for 28, now 3 for 29, just like I said, right? I just said it wasn't going to happen. This is a really good ride, too, from Isaac Castillo. So he just was patient behind the speed and was able to tip around. And then I like what he does here. See, he takes this filly and he shows her that filly that's coming to the outside. He makes sure she sees her rival, Beauty Day, coming, you know, under some left-handed encouragement here. Just make sure you see she's coming, get to the wire. Good effort.
The #1 Flashy Biz, the favorite with the winner, 142, $5.40 winner. Flashy Biz for the opener at Oakland Park. Back in New York, we move on to the 3rd race at Aqueduct. It is a sprint on the main track, 6 furlongs allowance, optional claiming, fillies and mares, and it does feature the return of a very talented and very quick filly, Miss Brazil.
Yes, stakes winner from last year. She took our Ruthless right here at the Big A, and we will see her return from a July layoff for Tony Dutrow and Eric Cancel.
More on this 3rd race from Aqueduct and Miss Brazil, the rest of the cast, after this on America's Day at the Races.
The breeding industry is governed by one principle: performance determines success.
And Constitution has won!
Now, he's earning his stripes by siring stars.
Independence Hall wins the Hagyard Bayette. Law Professor just in front, and Law Professor. American Revolution, fireworks in the stretch here in the Cigar Mile.
Constitution, a natural-born leader.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. We're getting ready for the third race at the Big A, which does feature the return of Miss Brazil. She's been working very quickly in the mornings in preparation for this start back at the races. She's 8-5 right now on the board. Something obviously went amiss in the victory ride last time out, as we haven't seen her since July, Anthony.
Yeah. And she missed the test among other races last year. Here she is in one of her 2 tries not being on the lead. And this, she broke through the starting gate this day. She still managed to put her head in front. That's Bella Sophia, by the way, your eventual test winner, to her inside. And they're both going to get run down by a Brad Cox training Australasia. But she ran a big race that day. But I do think, Acacia, that day kind of proved that she needs the lead. And that she just took a big punch. She was 8-5 most of the way, and she just went all the way down to 4-5. She needs the lead, and she has a couple of fillies in here. The 2, Oksana, the 5, Dealing Justice, who might just be faster than her early on.
We'll see how things pan out from the inside as we head down to the paddock. Richie, what do you make of Miss Brazil coming back?
Well, Miss Brazil looks great in the flesh. I mean, she's a big, stout filly, strong. Looks like she's kind of filled out, too, from 3 to 4. You like to see that kind of physical progression. But also, it does raise some concern that she does have speed from the inside with some legitimate speed drawn outside of her. And it's always been my contention, horses coming off of layoffs that have speed, it's more difficult for them because they have to run more of the race. Now, that being said, she looks fantastic, and I'm going to try to catch up with Anthony Dutro after the post-parade, and we'll get a little bit of his insight about it. But she does look like she did some growing up between her 3-year-old season and her 4-year-old season. The 2, Oksana, also coming off a bit of a layoff. She was last seen late January before heading down to South Florida to train. Different kind of horse, much lighter framed filly. Looks like she, if anything, they probably have a little trouble keeping weight on her. She just looks fitter overall. She does have a bit more recency, but I think just the physical type that she is, that she tends to probably not need as much work to get to her optimum fitness, and she is truly one of the speeds, and this is a race that we could see, I think, some legitimate pace, guys.
Richie, thank you. Oksana, intriguing. She had the outside post last time. If you watch back at that race, Anthony, she was hard ridden by Trevor McCarthy to get to the lead.
Yeah, she was. She was hustled out of there. Same thing 2 starts back when there was a little bit of a murkier pace scenario, and Trevor hustled her out of there. When you take everything into consideration now, Acacia, the way the track has been playing, the rail draw, right? And you're talking 2 different points here. The rail draw with other speed in the race isn't always the best thing, especially off such a long layoff. But now it has been proven to be the place to be the last couple of weeks. You combine that with her work tab. She has to be under the gun from the inside. She has to be hustled out of there. And I know it's a long year, but you want to come out of the blocks running, no pun intended. I would be putting her on the lead today. I know Oksana's fast. I know Dealing Justice is fast. I think this filly's fast. I think this filly is better than those 2 fillies. And if I'm Tony Dutro and I'm Eric Cancel, you're going to play Come and Catch Me today.
You would think that would be the intention. I remember seeing before the victory ride, she really didn't warm up well. She looked like things were kind of catching up with her. You can even see through the short comment, she broke through the gate in the Jersey Girl. She didn't run off, but obviously that takes a lot of energy out of her too, and she had suffered a defeat in there, finishing 3rd. And then we see that victory ride followed by a layoff. It looks like they may be addressing some things, doing right by the horse. She's been working very sharp for the comeback.
Yeah, very sharp, and I think you have to take advantage of that as she comes out onto the racetrack.
She is the start for our post-parade, 4-5 right now, 47-2 from the gate. We're the main track at Belmont for that last work.
Yeah, and you would imagine that means she's going to be all systems go on the front end. She's 2 for 3 here at the Big A. Stakes winner, having taken out Ruthless last February.
Next will be perhaps a big rival as far as the pace is concerned. The number 2, Oksana, who led the way before finishing 4th last time.
Got the job done in the mud 2 starts back in gate to wire fashion. Chased the streaking glass ceiling around there last time out when she faded to 4th.
Glass Ceiling won back-to-back graded stakes after that win in January. Here's the 3 piece of my heart.
If they hit up front, if there's some kind of a pace duel, you would imagine this filly, who's second off the mare, I should say, second off the claim for Danny Gargan, would be the one to pick up the pieces.
She is second off the claim, second off the layoff as well. The outside 2, both trained by Ray Handel. Here's Rosa Veloce.
Yeah, this filly paid a generous $12.40 last time, sat a perfect trip. She's another one. If there's a little pace up front, there's no reason she can't sit the trip like she did last time out.
And another one who used her speed to her advantage. Here's Dealing Justice.
Yeah, we'll see what Dylan Davis does from the outside draw. She was on the front end last time. You would imagine she's going to have to go a little bit faster. You can imagine she's going to want to kind of clear. It's hard to envision her clearing both Oksana and Miss Brazil from her outside draw. Even though it's only post 5, it's kind of hard to imagine she's going to be able to clear both of those fillies who are to her inside.
Well, we'll see what Miss Brazil will do. For more, let's go down to Richie.
Yeah, thanks, Acacia. I'm here with conditioner Anthony Dutro, and almost a year to the day, it'll be a year tomorrow, she was a very short price favorite from the rail and took them wire to wire. Now, off the layoff, Anthony, is there any concern, the layoff, under the gun with other pace horses in here?
Rich, not to be you and I and guys like us, I mean, we don't take anything for granted. We've seen so much. In her past, she's always been very good in the gate. She always comes away from there very good. She's naturally talented, plenty of speed. So I would be hoping that she would break. And Eric knows her. Every time he's ridden her, she's been in front. So we would be hoping for her to get a clean break, and her speed should take over things.
Anthony, to me, she looks like she's grown up a great deal from 3 to 4. Have you seen that maturation?
You know, after her last race there, the 1st of July, she come out of that, her ankles were stinging her. We stopped on her, gave her plenty of time, sent her down to Ocala with Niall Brennan. Then she came up here to us. She's been up here at least a couple months. And she sure has. I mean, she's a beautiful filly. She's filled out. She's pretty professional about things. She's been through it enough. She's raced with some very high-quality horses in her 3-year-old year. So we feel that she's very, very good today, and we're hopeful that things go well.
Well, she looks great. Is it surprising to you, she is by a Belmont Stakes winner, that she has as much speed as she has?
You know, when I went down to Keeneland that year, I was looking for a good, who's he by? Palace Malice. I was looking, because he was a fantastic horse. Oh, he was fantastic. And found Miss Brazil, and yeah, absolutely, I was surprised that she is as fast as she is, because he won the Belmont going a mile and a half. But you know, that speed's dangerous.
Speed is always a good thing to have, and she looks great on the track, guys. And when we talk about pedigree, Mrs. Marciano had 6 kids. She only had 1 Rocky.
Love that analogy, Richie. Thank you. 4-5 on Miss Brazil by Palace Malice, who's by Curlin. They tried stretching her out in the Busher back in 2021. Anthony, she finished second in a really hard-fought effort behind search results. Of course, a quality filly, as you heard Tony Dutro allude to, but sprinting is the best situation for her.
Yes, you know I'm the biggest Belmont Stakes fan there is, right, Acacia?
No, I didn't know that, actually.
I think these two guys just forgot that he also won the Met Mile. You got to be a little fast to win the Met Mile. Palace Malice did. That's an impressive double. That double always impresses me. My boy Tonalist came about 4 lengths shy of that because Honor Code just ran a hole in the wind in the 2015 Met Mile on the Belmont Stakes.
Did win the Cigar Mile.
He did win the Cigar Mile. Thankfully, you and I was sitting right up there. Yeah, she's fast. And you just, again, under ordinary fair circumstances, everything being equal, she's supposed to be on the front end today. With all of the intangibles, she's supposed to be on the front end today. And that's it. The best horse doesn't always win. But I think you have to give the best horse the best chance to win. And her best chance to win is being on the front end. And I think it's at all costs. I think if you got to get into a 3-ply challenge on the front end, that's what you have to do. I'll tell you this. I think if she leaves out of there running, I think one of Oksana and Trevor McCarthy or Dylan Davis and Dealing Justice are going to release. Maybe both. You know, because it's not beneficial to them to go chasing after a filly, and they got to know that. You know, this is a high. Tony said in an interview. Search results. Bella Sophia. This filly's run against some monsters in her division.
That filly and mare sprint division last year, so tough. And unfortunately, we didn't get to see Miss Brazil try some of those graded stakes throughout the summer. Hopefully, we will this year. Looking at the number 4, Rosa Veloce, though, this filly had a win last time out. She did come from off of it. She had a wide trip throughout, too, Anthony. She never saw the rail.
No, she never saw the inside, but she got a confident ride from Jalon Samuel, who's back aboard. And again, I think her best chance would be if Oksana did the dirty work on Miss Brazil, because her stablemate, Dealing Justice to her outside, could make things a little uncomfortable for her. If she's the one that has to kind of clear over Rosa Veloce, you know, you don't want to put, you're hoping, I would think, not to be in between horses and have to kind of hound the leaders or sit off the leaders from between horses. You'd rather have that outside clean trip. And I would think that's what Dylan's thinking on Dealing Justice. I know she's fast, but it's going to be hard for him to clear. I think the race is going to line up 1-2 with the 4 and 5 in the offing, and then wherever Piece of My Heart kind of finds herself. But maybe Dylan Davis has a different idea with Dealing Justice from the outside draw.
There goes Eric Cancel, and Miss Brazil saw him took a hold of that neck strap as they go in, trying to keep her settled in the gate and ensure a clean break. Exciting to see her back on the track as a 4-year-old. We'll send it up to John and Brielle for the call of race 3 at Aqueduct.
Set for the start of the 3rd. And they're off. Dealing Justice from the outside, Miss Brazil from the rail. Miss Brazil with a narrow lead. Dealing Justice is right there, and Oksana is 3rd. Rosa Veloce is next in 4th. Piece of My Heart is the trailer in 5th. Up front, Miss Brazil and Dealing Justice. Miss Brazil now gets away to lead by 3/4 of a length. Dealing Justice on the outside, second by almost 3. Oksana is 3rd, the quarter 22 and 3/5 seconds as they go around the far turn. It is the odds-on favorite, Miss Brazil, leading here by a half length. Dealing Justice on the outside in 2nd. And then it's Oksana in 3rd, followed by Piece of My Heart and Rosa Veloce. Miss Brazil takes the field to the top of the stretch, in front now by 2. Dealing Justice all out in 2nd. Then Oksana, Piece of My Heart, Rosa Veloce on the extreme outside. The half one in 46 and 1. It is Miss Brazil with a 4-length lead as they pass the furlong marker. Miss Brazil in front. Then Dealing Justice, Oksana, Rosa Veloce, Piece of My Heart down at the rail. It will be Miss Brazil to win off the layoff and take her 4-year-old debut.
They got closer to her down to the wire, but there was no catching Miss Brazil with Eric Cancel in the saddle.
Very nice effort today. She took the pressure early, was able to get a little separation off the turn, and she held off the resurgent closers late. Piece of My Heart was running late, as was Dealing Justice, who never really went away here. This is a good effort from the first, from really all 3 fillies. Piece of My Heart made up a lot of ground. She rode that rail, probably got her the place money. Good heads-up job by Manny Franco riding that inside draw.
But Miss Brazil, the winner, you would have to think that this a big stepping stone onto bigger and better things down the line, and we'll see her back in some stakes company after this.
And she got a good blow in this race today. She got tired the last 70 yards. And you know what? I bet you her conditioner right there wearing the ski hat, my man Tony Dutrow, he's happy to see that. Because the last thing, Kim, the last thing you want to see is And this doesn't make sense to a lot of people, but the last thing you want to see is these horses running off by 4 or 5 lengths and getting nothing out of this race. She got plenty out of this race. She got hounded and she got tired. That's exactly what you need. On to bigger and better, you would imagine, this year from Miss Brazil. You always like to see these horses that you think have some potential star quality come back with big races. She came back with one today.
A big performance from the filly by Palace Malice, and one that she can absolutely move forward from after this. 1-3-5-2 under the line in the third at Aqueduct. We'll bring you prices in a moment. And we'll also head back over to Oakland Park for more, as jockey Ramon Vasquez riding at Oakland Park this weekend, looking for another big weekend as he'll be aboard Idol in the Oakland Handicap. We'll talk more about him and his mounts after this on America's Day at the Races.
Warfront. This son of Danzig ranks among the world's elite sires, ranked #1 by percentage of stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and Grade 1 winners. No stallion has a better strike rate. Recent top runners include Group 1 winner Homesman, graded stakes winners Master of Foxhounds, Ancient Rome, and Bombard. Plus Annapolis, who became his sire's 100th stakes winner. In the auction ring, his progeny continued to command top dollar. Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Be a part of the racing action Saturdays at Aqueduct with live money contests available online through Naira Bets. A $300 buy-in adds $200 to your contest account, while the other $100 funds the cash prize pool paid through 10th place. Follow along with the races on America's Day at the Races while keeping track of your leaderboard standings on Naira Bets. After the contest, your bankroll and prize winnings are shifted back into your Naira Bets account to start betting or withdraw. Register to play today at nairabets.com/contests.
If you're looking into racing partnerships, you should know they're not all the same. When you partner with Bond Racing Stables, you become a member of a growing family of racing enthusiasts, all guided by 3 generations of experience in thoroughbred breeding, training, and racing. Share in the excitement at Saratoga and Belmont Park, where we've graced a winner's circle with winners like Giacosa, who was bred, born, and raised here at our Song Hill Farm. Get more than just a partnership. Become a member of the Bond Racing family. 3 generations of thoroughbred excellence.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
We're back on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. So glad to have you with us as we get ready for the second race at Oakland Park. Going a mile on the main track, Maiden claiming $12,500 race for 3-year-olds and upward. The number 1, Royal de B, is the one to kick things off.
Beaten a combined 77 lengths in his 3 starts. Would need an unbelievable form reversal in here.
Scratch the 2, and there's a better look at the number 1 down on the inside. Big price on the board as we'll move next to the number 3. Steve Asmussen and Isaac Castillo look to sweep the early double.
Yes, dropping down from 30 to 12.5, coming in off a poly-track effort over at Turfway Park. See how he handles the main track. Son of Union Regs, 2012 Belmont Stakes winner.
That was Proud Union going by. Here's India Tiger.
India Tiger's beaten a long way, combined 80 lengths in his last 4, cutting back to a short stretch and a mile run, as the late great Terry Wallace used to say.
Here's the 5, feeling his oats out on track, Magic Ice.
Another one is yet to hit the board for Jinx Fires. We'll see if this horse can wake up a little bit.
Razor Ray stretches out in distance.
Gets a pair of blinkers from Mike Lauer. I'm surprised to see Mike down there. Those horses should be headed over to Indiana Grand soon.
Here's a look at the 7 taking some attention, Nugget of Grace.
Yeah, 0 for 11. This one drops in for 12.5. A couple of races for 10, finished 3rd. Not a lot of speed. Like to see this one a little closer.
Here's the 8, Loving Lucky, first off the claim.
First off the claim for Robertino Diodoro. Another one. This horse comes from out the back. We'll see if David Cohen, first time aboard, can keep this horse a little bit closer as well.
That one currently your favorite as we look at a long shot off a big layoff, Mora.
Yeah, Mora making his first start in over a year. Would need to improve off of the debut. As his Hall of Fame trainer, Nick Zito, would say, right or wrong?
Very true. This one who was pulled up in that debut back in March of 2021. We'll see for the first time since that try. 8-5 on Loving Lucky. This is a horse that tends to close, but I will say, looking at that last race, and yes, it was going 9 furlongs, he broke running, and Francisco Arrieta, who rode him that day, did kind of get him up into the race a little bit more. Do you think that might be something David Cohen would do here?
Almost going to have to, right? There's not a lot of speed in this race. You don't. It's proven not to work for him coming from well out the back. And more often than not, when barns like Diodoro claim horses like this, they seem to have a little bit more speed.
We'll see if we get some improvement from Loving Lucky, who's currently 9-5 on the board. The number 3 Proud Union also taking attention. You do have the Union Rags on the top that would certainly give you the impression that this one should handle the stretch out.
And that's where I landed in here. Tepid selection. I wouldn't stake my reputation on this horse, but I think at the very least, with just the one race and it was a sprint and now stretching out and trying the dirt, I would imagine that tactically this horse could be in front of the other favorite, the number 8 Loving Lucky.
Race 2 at Oakland Park coming up next. Here's Vic Stauffer with the rest of the load and call.
They're at the post. They're off. India Tiger, Magic Ice, Royal DB. These three are quickest. Then comes Razor Ray and Nugget of Grace. Mora is next, followed by Roaming Union or Proud Union, and the early trailer is Loving Lucky. Royal DB, India Tiger, and a 3-wide Magic Ice. These three right across the racetrack, and they'll match strides 2.5 lengths in front of Nugget of Grace and Mora. Then comes Proud Union to move through into 6th at the rail for Castillo, and about 4 from the front, a length in front of Razor Ray, and Loving Lucky is at the back of the pack. 7 lengths first to last. Finish line is the 16th pole, and long shot Royal DB has a short lead over India Tiger. These two are a 1.5 lengths clear of Magic Ice, Nugget of Grace, and a 4-wide Mora. Then comes Proud Union, 6th still, but now only 2.5 from the lead. Loving Lucky has 5 lengths to make up, but is traveling well enough. And now Razor Ray is the trailer, and the new leader is India Tiger. Royal DB is gone. India Tiger, a length in front of Nugget of Grace and Magic Ice, together 2nd and 3rd. Proud Union is about to take 4th and about 2 from the front, with Royal DB backing out, passed by Loving Lucky. Then comes Mora, and the distant trailer is Razor Ray, and the new leader is Nugget of Grace, but Loving Lucky is on the move. And here comes Loving Lucky all the way up into 2nd and after the front. 2 back to Magic Ice in 3rd, top of the stretch. Loving Lucky makes the move towards the front, and Loving Lucky is the new leader at the top of the stretch. It's a 2-length advantage over Nugget of Grace in 2nd, then Proud Union and Magic Ice, but it's Loving Lucky clear to the wire, and he's got a 3-length lead. Proud Union into 2nd, Loving Lucky in front. Loving Lucky won by 2. Proud Union was 2nd, Nugget of Grace 3rd, Magic Ice finished 4th.
Logical horses 1-2, Loving Lucky off the claim. He got some pace to run into today, that's for sure.
Yeah, it was just a strangely run race. They were stacked 5-6 across the track at one point. It looked like Proud Union was pulling the right trip, but then Loving Lucky just picked them up and laid them down late in the game. David Cohen never really got this horse out of a gallop the last 1/8 of a mile.
The number 3 Proud Union showing a little bit of greenness late, closing just in his 2nd start, but obviously able to handle the added distance, as it will be 8-3 in the 2nd at Oakland Park. Back at Aqueduct, the 3rd race in the books, and it went to the number 1 Miss Brazil. A big effort from her off of the layoff, as this is a filly that will definitely see facing tougher competition moving forward. And I liked what you said, Anthony, too. She hadn't raced since July of last year. This is a race that's going to give her a lot as far as fitness.
Yeah, you would think so. You know, she was in front. She was hounded. She went pretty fast fractions. And I think more importantly, 16th pole came. She got tired. But she had enough separation and enough class to hold off her rivals and get the job done on a return. Nice effort all around.
Filly by Palace Malice gets back to the winner's circle for Tony Dutrow. Eric Cancel in the saddle. $3.30 winner, 135 in the 3rd at Aqueduct. We have more live racing still to come for you from both Aqueduct and Oakland Park, but we'll talk a little bit about the Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation. As we always see on this show, these horses give us so much, and it truly is our responsibility to look after them after their racing days are over.
Daredevil, returning to stud on U.S. soil. The only first crop sire to see 2 offspring win the Grade 1 Kentucky Oaks and the Grade 1 Preakness Stakes in the same year. She dares the devil, taking the Kentucky Oaks and the Grade 2 Azeri Stakes, and champion Swiss Skydiver, winning the Preakness and the Grade 1 Beholder Mile Stakes. With more exciting prospects on the track and multiple 6-figure sales in the ring, Daredevil's career is just getting started, only at Lane's End.
Blown Save is coming, and here comes Blown Save in the nick of time.
This big, beautiful boy finished his racing career in 2014. He then was taken into the TRF herd in 2015, probably having recovered from his injuries. And he taught the men at Wallkill for 3 years, where he made a huge difference, more than we can say, until that one day that somebody said, Milo, you're going to Saratoga for the summer. And he was in our very first Saratoga summer farm, where he met this super awesome farrier named Ashley Gaskey.
So I saw him every 6 weeks all summer, and this horse never got adopted. And I kept seeing him, and he just obviously has such a presence because he has this size, but he was also just so happy to be near people. There's just something about the thought of him having to go back and be one horse among many versus one horse, kind of one person.
You are an inspiration for us because you show the story in living color of someone who opened up their heart and brought a great big horse home to be a pet in your backyard. And it is not an easy thing to do.
No, but you know, it's not every day you can bring home your best friend either. So Milo's special feature is his little smooching spot right here. It's perfectly placed for the smooching. There is no way to make this make sense. Like, I'm a very realistic person, and I work very hard for my money. I don't necessarily have expendable income like that, so you just kind of have to do what feels right for your soul, and this horse makes me happy every single day. This is the horse I like to look at. This is my jam.
Such a special feature and such a special organization, the Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation. Such wonderful work for those racehorses who have been retired and cannot go on to a new athletic career, and love seeing those happy endings. Of course, aftercare, very important to me and to my family. And these horses, they really are special and make a huge impact on your life.
Yeah, it's amazing. You know, we've done so much throughout our sport for the humans, and you know, the last 10-15 years we've really come around to help out our equine warriors, and Kim and everybody at the TRF do an amazing job. Those folks over at Racing for Home do a really good job as well.
Thank you. I appreciate that plug from my good friend.
There's not too many people I would mind getting walloped in miniature golf for, and Kim and the folks at TRF are certainly
wonderful.
some of them. That was some.
Mini golf coming back
that
this
was
summer?
a beating. You know, I haven't talked to Andy about this. We're going to have to figure something out.
I hope so.
He's not bringing Kirk Wyckoff with him. I can tell you that right now. There'll be no defending the titles. That's like bringing. I used a knife to a gunfight last year and it didn't work out for me, so I'm not even going to say it anymore.
We turn our attention now to race 4 at Aqueduct. A maiden claiming is our next order of business. 6 furlongs on the main track. There's a look at the field. The number 2 Millstone Creek, currently 7-2 on the board. Pretty wide open race coming up in the 4th. We'll talk more about it after this on America's Day at the Races.
They say breed the best of the best and hope for the best.
Macoma broke well on the outside, and
but you don't expect to get speed like this.
It is Macoma, the one to catch. Macoma has a 5-length lead in this Grade 1 corner. Inside, Macoma continues to battle on down at the rail. It is Macoma who's going to win the Met Mile.
This season at Monmouth Park, opening day is Derby Day. Live racing returns to the Jersey Shore Saturday, May 7th with a special 2 p.m. first post. The action continues every weekend in May with racing starting at 12:15. Win early and often with our Win Early Pick 5s. New for 2022, on-site customers can lock in odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
They're off in the United Nations. Fantastic is sent hard to take the lead. Fantastic has been there every step of the way. Fantastic shakes loose with 1/4 mile to go. He's in front by 2 lengths. But it is Fantastic to take them coast to coast in the United Nations.
155 and in the back, 150,000. Jody, thank you.
Fantastic, standing at 3 chimneys.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
My favorite race is Cigar Mile 2020 True Timber. I know how much my horse loves the sloppy track. I got outside position, you got speed horses, and you the horse that can sit right behind them. Jack Stinson, he texted me that morning, Kendrick, what do you think? I said, don't worry about it, brother, I got you. My horse break good. I want to send him a little bit so I can let him relax a little bit going down the chute. Down the backside, I wasn't worried about the kickback. Even within the 16th of a mile out the gate, a couple dirt hit him, he didn't even mind. He just shake his head and he just kept running through it. At the 3/8 pole, I asked him and he moved up so sweet. I mean, he was right in my hand the whole time. And once I got to the 1/4 pole, I just pulled the trigger. You know, I figured if I pull the trigger, it's gonna be hard to beat me from here to make up the ground on a sealed racetrack. When I got to the 8 pole and I started asking him, I mean, you can feel the horse responding.
True Timber is going to pull off the upset here in the Grade 1 Cigar Mile.
For my mom, my dad, and my wife and my kids, I know how much it meant for them just as much as it meant for me, you know. The fist pump at the wire explains it all. And I'm saying to myself, man, I think this is a Grade 1.
Was this a Grade 1? Oh, this is my first Grade 1. Oh, we get out Grade 1, baby.
Coming from Louisiana to win one of these races, the Cigar Mile, and the African-American jockey, for myself, for my family, for the people that's out there that's seeing this and never thought it could be done. It can be done if you work hard.
Kendrick Garmouche in the 2020 Cigar Mile aboard True Timber, his first Grade 1 victory, taking us through that race. And there he is, getting ready for this 4th race. He'll be aboard Exact Change, the number 7, one of 3 horses currently at 7-2.
Yeah, this tote board is wild right now, Keisha. Absolutely wild. I expected to see an overwhelming favorite in My Delicious. I guess people are just tired of her act. 0 for 11 with 5 seconds, including 3 consecutive runner-up performances.
She's tough to trust after that last race.
Oh, but you know what? London Gold came back to win today.
She did. Yeah, absolutely. That's a very good point. Looked like Miss Delicious last time out had everything her own way on the front end. She was a short price and was run down by London Gold. We did see London Gold win the opener under Jose Gomez, so maybe that bodes well for My Delicious. The question is, as you mentioned, can she lose that always a bridesmaid streak?
Yes. She's going to have 3 second-place finishes in a row. See if that could be snapped on this. I mean, it's really nice here today. Beautiful day here at the Big A. Queens. We leave in 3 days.
Closing week at Aqueduct. We'll wrap things up on Saturday and Sunday with some terrific stakes races to close things out for the spring meet. Here's the post parade for the 4th 1A Grandma T.
Yeah, why run 2 and 1 will do? This one has a little turf pedigree. We'll see if this is just a prep for the grass later on.
Filly by Cairo Prince will break from the outside. Here's the rail runner, the 2 Millstone Creek.
0 for 10 in her career. Blinkers go back on after a failed experiment without them. This is her first start of her 6-year-old season.
Next will be the number 3, a big price on class dropper, Duchess of New York.
Note the rider change to Mike Luzzy. Blinkers come off. This filly's run with blinkers in all 4 of her starts. Pat Quick, he does a good job. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if this filly got a little sneaky in here at a price today.
Nice. She's 13-1 out there on the track, off of a layoff since May. Here's the 4. That's Just Lovely.
And Randy Prasad trains the filly London Gold that won the opener. First time Lasix after getting beat over 50 lengths in her debut.
She is 11-1 on the board. Here's second-time starter, Work It Out. She could be a little interesting.
Yep. Caught a muddy sealed track first time, gets a fast track, and a rider switch to Jose Lascano today. She's the pick. Good price at 5-1. She's getting a little rambunctious in the warm-up.
Very green with the pony there. Hopefully Jose Lascano takes her away from the pony after that. Here's the 6, 22L.
Going to come off a second start off of an August layoff. She ran just a week ago on the grass, which is what she debuted on, and now she goes to the main track rather quickly and drops all the way in for 20.
Here's the 7, Kendrick Carmouche's mount, Exact Change.
Yes, one dirt race. She came, showed a little positional speed and tired late in the game. Haven't seen her since October, and she's back on the main track again.
Miss Delicious is next, looking to break that seconditis.
7-2 right now. The co-favorite with 2 other fillies and mares in here. Like you said, 0 for 11, 5 seconds, 3 consecutive. See what Louis Cardenas, who's looking for his first one since returning from injury, does from that outside draw. We've seen it throughout the day again today in the 2 dirt races. Certainly seems like you want to be inside, and that does not help this filly's cause, because right here, I mean, there are no excuses, and there are no excuses. London Gold runs by her at the 3/6, well, right around the 8th pole. Like she's standing still. And London Gold was a big price that day, and this filly was 3-5. Now, if you needed her at 3-5 that day, and this 7-2 holds up, by all means, have at it.
Yeah, it's a really good point. I thought that she would be a short price in this race.
You check the doubles. I thought she was going to be even money.
But it also brings up the question, too, is she able to move forward in this spot?
She might not have to.
Yeah, she's going to have to take a step forward and see if she can break through. For more on this field, though, let's check in trackside with Richie.
Well, guys, I got to tell you, watching these horses from a physical perspective, and we know it's not a beauty contest. On the racetrack, beauty is as beauty does. The 2 Millstone Creek is just a standout. Eddie Davis could not have this filly, or this mare, excuse me, looking any better. She's sharp. She looks fit. I think the layoff did her good. She held her composure really nicely in the paddock, a filly that can get up on her nerves a bit. I just think she checks all the boxes. I love the way she looks, talking with Eddie Davis, and he was talking to his sister Jackie of the hard-riding Davis clan. He talked about the inside being good. She's got the rail, trying to, take advantage of inside position and hold inside position, so they're aware of how the track's playing on a filly that just, to me, I think she found the right group, and she could not look any better physically. I hats off to Eddie Davis. Millstone Creek looks fantastic on the track and will be my top selection.
All right, Richie, thank you. Millstone Creek, Jackie Davis riding for her brother, Eddie Davis, as it truly is all in the family. You see their brother, Dylan Davis, riding well around New York, too. And amazing how that really is in the genetics.
Yeah, it's amazing. And Robbie was a good rider.
Yeah.
Robbie was a good
He
rider.
rode Memories of Silver early on. I was looking through her past performances. Yeah.
He did. Robbie was a fantastic rider.
There's a look at the number 8, Miss My Delicious, who's currently highlighted as the tepid favorite at 3-1, as she had everything her own way last time out. She's a little bit tough to trust, but you are getting a bit more of a price on her today. Talking about a couple other potential alternatives, and especially with the way that the track is playing, the speed of the 5, Work It Out, is what made me think that she was a little bit interesting. Is she was in between horses. She couldn't really clear, but she was forward in that debut on a wet track, and you'd have to imagine you could see some improvement from her today.
She's the pick. And that's for everything you just laid out. That is the reason I picked her. There's a little upside at least. She's going to get a fast track for the first time. She gets Jose Lezcano, and she had, she was as forward. Now the 3 Duchess of New York is fast. She's shown
but
some
the blinker's
speed.
coming off today.
Blinker's coming off. Lead you to believe, right? Yeah, I agree that maybe that's not the plan. My Delicious, you see 1s on her card, but that doesn't necessarily mean she's fast. You see 1s in slow races. I would just imagine that Jose's going to be yours. And you know what? She's taking the money.
The 5.
Into My Delicious. Yes, Work It Out's the one taking the money. She's 3-1 in here.
Looks like she's settled a little bit now, too.
Yeah, she settled down. I went there, but like I said, this is not one of those races where I would be, I'm not dying on this hill.
Both Richie and Anthony going against My Delicious, who's 5-2 now. She's 0 for 11, trying to make start number 12 a winning one. Richie going with Millstone Creek off of the layoff, and Anthony with the 5, Work It Out, who did show speed in her debut. Jose Lezcano picking up the mount. She took money in her first race, too, by the way, just circling back to Work It Out. How much stock do you kind of put into horses that take money at first ask?
If we're being honest, the field and her effort were dreadful.
Right.
You have to there has to be a little, you have to take a little stock in the fact that she did take a little bit of money. And this was an interesting, she just drifted back up to 4-1. Us conspiracy theorists out there. That means there was probably a punch that came in on her. And now she's drifting back up because the board kind of held sway after she took that punch. So, I don't know. 7's taking some money now. Co-favorite at 5-2. Exact change. We'll see what Kendrick does with her off the layoff. This was an interesting race. It starts to pick 6. There's over $37,000 in the
tough sequence.
Pool. Tough sequence. Mandatory payout on Sunday. We'll have a ticket up at NairaBets.com for the mandatory payout. Looking forward. This is a fun Sunday card. Pizza Bianca comes back.
Looking forward to
I
that.
can go for a white slice right now.
Hopefully, we're celebrating with some pizza on Sunday. Mandatory payout, as Anthony mentioned, to wrap up the meet on Sunday in that pick 6. But today's sequence kicks off here on the main track in this 4th race with the Maiden claiming. Into the gate they go. Will today be the day for My Delicious? We will soon find out. She's 5-2, as is the 7 Exact Change. Voice of New York Racing, John Imperial, standing by for the call of the 4th at the Big A.
Waiting for Work It Out and Grandma T. They're all in. And they're off. Oh, unseating the rider there right after the start was number 6, 22L. 22L unseated the rider. Loose horse at the back of the pack. Jalon Samuel is up and walking around. Here is Duchess of New York to grab the early lead. Work It Out is on the outside. Millstone Creek down at the rail. They're together, second and third. Now the Loose Horse is coming on through there. On the outside is My Delicious, who is racing in fourth, followed by That's Just Lovely, then Exact Change, and Grandma T. The leader here is Duchess of New York with Work It Out. In between horses, My Delicious is 3 wide. Exact Change is 4 wide. The field is coming for the top of the stretch. It is My Delicious and Exact Change. Duchess of New York back in third. Then Millstone Creek and Work It Out. They're at the 3/16 pole. It is Duchess of New York trying to come back again down on the inside. My Delicious is there. Exact Change out in the middle of the pack. And on the outside, towards the inside, is Millstone Creek. They're coming on for the finish now, and it's going to be a tight finish. Duchess of New York down at the rail. My Delicious is there, and it is a photo between those two. Duchess of New York or My Delicious.
Photo finish, Duchess of New York, 30-1 on Duchess of New York, or it was your favorite My Delicious. Of course, we did have that loose horse 22L, as you heard from John and Brielle. Good news that Jalon Samuel is up and walking, and I just saw from our perch here on the third floor that 22L has been apprehended by one of the outriders.
Poor My Delicious. Poor My Delicious. Thankfully, all involved in the unseating of the rider at the start are okay. Duchess of New York. If there is a winner who was aided by this rail, any more than this, I would like to have it presented to me. There's Jalon.
There's Jalon. Good to see that up and walking. And as mentioned, his mount 22L apprehended by the outriders. Essential to a safe and functioning racetrack, and right there waiting to catch her after the race.
Yeah. Best outriders in the country here.
Duchess of New York, meanwhile, in the pink cap up on the rail. My Delicious, the number 8 in red, down to the wire. But it was the big price. Mike Luzzi picking up the mount. Duchess of New York, as you mentioned, this class dropper, intriguing, and a winner at 29-1.
Yeah. And My Delicious found way number 11 to get beat.
Once again, we'll have to settle for second. Back at Oakland Park, we have race 3 coming up next. 6 furlongs on the main track for fillies and mares. 4-year-olds and upward, a claiming race here. We'll be sprinting. There's a look at the field, just a scratch of the 2. Here's on the number 1, Catania, cutting back.
Yeah, cuts back off a couple of 2-turn races. Looks like her 2-turn races are better than her sprints, Acacia. That's a little bit of a short price for me.
We'll see how she does handle that. She won going a mile 2 starts back. Scratch the 2. Here's the 3. Take Charge, Erica.
Got the job done in 2 of her last 4 starts here at Oakland Park, where she's won 5 career races for a barn that's hitting at 25%.
It's been a very good meet for that barn. Here's the 4, Cupidol.
Yeah, this is just her second start since November. Got the job done back for Robertino Diodoro at Churchill Downs.
Looking at the number 5, Shioshi.
Claimed off of Rob Actress last time, bumps just up in class. She's 2 for 3 locally. Should figure to be on or close to the lead in here.
And next will be your 4-5 favorite for Robertino Diodoro, Kasserine Pass.
Yeah, I'm surprised that there's such a short favorite in here. I thought this was a pretty wide open bunch, but if somebody was going to be the favorite, I guess it should be her. She got the job done against open 25 claimers back in November at Churchill Downs. 3 wins over Oakland Park.
Untouched Elegance is first off the claim.
Maybe she puts a little pressure on Kasserine Pass from her outside draw with the 5-pound apprentice rider. First time off the claim for Greg Compton. We'll see. She's a big price at 8-1.
4-5 on Kasserine Pass is Robertino Diodoro and David Cohen. Look for another win on the card today. This mare was beaten by a neck last time out in starter allowance. She does take a drop in class versus the previous claiming company that she's been facing.
Yeah. Again, I was going to say you can see her in between horses, but you can barely see her.
It was a blustery day that day at Oakland Park.
That's the way to put it. Very good. Yeah, she ran really well that day, and she ran well 3 back. The race 2 back when she went to the lead, I don't know how comfortable she was on the front end. I know she's won on the lead before, but it was a year ago, and I would imagine that David Cohen. You see, it's weird because I guess the filly, the mare, I should say, that would have the most intent on the lead would be outside Untouched Elegance. You could take Charge. Erica has plenty of speed as well. I wonder what kind of trip he works out, David Cohen does with Kasserine Pass. If he gets sandwiched in between the 2 speeds, if he lets Untouched Elegance kind of cross and clear and get into that stalking position. But for him to let Untouched Elegance cross and clear, he's going to have to concede a length and a half or so just to gather this for his charge back to let that happen. That's not always the most prudent thing to do.
We'll see how that pace does shake out as we see Shioshi and Untouched Elegance rematching off of that March 24th race at Oakland, where Untouched Elegance was the one who did in fact set the pace. Shioshi was off ever so slightly slow from that inside post, but it didn't matter. Giovanni Franco was always full of plenty of horse in his hands.
He really gets along well with this mare as well. He'll be aboard. He's been aboard for 2 of her last 3 victories. 2 of her last 3 starts overall in her local races. Could she be the one that benefits from a little bit of a pace in here? She could very well be.
Yeah,
she could very well be
for her last time.
And she's a better price than Kasserine Pass, 5-1 opposed to 4-5.
She's been in some high percentage barns. She's first off the claim from Rob Atras, but we'll see if she is able to keep that good form going, as she truly is in very good form of what we've seen from her recently at Oakland Park. To the inside, the number 1 Catania still taking some attention. She's drifted a little bit now. I thought what you brought up and your point is well taken. Back in 2020, she was running while sprinting, but as of late, and yes, against tougher, she seems to be better going longer.
Yeah, seems to be better going longer. Her 2 races going long are much faster than anything she's ever done sprinting. And even though she was okay sprinting before that year-plus layoff, she's just better going longer.
4-5 on the number 6 Kasserine Pass as Robertino Diodoro and David Cohen look for another one. They go into the gate for the 3rd at Oakland Park. Here's Fixed Offer.
Two more now, Cupid Doll and Untouched Elegance. They're at the post. They're off. Untouched Elegance and Take Charge Erica break best. Shioshi and Kasserine Pass are next. Then comes Catania, and the trailer is Cupid Doll. Take Charge Erica neck in front of Untouched Elegance up the backstretch. Take Charge Erica is the leader. Untouched Elegance is second now just by a length to Shioshi and Kasserine Pass together 3rd and 4th. Then it's 2 lengths to Catania, 5th and about 4 from the front, and she's 2 in front of Cupid Doll as they leave the backstretch with Take Charge Erica and Untouched Elegance continuing to trade punches. Untouched Elegance now puts her head in front. Take Charge Erica is second, and now a half length behind. Kasserine Pass is on the move 3 deep. Here's Kasserine Pass within a length of the front. From the back of the pack, Cupid Doll is gathering momentum, as is Catania, top of the stretch. Untouched Elegance, the one to beat. She's a length in front of Cupid Doll, who has run up into second outside of Kasserine Pass in 3rd. And here's Cupid Doll with a sweeping move to take over the lead. It's Cupid Doll a half length in front of Untouched Elegance, Kasserine Pass, and to the outside, and Catania. Cupid Doll drifts out, and Catania has now taken the lead. It is Catania in front. Catania won by 2. Cupid Doll was second. Kasserine Pass 3rd. Maybe Untouched Elegance for 4th.
There was a lot going on in the stretch run of that race, but it was the number 1 Catania on the cutback and distance to make the last run and get the win.
Favorite never really fires in here, and it allows the closer, the cutback, Catania, to take advantage of the pace collapse here in the duel to come running late down the center of the course. You see Kasserine Pass between fillies and mares here, just able to get up for the show though, but never really threatened in here after a perfect trip.
It looks like we were going to have a big upset with Cupidol, who we did not see really participate last time out. A much improved effort today. That horse, the number 4, drifting out a little bit in the stretch, but again, the last run into that pace was the number 1, Catania, closing under Isaac Castillo. Another win for that rider today at Oakland Park. Back in New York, we have the 4th race at Aqueduct in the books, and it was a big upset. The number 3, Duchess of New York, inside speed once again holds true.
Yeah, right to the front under Mike Luzzy. And you see them stacked across the track here. My Delicious just doing what she does best. That's running second. Exact Change, who wound up going off a 2-to-1 favorite occasion. Exact Change took the late money. See her drifting all the way out into the center of the track. That doesn't bode well for her. Millstone Creek, a little traffic trouble behind horses in 4th. And Duchess of New York, boy, My Delicious just had dead aim. And if you thought it was a no-excuse loss last time to London Gold, I don't even know what to say about this effort.
There's a look at the photo finish inside, a $61.50 winner. 29-1 under Mike Luzzy. Duchess of New York with the win, 387 in the 4th at Aqueduct. When we come back, we'll continue previewing some of the stakes action that we have coming up this weekend, and that does include the New York bred Barese, who did try the Wood Memorial last time out, and will be back amongst his friends this weekend.
Idol perfectly timed. Idol gets up under Joel Rosario to win the big gap.
It's known agenda for St. Elias Stable. Race and the race, scintillating performance in the TBG Del Mar debutant.
And Clariere will win the cotillion.
Down to the wire. Who's going to win it? It's Mala by a neck.
Curling, the classic sire.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Run Happy, the champion sprinter who raced medication-free and stands now in legendary Stall 1 at Claiborne Farm. As we mentioned several times, coming up this weekend, we have plenty of stakes opportunities to look forward to as we wrap up the spring meet at the Big A. We'll take a look at the stakes schedule for Saturday and Sunday. Some terrific action, and that does include in the New York Stallion Series, the boys on Saturday, the girls on Sunday. We have the Times Square for $200,000 on Saturday. A great opportunity for these horses in New York to run for a big purse.
Shouldn't it be ladies first?
I would agree with that.
I always thought it should be ladies first. Yeah, a lot of fun. Always liked those Stallion Series races. Of course, those are restricted to sires in the Great Empire State. This will be a fun matchup. 2-5 and 7-2. I don't know about that, Little A. I think Unique Unions may have something in store for Barisi on Sunday.
Well, Unique Unions has that inside speed, as we've been saying, has been so dangerous. They will rematch after the Regal Park, where we saw Barisi with the win. Unique Unions finished 4th that day. We haven't seen Unique Unions since that January try, whereas Barisi is coming in off of a 2-week turnaround after trying the Grade 2 Wood Memorial.
Yeah, 2 weeks. He ran really well in that Wood Memorial as well, so it's not like he's coming in off a non-effort. He gets the better Unique Unions here, but if this track holds the way it's been, I would imagine Unique Unions will have an advantage come tomorrow.
Unique Unions by Stallion Union Jackson. Is trained by Rick Schosberg, has that early speed, and Manny Franco, who's aggressive from the inside post. Dylan Davis will be aboard Barisi once again. Connection saying, you have a good 3-year-old. You have a horse that you think can get the distance. And he stacked up against those very talented horses in the Grade 2 Wood Memorial last time out, finishing 5th. Now, these types of races, like I said, for New York breds and sired by those New York Stallions, it's a $200,000 race that he'd had the opportunity to run it.
Yeah, amazing purse money. Fantastic program. The State Bred program is second to none.
We have the fillies, as mentioned, on Sunday in that division of the New York Stallion Series, but also on Saturday, we'll have the boys, the 3-year-olds on turf in the Woodhaven, a 1/16 on the inner turf. Here's a look at the field, and a fun one, as Unanimous Consent will look to remain undefeated. He debuted at Monmouth in September as a 2-year-old, but this win at Tampa back in February was impressive, given the fact that he stumbled or took a little bit of an awkward step on the backstretch and had to regain that momentum.
You're going to see it right here. He's going to try to go between horses a little bit, and I don't know if he got hit with a clod of turf or a divot right there. He took that little bit of a stutter step almost, and he dropped back, and it looked like he wasn't going to get a big piece of this, but he's persevered with, and he's gotten to the outside part of the course, and he comes with a run similar to the one he came with at Monmouth Park when he won his debut. He hasn't faced big fields, but he's passed almost all of the horses he's run against so far in his career. Impressive. You know, the Connections have multiple horses for this division, so you want to keep them separate. I think we're getting the good one. I think we're getting probably the best one. I really like what I've seen out of this horse so far. I'm a big fan of Unanimous Consent, and we'll see if he can handle his rivals tomorrow in that Woodhaven here at the Big A.
There's a look at the field in the Woodhaven, a colt by Al Mansour, a son of Houghton Bassett, as it should be fun to see how these 3-year-olds on turf do stack up. Of course, we'll have the girls in the 3-year-old turf division in the Memories of Silver on Sunday with the return of Pizza Bianca. Back here today, though, we continue on with our live racing in the 5th race at the Big A. Looking forward to this one, as it's a head scratcher. It's 6 furlongs on the turf, a maiden claiming for the New York breds. As you had mentioned, Anthony, there is not much turf form to go on. The number 3 Temperamental had a bit of a trip last time, going 2 turns on the grass down at Gulfstream. We'll talk more about her and the rest of this field after this break, as we kick off the Late Pick 5 for the Big A on America's Day at the Races.
Spun to Run. In the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, he defeated a loaded field that included multiple Grade 1 winners Omaha Beach and Improbable. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more. And he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, Breeders' Cup champion, Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Run Happy was the #1 second crop sire by graded stakes winners and earnings. A leading dirt sire, and now with an exciting Kentucky Derby hopeful.
Kicked it into high gear, and Smile Happy with a powerful performance wins by 2.5.
Run Happy continues his rise and is priced for success. Clips champion Run Happy standing in stall 1 at Claiborne Farm.
How does horse racing support New York's economy? It's responsible for 19,000 jobs and more than $3 billion in annual statewide economic impact. These good-paying jobs support working families across the state and sustain thousands of small businesses both on and off the track. Horse racing in New York means jobs and opportunities now and in the future. We are New York horse racing.
America's Day at the Races continues, brought to you as always by Naira Bets, where you can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Go to nairabets.com to get started or download the app today. The sun is still shining. It's still a beautiful day, and you get ready to kick off today's late pick 5 with a very tricky 5th race. Public almost, I think, defaulting to this filly, Anthony Temperamental, as she's the only one in this field to have ever run on the turf before.
It's amazing, right? It's really amazing. 10 horses and one turf race from 43 starts from the combined field.
Here is the number 1, Raymond Road for Mike Maker.
Yeah, Mike Maker second off the claim. First start off of a February layoff. Dan was 0 for 1 on the turf. 2 siblings to have tried it have 0 combined wins.
Yeah, not much turf pedigree, top or bottom there. We'll see how she handles it. Next will be the number 2, Boca Kitten. Trying turf.
Yeah, 3 of the 6 siblings have won on the turf. This was a juicy price. Unraced Dam. Dave Donks won plenty of races on the turf. We'll see if this horse at 11-1 can rattle some cages in here.
The favorite is the 3, Temperamental. She went 2 turns with a wide trip at Gulfstream last time out.
Yeah, you almost feel like you want to be the contrarian and not even not bother with you have 1 race on the turf. I'm going to try the other 9 that have no race on the turf. If she runs back to that race and the rest of them don't fire, I guess she can get a big piece of this.
Next will be the number 4, Over the Sand. Jose Gomez looks for another win today.
Yeah, he's looking for another victory. This horse showed a little bit more speed when Jose climbed the board last time. We'll see if the turf, one of the 5 siblings to try it, have won.
Dead heated for 3rd with Boca Kitten on the dirt last time out. Here's the 5, Dorothy's the Boss, filly by Leoban.
Last 2 starts in for the tag came with blinkers. They come off. Not much turf pedigree to go on here. She's a short price at 5-1.
The number 6 will be next, Lost Anchor for Bob Caceres.
Dam was 2 for 17. It all came on the dirt. Her last 2 with Lasik. She finished 3rd last time, but she's going to need a real form reversal on the surface switch.
A little bit rambunctious with the pony out there. Next will be the number 7, Half Birthday, first off the claim.
Second choice. She makes a lot of sense. First off the claim for our pal Tom Morley. Dam had some pedigree. 2 siblings have won on the turf. This one's by Freud.
Yeah.
A lot of things to like about this one on the grass.
You would think on pedigree, she's the one that stands out to improve moving to the grass. Here's the 8, Play Maggie for me.
Yep. Half the 2-cent Tootsie, who's a 3-time winner on the turf for these very same connections. A pair of bug riders to one of our leading riders in Trevor McCarthy. This one intrigued me a little bit.
Next will be the number 9, first-time starter, Our Lady of Victory.
Yeah, another one. Dan was 5 for 19, trained by Bruce Brown, who bred this one as well. 1 of 3 siblings have won. You're going to get a rider change here to Jackie Davis, who's giving her a nice warm-up.
Yeah, big warm-up out there. The Dan was pretty good on the turf as well.
Yeah.
Here's the 10, Unbridled's Reign.
Yeah, Mike Luzzy looking to go back-to-back. Always good to see the Luz in the winner's circle. This horse is 13-1 off of 4 ho-hum dirt races. 3 siblings have won on the turf. Not a lot of pedigree. I mean, Serene Diddy was over 3 on the grass. You don't see a lot of turf influence yet from Mohamed. But this horse is taking a little money, Acacia, at 13-1.
Well, it is an intriguing race. There's a look at the field as we welcome in Jonathan Kinchin here with us today. JK, the late pick 5 kicks off here, and it's not an easy way to start the sequence. What did you make of this maiden turf race?
Yeah, the big A and the little A, my 2 favorite A's. Well, my 2nd and 3rd favorite. My son's name's Austin, so he's my first favorite.
I'll allow
it. Thank you, I appreciate that. And like the big A mentioned, it's really tough. It's horses that don't have a lot of turf form, but now we're running on the grass. When you get out of the winter, this is one of the things that kind of happens. And one of the things that I kind of noticed when looking at this race is the 2, Boca Kitten, is a horse that it feels like could be live in here. This horse took money on debut, and that's for a trainer in Dave Donk, who I love as a trainer, but you're not cutting a line to bet Dave Donk's horse's first time out. It's not something that he focuses a lot of his energy on. And so when a horse catches money for any trainer, first time out, that doesn't win a lot first time out, they always catch my attention as a horse that might have some talent. Now, that race took place on the dirt. They came back and ran on the dirt again, but that's because the grass was not being offered at that time. Now an opportunity to get on the grass for a horse that has taken some money, for a trainer that doesn't take money in the scenarios the horse did. I like the inside trip here. Hopefully you can save some ground and produce that run. Little experience as well with the 3rd career start. And a nice little price on the board, 13 to 1. I'm going to go with the 2, Boca Kitten.
Getting a nice price indeed. JK, thank you. The favorite continues to be Temperamental, who, again, that 7.5 race on turf down at Gulfstream, not the strongest of field. There was a horse right in front of her who stumbled as she was closing wide, and she actually flattened out a little bit, but she did make a bit of a run in that race. And this one, again, had to be really wide throughout that 2-turn race. I thought she was a little bit high-headed, a little bit keen early. I wonder if they cut her back on the turf. We'll see some speed.
Yeah, maybe we will. We'll see what happens with Temperamental. I decided to remember that early pick 5 I played? Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're not alive in that early pick 5, unfortunately, that are all over 5 figures. To 1 shot? No, I didn't have the 30 to 1 shot. I didn't have the 20 to 1 shot that kicked it off. I don't even know if I had the 1. I did have 1 or 2. I used the 2, 7, 8, and 9, and then I made a small exacta box using those 4 horses. Maybe I'm a fool for pitching Temperamental, but I'm going to take a shot with some of the interesting pedigree horses in here. For everything Jonathan said about Boca, and I am happy to sit a 3-hole as far as the A's go to Austin and yourself, Acacia, because I'm losing that battle to Austin. I'm definitely losing that battle to you as well. Half Birthday makes some sense. Play Maggie for me, and then Our Lady of Victory. So I'm going to box the 2, 7, 8, and 9 here and hope for some bingo numbers.
As horses wrap up their warm-ups, let's check in with Richard Magliori, trackside.
Yeah, I kind of like the way the 1 Raymond Road warmed up, and from a physical perspective, I do think the surface switch is going to benefit this horse. You know, longer, slacker pasterns, wider, flatter foot. Those are, you know, earmarks of a turf horse, and certainly trainer Michael Maker does very good work with horses switching from dirt to turf. I thought Raymond Road looked really good on the racetrack. The 3 Temperamental, big favorite. I'm not sure about the turn back to 6. I do think this horse had a tough trip last time. It doesn't pick it up in the comment line. I was talking with our colleague Andy Serling, who, you know, reminded me, we had watched this race together. The winner that day, Chick Boom, came out in the stretch, bothered horses, and this horse was affected by that too. I think this horse's forward progress was certainly hampered, and the trouble line doesn't pick it up. One of the reasons why it's so important to watch replays. I do think this horse got stymied a little bit last time, even though she was outside. The 7 Half Birthday being by Freud out of a Strategic Mission mare, you know, it screams turf to me. I thought I saw more of a kind of a turf confirmation, if you will. And then the 8 horse, Play Maggie, for me, will be my top selection. I like the surface switch. I'm seeing a horse that, from a physical perspective, should really appreciate getting onto the turf. Tommy Albatrani is a trainer that races his horses into fitness. She's had 3 runs on the dirt, showed more speed in each successive start, and now gets to what I think is her preferred surface, and at a big price. I'm going to take a swing with the 8, Play Maggie, for me.
Richie, thank you. Filly by Giant Surprise, the son of Giant's Causeway. There was a sibling that won 3 times on the grass as well, and she did show some speed last time out.
Yeah. There's it's hard to really endorse anybody, and it's hard to tell you to not play any opinion you have in here. It's really difficult. I mean, 1 turf race, I did the math, 43, did I say?
I think so.
1 turf start from 43 combined efforts from these 10 fillies. How can you really, fillies and mares, how can you really knock anybody?
And I agree with Richie.
Here?
I don't really From my notes on the 2 races that I saw from her down in Florida, I think she wants a little bit longer than this, too.
They ran her long,
Mm-hmm.
right? Her 6 furlong race was not very good. Her second 7 furlong race, the third start of her career, not very good. Then they stretched her out on the Tapeta, and they ran her long on the turf. I don't know, 7-5.
She's Jose Ortiz in the saddle, and she's the only one with turf experience. We'll see how that bodes for her, or if it'll be somebody else who tries the grass for the first time in this 5th race at the Big A. They load into the gate. New York breds in the spotlight. Here's John and Brielle with the call.
Waiting for Dorothy's the Boss and Unbridled's Reign. They're all in. And they're off. Off slowly the 9, Our Lady of Victory, and there was a bit of a bobble at the start for number 5, Dorothy's the Boss. There goes Lost Anchor to grab the early lead. Half Birthday's on the outside in second. Raymond Road is down at the rail in third. Alongside is Over the Sand. Then comes Play Maggie for Me, who's racing in 5th. Boca Kitten is next in 6th. It's 2.5 lengths back to Temperamental in 7th. Dorothy's the Boss is moving up on the outside from 8th. Then comes Unbridled's Reign. And being pulled up and out of the race, Our Lady of Victory. The quarter 1 in 23 and 2. Lost Anchor by a head. Half Birthday on the outside, second by 2.5 lengths. Raymond Road runs in third. Boca Kitten is next in 4th. Temperamental is down towards the rail. The half 47 and 1. Here's Half Birthday now to take over the lead from Lost Anchor. Raymond Road moving up on the outside. Temperamental's looking for a way through. Boca Kitten is next as they come down for the 16th pole. It is Half Birthday in front. Temperamental now moves to second, but will not catch Half Birthday. 1 by 2. Temperamental was second. Boca Kitten finished third.
Half Birthday, a sharp claim by Tom Morley, as this filly had the pedigree to run on the turf, and she certainly took to it today.
Yeah, nice positional speed. Good job by Javier Castellano getting her in the game early. Takes over from big long shot Lost Anchor and is able to hold off Temperamental, who did not get the cleanest of trips again.
Yeah, no, she did not. She will have to settle for second. Temperamental under Jose Ortiz, but in the red cap was the number 7, Half Birthday. Javier Castellano in the saddle. It looked like we were going to see some runs from Raymond Road and Boca Kitten, the 1 and 2. They flattened out a little bit. We did see a bit of a late run after a very poor beginning from the 5, Dorothy's the Boss. She actually ran sneaky okay in her first turf start.
She did. She was a little wide. And we'll see if she can move forward off of that effort, getting beat, what, 5 lengths for the whole thing?
7-3-2-5 in the 5th at Aqueduct. Back over to Oakland Park. We get ready for race 4. Coming up next, we'll be going a mile on the main track in this maiden special weight for 3-year-olds and upward. Currently at the number 4. Best Bet is the favorite. We start things off with the Steve Asmussen runner, though, Tiwanaku.
Let's see if Isaac Castillo can get his 3rd winner of the day. The source is 3rd off a year-plus layoff, back to the main track and down to Oakland from the fairgrounds.
Big Time Integrity is next.
A pair of blinkers go on for the 3rd start for this son of Flincher. We see more of them debut on the dirt than we do on the turf. Acacia, John Court's going to ride.
Hey, they've picked things up, that's for sure. Here's the speed with Brad Cox's Best Bet.
Yeah, the 4-year-old son of Uncle Mo showed speed in his last 2, tired to be 2nd and 3rd respectively, and 2 starts around 2 turns.
Here's the 4, Hellman.
Hellman shipped in from the fairgrounds to finish 4th last time. He gets another go of it at Oakland Park. We'll see if he can improve 3rd start off the break.
First-time starter for Ron Moquette. Here's Stand Proud.
And this one's the interesting one. Son of Flashbacks, a half to Maximum Security, debuting as a 4-year-old.
We'll see. And he's also debuting going a mile. We'll see how that does bode for him. Here's a 7, Chrome Run.
Yeah, longest price on the board, and should be 0 for 10. Better efforts against claimers.
Great Heart to the outside wraps up the post parade.
Yeah, this horse is your 2nd choice right now at 2 to 1. 2 races going long down at Oakland. Last time out, he had dead aim, but just missed. I don't know if the cutback's going to help him. He might want a little bit more ground.
Well, that's the field for the 4th at Oakland Park, as that means it's time for Anthony and I to say farewell. I'll be back reporting later, but it was fun getting a chance to have an A-Train reunion on the desk with you today.
We're going to have quite a few of these as well, apparently, moving forward throughout the spring and summer.
Looking forward to it
too.
for sure. For now, though, we're going to send it over to our set out at Oakland Park. We welcome in Lafitte Pinkai and Gary Stevens with us for today and tomorrow. Gentlemen, glad to see you, and exciting racing coming up at Oakland Park.
Where y'all going? We just got here.
The party's just starting.
They're out.
They're out.
We jump on the set, and Acacia and the Big A stepping aside. Yeah, a lot of excitement here at Oakland on the eve of the Apple Blossom, Gary. And this is one of those stories that really does sell itself. Like, you don't have to be a horse racing fan to get excited about this one when you're talking about two champions competing here on the same track tomorrow afternoon.
No, and there's been so many champions come out of this race here at Oakland Park. The Apple Blossom, obviously Latruska winning this race last year.
Yeah, reigning champions, Grade 1 race, $1 million purse, and it is the America's Best Racing's race of the week. And it's early, don't miss it. Race number 5, post time around 3:20 Eastern, field for tomorrow's Apple Blossom. Yeah, not about quantity, all about quality. 4 Grade 1 winners, mile and a 16th, post 2 for Latruska, 7-5 morning line favorite, out to defend her title, Gary. Hard-earned Apple Blossom title, where Latruska had to face pair of champions last year, Swiss Skydiver and Monomoy Girl.
Yeah, and it's not like she was facing ham sandwiches. She was facing a couple of Oaks winners, and she gutted it out. And she showed her heart, comes and wins by a nose, and it was a brilliant performance. If she can repeat this performance, we're going to see a heck of a race with Cece, and maybe Clairiere is going to be involved late.
Yeah, that to me was the race of 2021. Like, nobody out Monomoy Girls, like Monomoy Girl, and Latruska did. Like, a torch literally passed on that afternoon from the reigning older female champion to the next. Latruska would go on a tear, winning 6 of 7, 4 Grade 1 wins, and in eventual championship. That is Latruska, who knows how to win in Apple Blossom. So does Cece, as they're going head-to-head tomorrow afternoon, and we welcome in the 3rd member of our on-site broadcast team, Maggie Wolfendale. What a matchup, champion v. champion. 2 former Apple Blossom winners, Latruska and Cece.
Yeah, Lafitte, who's going to reign supreme, as Cece did win the prep going into this Apple Blossom, the Grade 2 Azeri, and watching her in that race, which now she's had 2 races under her belt, where many of these fillies and mares coming in off of just one prep race to this Grade 1 Apple Blossom, where Cece, she kind of got to idling a little bit mid-stretch, and both trainer Mike McCarthy and jockey Victor Espinoza saying that it seemed as though she was just waiting on her competition as she re-engaged when she felt Pauline's Pearl come up on her outside, in which Pauline's Pearl, she may have been compromised too in that Azeri. We're not going to see her play in the Apple Blossom tomorrow, but it's all about Cece versus Latruska, and how much pressure will Cece be able to apply to the free-running Latruska? Will it soften her up? Is Cece a better mare around 2 turns? A lot of questions, I think, will be answered tomorrow to see these 2 champions battling it out on the racetrack. Or who knows, Lafitte, maybe one of the 4-year-old fillies could step up and take down the champs.
And for a 2nd year in a row, Maggie, champions head-to-head in the Apple Blossom. It feels like a heavyweight fight, so let's treat it like one. You're looking at the tail of the tape. Latruska has the edge in experience and wins, a slight edge in Grade 1 wins and earnings, both multi-millionaires. We'll have much more on this Latruska-Cece prize fight later in the show, Gary. If you're Jose Ortiz on Latruska, Victor Espinoza on Cece, like, what are your primary goals early on? What's the key to victory?
A clean break, getting into that first turn in good order. Latruska's got to get away from there good, which she normally does. And they've got to hope, Victor's got to hope that the long shot filly in here, Miss Imperial, puts enough pressure on her, keeps the pace honest enough. If she gets away with a 24 like she did in the Royal Delta in her first race of 2021, Latruska, or 2022, Latruska I'm talking about, race is going to be tough on Cece. So the fractions have got to be legitimate. Otherwise, Victor's going to have to start his drive earlier, and we'll see what happens. But she's going to have to work. I think it's positive that a horse that's idling, like we mentioned, when they make the lead, she's not going to be able to idle and won't have to idle tomorrow.
Can't wait for that one. Grade 1 Apple Blossom, but we don't have a lot of time to mess around. They are at the gate loading for race number 4. Vic Stauffer standing by. It's post time.
They're off. Stand Proud missed the break. Greatheart won the break, but Eichelberry does not want the lead. He takes him in hand and concedes the lead to Best Bet. So Best Bet is the early leader from Greatheart in second. Tiwa Kanu is third. Then comes Hellman, who is just crashed into by Big Time Integrity. Chrome Run is 3 deep, and the slow start has Stand Proud at the back of the pack. So it's Best Bet uncontested to the backstretch. He's got a 1.5 length lead on Greatheart in second. Tiwa Kanu is third and 2.5 from the front. Hellman, Chrome Run, and a 4 wide Stand Proud, all within 3.5 of the lead. And now the trailer is Big Time Integrity, and the leader is still Best Bet. Midway on the backstretch, finish line is the 16th pole, and Best Bet is the leader. He's well off the rail, and a 2-length lead on Greatheart and Tiwa Kanu in third. Then it's 2.5 back to make it 4 back to Hellman, another 3 to Stand Proud and Big Time Integrity, and the trailer is Chrome Run, and the leader is still Best Bet, but now Greatheart makes his move on the outside. Best Bet 3/4 of a length. Greatheart is second by a 1.25 to Tiwa Kanu, who's still part of the battle for Castillo in third. 5 back to Hellman. The others are out of it. Top of the stretch, Best Bet and Greatheart are getting away now. Best Bet is a neck in front, but Greatheart is after him in second. Tiwa Kanu has 3 lengths now to make up at the rail, and Best Bet and Greatheart are shoulder to shoulder. Best Bet outside, inside, Greatheart outside, Tiwa Kanu at the rail, and Greatheart is forging to the front. Best Bet, Tiwa Kanu, Greatheart, and Rye Eichelberry to win. Greatheart, yes. Greatheart won by 2. Tiwa Kanu was a second. Best Bet third. Hellman finished fourth.
Greatheart in those short leaf colors, John Ed Anthony and Rye Eichelberry really had to work for and earn that one, Gary.
Yeah, and I got to say that he made a difference. He elected to take back at the start of the race. It was a good decision. You were asking me, is this horse flat?
How about the
His
leader's
A-Heap was working hard. Rye earned his money here. He made a difference. Knew that this horse was lazy early on. Remember, they're running to the first finish line here, so you've got to move early. He did move early. Wore the second place finisher down. I believe he held on for second. Best Bet. But yeah, Rye Eichelberry made a difference here.
Sometimes, and he jumped a shadow or something there. Best Bet.
That's where the starting gate starts. And it wasn't raked up, so he was jumping his own tracks.
How common is that?
Very common.
Yeah, you saw number 4, Best Bet, jump something out there, as Gary just describing, where the starting gate normally is. Top of the stretch looked like he was loaded. Best Bet came up empty. That one, though, did not. Greatheart, Rye Eichelberry for John Ortiz, graduates in his 4th career start. Have those results as America's Day at the Races continues. Greatheart in the 4th at Oakland.
A Grade 1 winner of nearly $2 million, Silver State hails from the sire line of legendary Claiborne stallion Danzig. And his second dam is full sister to Kentucky Derby winner Monarchos. After winning the Oakland Handicap, Silver State defeated Knicks Go in the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap. On the board in 12 of 14 starts from ages 2 to 4, his career included a 6-race winning streak. Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
We continue on with live coverage from Aqueduct in Oakland Park here on America's Day at the Races on FS2. Program brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net. Today, Greg Wolf alongside New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling. Beautiful day here in South Ozone Park, and racing is heating up.
I agree. Turf racing, heading to Belmont soon. It is absolutely beautiful out. And we started, though, when I came on, Greg, I thought maybe we were in Paris. I thought it was the Arc de Triomphe. Of course, that's Washington Square Park, a place I know you spend a lot of time.
I actually do spend quite a bit of time.
It's great there.
Yeah.
Ever watch the chess games there?
I have not. I need to do that.
Oh, yeah, no, that's fun. Yeah, it's pretty amazing down there, actually.
Yeah, great spot if you can make it over there. Hopefully a few people who are spending the day in the sun out there have the show on. Naira Betts accounts out, and we'll try and do our best to give them some winners this afternoon. 4th at Oakland. Sorry, we have that coming up next. Great Heart, $6 winner. 8-2-4 finish. Let's go to Maggie Wolfendale.
Here with winning rider Rye Eichelberry, and Rye, Great Heart broke quickly, but you sat that nice little trip right off the early leader, and when roused, he delivered for you.
No, he ran a great race. You know, he broke sharp. I knew the 4-horse was going to be the speed. And actually, first time around, going in the first turn, my saddle slipped. So part of it was just sitting chilling on him and making sure we made it all the way around there. So
I was going to ask you about that, because in the winner's circle here, he's a very kind of tubular horse, and that saddle was well in the middle of his barrel. What's it like riding a horse when your saddle's that far back?
You know, you just don't look down. You just feel it, because I knew it was back. I didn't know how far it was back. So it was a little scary looking at it after I jumped off him. But at that point, you just got to try to keep riding, but try to stay in the center. And especially when they're contention, you just got to try to finish the race.
Rye, we saw you with a lot of success down at Sam Houston, and you said a little break in between the two meets, and you're here and doing pretty well.
No, it's wonderful to run for these kind of pots, and you know, Oakland's always been on my bucket list for as a rider, so it's really good to not only to ride it but to win a few too.
Well, Rye, congratulations. Hopefully more wins keep coming here at Oakland.
Thank you, appreciate it.
All right, Rye Eichelberry having quite a winner down at Sam Houston and picking up winners here at Oakland too, Greg.
Yeah, good for him. Late addition to this meet at Oakland and having some success in the late stages of the meet as we take a look at the current odds for race 5 in Hot Springs. Starts off the late pick 5, 6-furlong sprint for state-bred claiming runners who've not won 2 lifetimes.
I mean, the 4 seems like the horse to beat a little bit to me, but the lack of speed bothered me, though it does feel like, looking at some of the results today, horses have been making moves from the back of the pack, which they hadn't been doing in the prior days of racing there.
All right, we'll get back to that. Again, that kicks off the late pick 5. We have the late pick 4 coming up in New York. 7/8 of a mile, $10,000 claiming race in the 6th race to kick off that sequence. And our favorite at 3-2 right now, Guns Blazing is the favorite right now?
Well, I think the reason that she's the favorite is that the public has become well aware that in the 2 days this week and the 3 days last week, speed in the rail has become an almost insurmountable advantage. We've now seen 2 races won by inside speeds that were 9-1 and 29-1 in 2 of our 3 dirt races. And while Guns Blazing is a very, you said it, like we'd almost, like how is this possible? And I don't like this horse either, but how do you not respect this horse given the way the track is playing? Because she may well be loose.
And a ton of money because of it. Apprentice Jose Gomez will be aboard. We're going to take a look at Veradia, Barista Vixen.
I mean, these are the 2, quote, best horses, unquote, in the race if they're able to run back to this effort. And this was February 10th, 2 starts back for these 2 mares. But they're both closers. Now, Veradia has a little more speed. Barista Vixen, I'm not sure she could beat you and I. It's the quarter in a horse suit.
Yeah.
She's just got no speed. And while I picked Barista Vixen, I did it with the asterisks of if the track is playing for inside speed, I don't know how she's going to win. But one of the reasons I did it was, like you sort of suggested with that look on your face, I can't pick Guns Blazing in here. She just isn't good enough unless a bias carries her home.
We'll see how it plays out. It's been a tricky track. 3-2 favorite, the outside speedster. Let's head downstairs to Mig with more.
Well, I think we've got to take into account that definitely you want to be inside and you want to have speed. If you don't have speed, you want to fight the inside. You're not looking to tip out. I think you're just taking all the worst of it. The 6, Barista Vixen, She looks great, very, very sharp. I know it's a turn back to 7/8, and she might be up against it the way the track has been playing, but she could not look any better in the paddock, really on the bridle, and just very well turned out for trainer Linda Rice. The 3 horses, the other one that really caught my eye for Cantamarci, Cartwheel. I mean, 7-year-old mare, she's dappled out. She spent the winter here in his barn, hasn't run since January 14th. Horses that spend the winter in New York don't tend to have that kind of as resplendent a coat. That's usually horses coming out of Florida. That's a credit to Mccarthy and his team to have her look that good. And then you have to take a long, hard look at the outside horse. I mean, guns blazing. She looks like she's going to be speed. She gets a hot riding apprentice jockey who seems like horses are just running out from under him, outperforming. And if she gets loose, she might be very tough to reel in. I think we've just got to really kind of play the racetrack as much as the horses if they're in the same proximity with their competition.
Mig, thanks. So 8-5 here. Speed outside. The apprentice gets a little weight break as well. Only towed 118 pounds in this spot. The pick 4 pool, just over $58,400. You can play the pick 4 with that offer right there. $25 Derby free bet, $200 deposit match. The code, Derby25. Go to NyraBets.com or download the app.
You and I were talking off camera about the mutual respect we have for Jose Gomez and what we've seen from him. And I think, to me, one of the things that has been most impressive to me is how well he's ridden on the turf since we got back on the turf last week or a couple weeks ago. Apprentices don't have a lot of experience on the turf. I don't really know if Jose Gomez had any experience on turf since coming here. And it's a completely different animal than riding on the dirt. And a lot of times, even the best of apprentices will take a little adjustment period. This kid seems like he's right at home on it, and I think that's very impressive.
Took the first 2 on the card today, so he is only 2 back of Dylan Davis for the meet lead. We're trying to figure out the last time an apprentice rider.
Be careful, because if the MiG did it, and we're disrespecting him, it's gonna be a war over here.
Yeah, we got to look it up.
And he may have. Right, I mean, did the Ortiz
very likely,
brothers do it?
And Irad Ortiz may have done this, but the last time
Jose.
an apprentice won a major meet title on one of the big circuits.
No, it's a great question, and I mean, yes, we're not saying it hasn't happened, but even if it has, if it was somebody like the MiG or the Ortiz brothers, we're talking about guys who are having or had great careers in riding.
Would have won Saratoga, right, as an apprentice, but he got injured.
He's reminded me of that
very, very late.
Times. I've heard about that. I don't know if you've heard that story more than 1,700 times, but I have.
But more than once. But hey, it's a good story.
I agree.
And it would have been incredible if not for an injury.
And if you had been around at those Saratoga meets like I was as a kid, it would have realized how Cordero ruled that meet. Like, I mean, he was nobody will ever be as big a rock star in Saratoga as Angel Cordero was when he rode.
Here's our post break. We start with my girl Lexi, 9-1, Jimmy Ferraro barn.
You have to imagine that the rider will try to be aggressive as she has a little bit of speed, but boy, she looks overmatched.
Lady by Choice went gate to wire at a mile 2 back for $20,000.
Now, she was on a gold rail that day, but she did show some speed. And isn't she one you'd almost rather take at 7-1 than the 7 at 6-5, that maybe she could at least be inside and forwardly placed?
Over $400,000 in earnings, 11-time winner. Cartwheel, Heeman Harkey aboard.
If you want to take a flyer with a horse, I mean, she's got races that can win this, and she went the wrong way, but she's been given 3 months off, so I wouldn't be shocked if she outruns her 16-1 odds.
And on occasion does have speed. Got bumped last time, so was nowhere near the front. Mebs Webb, AC Avila sends out.
She appears to be overmatched in every single category you look at.
16-1 on the 5-year-old mare. Veradia, we showed you in that race, beating Barista Vixen and my girl Lexi.
Boy, she's getting no respect on the tote board. For a trainer, his horses have been running unbelievably well throughout the entire winter.
Yeah, Barna Jeffrey Engelhardt, 28%, meets leading rider, but 5-1. Barista Vixen was second behind Veradia back on February 10th.
Well, I'm married to picking her, but she's going to have a tough row to hoe considering her running style.
And been favored throughout, guns blazing, speed outside.
Neither one of us has any interest in taking 6-5 on her. She's dropping in odds, not going up, but she might have the right running style on this racetrack, which might make her outrun her PPs.
And, you know, obviously no way to know, but the 7 furlongs, she's trying it for the first time. What do you think about that for her?
I mean, The argument positive is that in 7-furlong races, you sometimes get slower paces. So it's almost easier to wire fields. But I think it's a realistic question for this horse in particular. And, you know, I'm with you. I look at her PPs and think, how is anybody taking 6-5 or 7-5 or 5-2, frankly? Yeah. But on the way this racetrack's playing, I get it.
3 minutes to post. Start of the pick 4 coming up here at Aqueduct. We'll be back with this race for you live, and we'll look ahead to the weekend as well. Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies turf winner Pizza Bianca getting set for her 3-year-old debut for the Christophe Clement barn. And Jose Ortiz will be back to ride. We'll have a preview next.
The return of Sunday Silence.
Sunday Silence surges to the front. It's Yoshida in front. Yoshida takes charge at the top of the stretch, and Yoshida wins the Turf Classic.
Here comes Yoshida, storming home in the center with Gunnevera. Yoshida! Yoshida has won the 1 word.
The perfect balance. Yoshida.
Hello, you've reached the offices of West Point Thoroughbreds. Please leave your name and your number, and we'll get back to you as soon as we can.
Okay, starting to move now. He's fourth. He's on the outside now. He's pressing him now. There's the 1, the 7, and the 6. He's on the lead. There's another horse on the inside of him. He's pulling away. He's going to win this race.
It's 1,000 words fighting back, coming down to the finish. If a picture is worth 1,000 words, this is one stunning picture.
1,000 words just in front. 1,000 words wins the Robert B. Lewis.
Honoree P is full out now, second on the outside. And they're coming down to the line, and 1,000 words has done it.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back on America's Day at the Races on FS2. Regional networks out in Southern California. Good to have you with us. Program brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. Minute to post in the pick 4 here in New York. Let's go to our moneymaker, Jonathan Kinchin. What do we do here?
Hi, Wolfie. Look, I like the 7 guns blazing. Now, when it opened up, it's the first flash at 3-2. I wasn't crazy about that. But I think the 2 main horses in this race are the 7 and the 6. If you look at the 6's past performances, the 6 doesn't have enough speed to take advantage of the way the racetrack's been playing. However, and I think Andy will agree, and you as well, Wolfie, Kendrick Carmouche understands when racetracks get biased a little bit more than any of the riders in New York. And what I think Kendrick might try to do is tuck in with Barista Vixen, take it, get back in behind, get to the rail, and stay there as long as possible, and could be very dangerous at a short price. But I'm ultimately going to stay with the 7 guns blazing. This horse has a ton of early speed. You get the aggressive apprentice and Jose Gomez, and I'm hoping that they'll send away from there. There's only 5 horses I really feel like guns blazing has to clear. But more importantly, we had a spill earlier, and it sounds as if our Richie Magliori has an update on that.
Yeah, thanks, Jonathan. Just to kind of keep everybody informed, Jalen Samuel was unseated at the start of race 4. It seemed like he's fine. He came back to the room under his own power, but he had to be checked out by there is an attending physician here at the racetrack at first aid. He refused to go to first aid. He said, I'm fine. So the physician went to the jockey's room to check him out, and all riders have to be cleared after they've come off a horse or had an incident on the racetrack. the protocols dictate that they have to be cleared to ride after. So obviously he was fine. He was cleared to ride, but the physician had to go to him because he was adamant that he was okay, and obviously he checked out okay. You know, I think this race is just such a hard race to handicap, and obviously Guns Blazing should be clear and loose on the lead. Barista Vixen's taking a lot of money. And I think she's a little up against it on the turn back on the track. I thought the way the 5 Varadia worked up, warmed up. Dylan Davis is another rider that's been acutely aware of the inside being the place to be. Think about Hammer and Hammer yesterday. And I think that she could be a bit more tactical than Barista Vixen. So I'm hoping that Dylan does the same thing, goes to the inside and stays there and hope things work out and can run down Guns Blazing, who should be freewheeling along on the lead.
Big thanks. And, you know, if Guns Blazing does get the win here, that would put this apprentice, Jose Gomez, within 1 of Dylan Davis for the meet lead.
That's cool. You know, for both of them. Dylan continuing to ride well, as we've not surprisingly coming there. But this kid can ride. I'm really impressed by him. And not to say other guys aren't riding well here, but he's really impressing, I think, a lot of people.
Lady by Choice moving in 5-1. Favoritism shifts here late. It is Barista Vixen. Kendra Carmouche, Linda Rice, the 6, the 3-2 favorite.
Yeah, I took this horse, but I could never. On this racetrack, how do you bet a horse like this? And keep in mind, I make these picks well in advance.
There's Dylan Davis leading the way right now, coming off the first meet title of his career. Looking to go back-to-back. And a barn that you mentioned, winning at 28% at the meets. Last in, the apprentice on the Speedster looking for his 3rd win today. There's Jose Gomez, Guns Blazing. Let's go upstairs. John Imperial. Here's the start of the pick 4.
They're all in. And they're off. From the outside, it's Guns Blazing. Now moving up is Lady by Choice. And from the rail, My Girl Lexi. Up the backstretch with Lady by Choice ahead in front of Guns Blazing. My Girl Lexi is down at the rail, racing in 3rd. As Varadia now moves up the outside. In between horses there is Meb's Web, 3 lengths. Back to Cartwheel and 2 more to Barista Vixen, who is the trailer now in 7th. The leader is Lady by Choice over Guns Blazing. Lady by Choice by a half length. Guns Blazing runs in 2nd. Varadia is on the outside in 3rd, with Meb's Web next in 4th, a quarter 23-1, and they are midway around the far turn. Lady by Choice on the inside and Guns Blazing on the outside. The front 2 have 2.5 lengths on Varadia next in 3rd. Meb's Web is being asked for more in 4th as Barista Vixen now gains some ground on the outside. Farther back, My Girl Lexi and Cartwheel. They're in the stretch, the half 46-4. It is Guns Blazing and Lady by Choice. Guns Blazing on the outside. Lady by Choice continues to battle on down at the rail. Barista Vixen now moving into 3rd. They're heading for the 16th pole. Lady by Choice and Guns Blazing. Barista Vixen in 3rd. Coming on for the finish now. Lady by Choice on the inside. Barista Vixen on the outside. Guns Blazing is there. Lady by Choice held on. Lady by Choice the winner. And then a photo between Barista Vixen and Guns Blazing.
Aggressive ride, Luis Rodriguez Castro. Lady by Choice got to the front and able to hold off this late charge from the favorite Barista Vixen.
And something we touched on in the post parade, she was the one horse that potentially felt like she could be aggressively ridden, and give Luis Rodriguez Castro a lot of credit. He did that. And once he was able to secure the rail with her, it increased her chances dramatically of winning, but it also dramatically decreased the chances of Guns Blazing to win too. Now, in the reality, Barista Vixen, who was 3-2 in here, on a fair racetrack, she should have been 1-10 the way she ran. Because the fact that she was never near the rail and closing from way back in this race and barely missed shows how much the best she was here, but the racetrack prevented her from winning the race.
Is she going to stay with Linda Rice? Barista Vixen, that's the question here for 10,000.
Probably not, right?
If someone did get this one, they got to be happy with this defeat.
Yeah, right. No, you're right. She runs this race next time on a fair racetrack at Belmont Park. Hopefully we'll have one. She's going to win.
2, 6, 7 finish 5-1 to start this late pick 4. And well done, Luis Rodriguez Castro, aggressive, and it pays off here in the 6th at Aqueduct. Back to Hot Springs. Race 5, start again of the late pick 5 out there. Arkansas bred runners, non-winners at 2 lifetime in this 6 furlong sprint coming up.
I'm going to really miss these Arkansas bred races when this meet ends in a couple of weeks, Greg. But hopefully you and I will get a chance to see a couple of them at Belmont.
You realize my favorite horse is an Arkansas bred runner.
I know he is. Who said I was saying that tongue-in-cheek?
Garhole, I'm talking about. Nebraska goes
everybody
by
knows we
5-1.
love. I'm going to get you a Briar. Do they have a Briar? Wasn't there the Briar horse of Garhole? The 2 just has no speed, which concerns me a little bit.
Here's Southern Pecan, 6-1.
This is a horse that could be a bit forward, but there are other options with speed as well.
6-1 next door as well in a holding pattern, Tom Swearingen.
I mean, I thought this horse was the horse to beat off the last race, not taking any money, however, and the lack of speed bothers me.
Northern Woods, this is the favorite at 4-1.
Greg, I'm mystified as to why this horse is the favorite. For me, I just wouldn't bet a horse that's coming off a maiden claiming win like this in their next start to win 2 in a row. But to be fair, the horse that finished second to him last time did improve his buyer figure 5 points in a subsequent win.
1-800 cash. 2-back was a winner and then tried tough company and struggled.
I think if you bet horses like this, you better get that number down, 1-800 cash.
Spirit Soul, 1 for 15 lifetime.
Ditto.
Coming in from Delta Downs. Not a lot of positives since the maiden breaker that came in soft.
Only Tom Amos wins at Delta Downs.
Mr. Cougar, 1 for 19.
Yeah, well, that sort of sums it up, right? A horse that can get a piece, but at 1 for 19, not for me in the win hole.
My Little Tipsy has speed at least, and 2-back. That horse figures off that race.
I agree. I mean, this horse is 12-1, can be forward, and the race 2-back is good enough to win here. I'd rather take that horse at a big price than the 5 at 7-2.
Here's Bumper Pool for Don Von Hemel with Martin Garcia.
I like a little Bumper Pool. I miss those games, you know, Bumper Pool, foosball.
I'm terrible at pool. Lucky Break.
How about foosball?
Love foosball.
We got to play at
Not very
Desperate
good at
Annie's
it,
this
though.
summer, some night.
Gennaro Garcia sends out the 12, and this also eligible gets in the 13, Jay's Little Man.
Yeah, and Jay's Little Man actually isn't totally impossible getting in here and could be a bit forwardly placed.
Yeah, speed outside at 6-1. So 3 minutes to post. Pick 5 again begins here. Let's go back to Jonathan.
I decided that the 11 bumper pool is a little bit interesting. I do understand that last time facing Maiden 12-5s, it's the bottom of the barrel in terms of talent, but the horse got an okay speed figure. And like we've talked about before, although these, you know, it wasn't the fastest race in the world, but this horse only run 3 times. So there's a chance that Bumper Pool could improve. There's a lot of these horses in here. You know what you're going to get, and there's not much improvement to be had. So I'll take a little bit of a peek with the 11 Bumper Pool. And another horse that I thought was going to be much shorter in price, so I wasn't very interested in until I saw the price, is the 4 Holding Pattern. It's a horse that at the 7-2 of the morning line, you kind of gloss over it. You're like, no, I have no interest. But when you look on the board and you see the 9-1, well, it was 6-1 a minute ago, but it was 9-2. It's a little bit more attractive, at least to kind of hook up underneath. If you're a trifecta player, I would hate for Holding Pattern to run third and cause you some problems. This is a horse that was claimed for 12-5. The new connections thought enough of them off of Diodoro to try to run for 30. That didn't quite work out. Now back in to 16, where I feel like Holding Pattern actually has a chance. But if I'm being honest, I just kind of despise horses like this with their racing style. He's obviously doesn't like to pass horses much. That's why he hasn't really gotten his picture taken before, or except for that one time. And so that just a little makes me a little uncomfortable with horses that come from way out of it. But I do think he's a horse you want to keep in mind to use underneath.
Yeah, a little tough to love on top. He never gets out of the gate good. It's a continual problem with him.
Yeah, and horses that just don't get out of the gate, it's like you just want to stay away from them, especially at shorter prices, right? You rate to be behind the 8 ball.
9-2 on him. We'll return to this race in a moment. Quickly back in New York, Lady by Choice. 11-time winner, make it 12 now. Goes off at 5-1 to start the late pick 4.
Yeah, and really, a lot of credit to the rider, and I imagine he was riding to instructions as well, so the connections deserve credit as well. But being smart, taking advantage of that position, it's not. You have to go. If you gave up the lead, she was never winning. So you might as well. You're better off trying to go a little too fast early, but securing that lead and the rail. Good ride.
All right, we'll set up the 7th after we're done here at Oakland. We might have time, actually. Earn a $20 bonus today by playing with Naira Bets. Bet $75 each at Aqueduct in Oakland today. You'll get that $20 bonus whether you win or lose. You do have to opt in, though, so don't forget to do that at NairaBets.com or on the Naira Bets app.
And not surprisingly, the 4 is taking some money holding pattern. I think the concern, and Jonathan touched on this, is a horse who's next, Robertino Diodoro. But Diodoro only had this horse for 1 start. So I don't really worry about it as much. And the current trainer had this horse originally for different connections, actually. I'm not in love with him, but I think he's a reason. I think he's a fair value in the 9-2 range. I thought he'd be much shorter.
Now, you look at this board. Not every day you see 7-2 favorite with this kind of wide open race, but it is wide open. There's no one to really sink your teeth into and feel great about.
Agreed. I mean, I thought if I was looking for, I wanted to bet a horse who's a little bit of a better price to try to get into the exacta or trifecta, I'd use the 10, My Little Tipsy, who I think will be forwardly placed. They may be scratching the 10. They must have heard me. So I would not use that horse.
All right, we'll keep you updated here in a moment when that becomes official.
Well, if you use them, at least you'll cash. Better than I normally do.
Well, so if that is true, and it looks like it is, it's going to take out a speedster of this race. So how do you feel about that also eligible now, the 13, Jay's Littleman? Does that one become more attractive?
I don't know if he's fast enough. I mean, I'll tell you who it really helps. It helps the 5, Northern Woods, doesn't it? Because Northern Woods feels like the fastest of the speeds. And now with the 10 out, I mean, unless the 3 Southern Pecan is aggressively ridden, which is possible, entirely possible. But I think the scratch the 10 has to help the favorite the most. I hate when that happens, You always want like a late scratch in the situation to be a horse that has no speed. So at least you feel as though the scratch doesn't affect the dynamics of the race. Mm-hmm. This one does. But the good news is we got that Oaklawn Circle.
So we'll have a little bit of time here. And the 10 now officially is out of this race.
It'll give us some time to work on some more trivia questions. You and I are full of. You got.
Well, we did have one we wanted to throw out there. So we were talking about this off air before we came on, Andy and I, and trying to figure out the last time. Tomorrow's Apple Blossom, of course. 2 reigning champions are meeting in a race. When's the last time, and it can't have been that often that it's ever happened, when's the last time 2 reigning champions met in a race?
Right, and if you don't know what Greg's referring to, it's CC and Latruska coming in. And CC won a category that hasn't been a championship for that long, so it probably hasn't happened there. I was talking about Affirmed and Seattle Slew meeting in the Marlboro Cup in 1978, and then even the next year when Spectacular Bid, who was, I believe, the reigning 2-year-old champion, meeting Affirmed in the Jockey Club Gold Cup. It feels like it probably happened with a 3-year-old champion coming back, meeting a horse who had been the older champion the year before, but off the top of my head, I can't remember. So anybody that can remember, let Greg and I know on Twitter, because I think it's kind of an interesting thought.
Yeah.
And I think it's really a fun part of that race tomorrow, because in the game today, the way horses don't stick around, I think that makes you appreciate the CCs and Latruskas even more.
6-year-olds who have done more than enough in their careers to be retired, but hats off to their connections, keeping them around. What a race that is going to be tomorrow.
Yeah, no, I'm looking forward to that.
2 champions meeting at this time of the year, too.
I agree, and I'll tell you something. I understand, and I have the greatest respect, especially for Latruska, and she is the controlling speed. I still think Clairiere is going to run very well in that race. I'm not saying she's going to beat Latruska, and she certainly, from a dynamic standpoint, has things against her. But I still think she's going to show up and run a race because she always does.
Big figure in that comeback race, and it's not like she beat nothing in that group. I mean, there were some okay runners behind her, a totally different level, which she's going to face obviously tomorrow. But she was impressive. Looks like she has moved forward as a 4-year-old. Can she take another step forward? That's the big question. 5th from Oakland. Late pick 5 starts here. Late scratch of the 10 horse. Vic Stauffer with the call.
They're at the post. They're off. Awkward start for Bumper Pool. Jay's Little Man and Lucky Break shows speed. Northern Woods and Southern Pecan are quick. Then comes 1-800 Cash. Followed by Holding Pattern, Super Geek, Spirit Soul, and Nebraska. And Bumper Pool is at the back of the pack. 3 of them across the track. Southern Pecan, Northern Woods, and a 3-wide Lucky Break. These 3 match strides. Northern Woods a neck in front. They've opened up 4 lengths on Jay's Little Man. 2 lengths, 2 to 1-800 Cash. Then another 2 to Mr. Cougar and Super Geek. Nebraska has about 12 lengths to make up. He's 3 in front of Spirit Soul. Holding Pattern and Bumper Pool at the back of the pack, and Northern Woods is the leader. It is Northern Woods, but Southern Pecan comes right back at him. Southern Pecan and Northern Woods. Lucky Break joined by Jay's Little Man and a 4-wide Mr. Cougar. 4 of them across the track at the top of the stretch, and here comes Jay's Little Man to claim the front. Mr. Cougar is next. Nebraska Holding Pattern begins to unwind. He's only 2.5 from the front. Bumper Pool's outside of him. Jay's Little Man, Mr. Cougar. Jay's Little Man got to switch off that left lead. Mr. Cougar Holding Pattern closes in the center. Jay's Little Man, Mr. Cougar. Here comes Holding Pattern. Jay's Little Man, Mr. Cougar. Mr. Cougar, Jay's Little Man. He didn't switch, and he got the money anyway. Good for him. Ahead in front of Mr. Cougar and Holding Pattern.
In from the also eligible list, the benefit of having one of the speeds being a late scratch. Another speed who was an earlier scratch. A lot worked out for Jay's Little Man.
Yeah, and you see the horses getting the also eligibles, and people will say these horses are often overlays because people miss that they get in, but it worked being forward here, and I think the number 4, you look at, you want to say with Holding Pattern, well, obviously he's hurt by the scratch of the 10 with one of the speeds coming out, but then again, he's 1 for 11, now 1 for 12, probably for a reason, right? And that's why closing is so much tougher than being forwardly placed.
Did he definitely won this race, right?
I've seen some results at Oakland that I would have been lost money betting on, so I'll.
Got tight late.
I don't definitely is getting farther and farther out of my vocabulary, but I believe he did.
Giovanni Franco looks like getting the win on Jay's Little Man here. It's 2nd win from 14 career starts. We'll make it official momentarily. Good sign there. Cameras following the 5-year-old son of Hightail for the William Martin barn. So we'll make that official again in a moment. Coming up this weekend, we have a good weekend ahead, obviously, here in New York. And on Sunday, a Breeders' Cup champion runner returning for Christophe Clement. It was a big win with Pizza Bianca breaking through for Clement, getting him his first win ever on Breeders' Cup weekend. I mean, she would, half mile into this race, she was in last.
Yeah, she really exploded. I mean, you look where she is now. She's not just, sort of maybe getting close to moving out of last. She's also not in a very good position. She's outside. She's got a wall in front of her. And, I mean, she obviously ran. But Jose Ortiz did one fine job of finding position. And it's kind of interesting. You see Consumer Credit, who ran 6th in the year, beaten less than 2 lengths, the Chad Brown-Klarovich runner with the white-red hat. She actually moved off the rail, and I don't blame Pratt for moving her off the rail. But in moving her off the inside, she opened up that hole in the 2-path that Pizza Bianca was able to go through. Now, I think Pratt did the right thing, but had he not done that, I'm not sure she would have found it as easy as seen.
Have you seen someone corner as well as she did in this race? That was impressive.
Yeah, cutting corners and being able to do it when you're when you're in a full gallop is a hard thing to do, and Jose did it great there. Something Joel Rosario does very well. In fact, it's interestingly enough, there's a horse, is the horse on the rail, the Castellano horse coming from Tampa, On Alert. Watch the replay of her. I say this to people at home. Watch the replay of her last race. Castellano does an amazing job of cutting the corner, too, with her. But this was just a thrilling victory, right?
It was, Jose Ortiz, what a weekend he had, too. He was just riding sensational over every single race. He was aboard someone. How far back she comes from, is that going to be difficult for her here?
It's a very good point to bring up because there's absolutely no speed in this race. And I think that's a situation for her and consumer spending to have to deal with. But the good horses are supposed to be able to deal with that, and it's a little easier on turf than dirt. Obviously, the number 4 horse feels like a potential speed horse near the Mike Deeney horse who had a ridiculous trip.
A little love and luck.
Tampa, a little love and luck. I just don't know if she's good enough to beat horses like this because Piazza Bianca's good. Consumer Spending is good. These are very, very talented fillies. So I believe they'll overcome it. But the tactics in this race will be interesting, and I think Jose's going to have her closer.
Clement says Piazza Bianca, too, training very forward for the comeback for the 3-year-old debut. He already had Plum Ali come back in her 4-year-old debut. Look impressive. See if he can do it again with Piazza Bianca off the bench. Clash of the Titans in the Distaff division. Apple Blossom, it is coming up tomorrow. Latruska, the Distaff champ, and CC, the Filly and Mare Sprint champ, going head-to-head. It'll be fun in the Apple Blossom on Saturday. We'll have a preview to come.
Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions, proudly standing the ultra-fast, multiple stakes winning son of Uncle Mo, King for a Day, the only horse to defeat 2019 3-year-old champion Maximum Security.
Well, King for a Day was basically a clone of Uncle Mo. I mean, good speed, the ability to carry it over distance of ground, real professional horse and a really cool horse to train.
Sire Maker Extraordinaire, Uncle Mo, represented in New York by King for a Day. Visit ihdvstallions.com to book your mare today.
We're back on America's Day at the Races on FS2. Good to have you with us on this Friday afternoon. Program brought to you in part by Hill and Dale at Alapa. Jay's Little Man. Late scratch of one of the other speeds in here, and this horse able to take advantage. Giovanni Franco for the William Martin barn. Second win from 14 career starts. Able to hang on late. It got very close.
Yeah, this was very close.
13 starts to break his maiden, goes right back into the winner's circle.
Yeah, I guess he found that he liked winning and liked finishing first and getting it off the also eligibles as well. And Giovanni Franco, our new favorite rider.
Cool. Well done, Gio. Well done, Gary Stevens. $8.80 for the, wow, went down to 3-1 late.
Wow.
Was, what, 9-2? Just a few moments before the gate popped open. 13-8-4. Late scratch obviously changed things with the odds as well. Back to New York, 7th race, 7/8 of a mile. Non-winners at 2 lifetime. Big Castle, even money, morning line, but again, the situation here.
I mean, Big Castle is actually in some ways comparable to Barista Vixen. Best horse on paper, but a horse that's going to be compromised by the bias. You saw what happened with Barista Vixen.
Here is Kendrick Carmouche, Hoboken Jack.
And this is the one that Kendrick has to send from the rail. Kendrick needs to be aware that he must go, and I think he is the horse he may have to beat.
Breaking Stone, slight drop down, but has been at this level before.
He used to have speed. It just seems like his form has dissipated quite a bit. The trainer is looking for 2 straight wins, though, so you know he's alert to the racetrack.
Fotis, 1 for 44 lifetime.
Yeah, and he doesn't have speed to make him a possible upsetter.
Last time hit the board even was a long time ago. Coach Ba, 19-1.
He could be a bit forward in this race, but he's not supposed to be in front of the 1 and 2.
Stablemate of the 2, breaking stones. Litter box, Gary Siaka.
This was actually my pricey horse on a fair racetrack. He's not going to be able to win in a bias track, but he's got a little break, and he's got form going back a bunch of races that's good enough to make him a contender.
Forest Wood Lanes at 9-2, Trevor McCarthy for Chris Engelhardt.
If you looked hard at the field he beat last time, you're not endorsing him here.
He was an even money favorite in that group. Just got up to win. That was in the mud. Here's Big Castle, who was even money morning line.
I believe his trainer, Horacio De Paz, celebrating his birthday. He's a layover in this field on paper, but on a biased racetrack, he's likely to be compromised.
And outside, Halperts for Michelle Giangiulio.
Maybe gelding him will make him get out of the gate better, so perhaps if he ever gets back onto the surface he prefers, which is turf, he'll run even better, and maybe even sprinting, which is what he prefers as well.
9-1 from that outside post. Final pick 3 on the card begins in this 7th race here at Aqueduct. We're approaching the 5-minute mark to post. We're going to take a timeout. Winningest trainer in North American history has an improving 4-year-old filly, regally bred, who he's expecting a big year from. And it begins in the Apple Blossom with a test against 2 champions for Clairiere.
Idol perfectly timed. Idol gets up under Joel Rosario to win the big gap. It's known agenda for St. Tobias Stable.
Race Adler, a scintillating performance in the TVG Del Mar debutante.
And Clairiere will win the cotillion.
Down to the wire. Who's going to win it? It's Mala by a neck.
Curling, the classic sire.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
Blood Horse Plus, available through bloodhorse.com, provides exclusive, timely, and unmatched content to subscribers, including Fox Sports, Blood Horse branded weekly programs, a detailed stakes winners section, behind-the-scenes videos from Blood Horse staff, on-demand access to deeper horse statistics, and a $5 monthly credit to equineline.com. Upgrade to Blood Horse Plus today.
Stay fabulous. Resorts World.
We're back on America's Day at the Races on FS2. Program brought to you where you can play it all Naira Bets. Go to nairabets.com, download the app. I want to remind everyone we got about 27 minutes?
37. 37.
Sorry, 37 minutes. Well, 36 and a half.
Leave the tough math questions to me, okay, Greg? Could be 36 and a half, you're right.
It was under pressure.
You're right. Yeah, I know. I didn't want to.
Very good at that usually. Saturday contest. Final chance to get involved. $300 online live money contest every Saturday. Cash prizes, seats into, well, this is it for Aqueduct, right?
This is the one, but we'll be doing them at Belmont, so don't worry. We'll have
registration though ends 5 Eastern today for tomorrow's Saturday contest here at Aqueduct. Go to naira.com/contests to get involved. Good luck, everybody. So the horse was the even money favorite of the morning line, Big Castle, now back to favoritism in here, but the question of how this track is playing today for Big Castle, it's a big one.
No question about it. This is a horse that I thought was a layover, finishing third in this race. Actually ran very well this race camp pretty quick, and he's a horse that I think is even a little better than he looks on paper. He's met some tougher fields. He's had some less than special trips in those races, and he just kind of lays over this field as far as his on-track performance, but so much can be affected by biases, as we just saw in race number 6, and we've seen it throughout the day. I mean, we've seen 3 dirt winners riding the rails that were 5-1, 9-1, and 29-1. We're not seeing a bunch of 8-5 shots wiring fields.
Yeah, it's a strange day indeed. 2 minutes to post coming up. JK, your thoughts on Big Castle?
Look, I like a biased racetrack for a couple of reasons. Not necessarily on the day when I'm betting, but it's nice to have some opportunities out of these races. And what I mean by that is it's hard to design races while you're watching them, imagining who's going to end up on the rail. Sometimes it's easy when it's a speed horse on the rail, but other times it's very difficult. And what I mean by all of that is that I feel like if the 7 Big Castle somehow spends a significant amount of time down on the inside, then you'll win. But how do you know if that's going to happen or not? It's very hard, especially with a horse that wants to come from out of it. I don't think the horse has to finish up the rail, just needs to spend at least half of the race down there, and I do believe that the 7 Big Castle can win. But what I do like to do is bet horses like we just saw in the last with Barista Vixen, and then what we'll see probably here with the 7 Big Castle is to play them off of a biased racetrack. It's very hard to play a biased racetrack as it's going and to guess what's going to happen. With that said, the 1 Hoboken Jack is in a perfect position. We talked about Kendrick Carmouche often being aware of a racetrack and how it's playing. He's going to stick down there. He's going to send Hoboken Jack away from there, and I think that's why Hoboken Jack is half of his morning line. The horse is going to be forwardly placed and is going to spend a majority of the time down on the inside. My biggest issue is I don't really want Hoboken Jack at 5-2. I just don't trust the horse enough, even though I know the horse is going to get the right trip. So from a win standpoint, I'm going to stick with the 7 Big Castle and hope I get that trip rather than hoping that Hoboken Jack can show a little bit more in terms of a speed figure. He's just a little bit light for me.
It's an interesting conundrum that Jonathan mentions because the 7's a better horse than the 1. It's not even close on paper.
Yeah.
And what he's saying is last race was a 5-1 shot. This race is a 2-1 shot that's just not very good. And that's presuming that Kendrick's aggressive and outruns the 1, 2, and 4. We'll see how if he does. We'll see. I'm not as convinced as Jonathan is. He should, but he might not.
Yeah, the 5 show a little pace here too.
I mean, I think the 4 and 2 are the ones that most can show the speed. Particularly, you remember something about the 2, and I don't like the 2 at all. But the 2 is the same trainer that trained the last winner, and I have a feeling that he is the one who was talking to Rodriguez Jr.
What's happening.
So he knows what's going on, so he's going to tell it. And Jackie Davis is somebody that wants to be aggressive, so they're going to try to get there. That doesn't mean they're going to get there, but I don't think that the 1, Hoboken Jack, falls into the lead by default.
See how it plays out. Keep your eyes on the pace early on here in this 7th at Aqueduct, but no question, talent-wise, the 7 Big Castle, the 1 to beat. We'll see if he can overcome it, how it's playing here this afternoon. Let's go upstairs. John Imperial with the call.
Set for race 7. And they're off. It is Breaking Stones. And from the outside, moving up is Halpert, but there quickly is Hoboken Jack, who moved off the rail and is now in front. Hoboken Jack is the leader. Halpert on the outside running in second. Breaking Stones is now back in third. Forest Wood Lane is next in fourth. Big Castle moves up a spot now from the outside in fifth. Fotis is in sixth, followed by Litterbox, a half dozen lengths. Back to Coach Bahi, who trails the field in eighth. The leader now is Halpert by a length. Hoboken Jack running in second. Big Castle now ranging up quickly on the outside. The quarter 23 and 4. It is Hoboken Jack and Big Castle, and now the two of them are right together as Halpert drops back, passed by Breaking Stones. Forest Wood Lane is on the move. On the front end, it is Hoboken Jack and Big Castle with Breaking Stones on the outside. Forest Wood Lane runs in fourth, and then it is Litterbox in fifth. The half 48 and 1. Big Castle narrowly. Breaking Stones on the outside. Hoboken Jack is now back in third. Forest Wood Lane runs in fourth as they come down for the 16th pole. Here comes Forest Wood Lane, who is kicking in late up to challenge Big Castle. Big Castle digs in on the inside. Forest Wood Lane on the outside. The two of them come for the finish. Oh, very tight. Forest Wood Lane or Big Castle noses apart on the line.
Forestwood Lane, Trevor McCarthy may have come and got this favorite, Big Castle. This was tight.
It was. It does feel like Forestwood Lane got up, and an excellent ride by Trevor McCarthy. I want to watch again, but my guess is Forestwood Lane, he's gone to the two-path here. He probably spent time on the rail, but I do want to watch it again. And I think what happened in this race is what happens when there's a perceived bias out there. You would never have expected Halpern to show as much speed. You would never have expected the 7, the favorite, Big Castle, to move as aggressively as he did. And I think that's what happens in these tracks, and I don't blame the riders. They get in their heads. They have to ride a little differently than they normally would. And I think at the end, Jose Gomez is saying, ugh, I just moved too soon. I blew a race I should have won. And he probably feels like that. But that's because of what happened there. Whereas Trevor McCarthy could, I guess, be a little bit more patient maybe. And that enabled him to get the victory with a horse that probably wasn't best. And that's because he's an excellent rider in circumstances. He could gamble in a way that maybe Jose Gomez couldn't.
Yeah, that's a good point. 6, 7, 2, 1, 6-1 on Forestwood Lane, who, if you just looked at these horses on ability alone and what they have accomplished, I mean, talent-wise, it's not close.
There's no way. I picked him 4th, but I could have picked him 17th. You know what I mean? It's not a horse I ever would have used in a million years in any of my multi-race bets.
Trevor McCarthy, Chris Engelhart, Chalk Racing, Epona Racing Stable team up for the victory at 6-1. As we head back to Hot Springs race 6, 50,000 starter allowance, 6 furlong sprint. Coming up, we got 4 on the board between 3-1 and 7-2 here.
We like races like that. I narrowed it down to the 3, 4, and 7, much like the public. Smart guy that I am.
Let's take a look at Essential Bella to kick things off. Speed inside.
She does have a little speed inside. Comes off the claim, though, for a trainer who's not started a lot of horses, but there's a lot of faster horses, I think, than she is.
Dare Me won first time out. That was a Maiden 50 group, and then has tried going longer.
Yeah, the trainer actually has good ROI cutting back from routes to sprints like his horse is doing, but she will get a fast pace to close it to, in theory.
Undefeated sprinting, too.
Yeah.
1 for 1. Nisi Prius, more pace here.
Yeah, and there's enough pace in here, and I'm not even sure this horse can make the lead, and this horse is pretty quick.
Epicurean, current favor right now at 3-1.
He, along with Sapphire Royalty, feel like the 2 biggest speeds in this race. Possible second of a claim, but as a horse that was claimed away from Robertino Diodoro, and that concerns me.
5 of her 11 starts, she has been first or second. Here's Camaraderie.
Yeah, I mean, she's not even that slow, but she's going to be likely badly outrun here. She did not beat a field as tough as this thing when she broke her maiden last time.
6-1. There's Rye Eichelberry against on this horse off the claim.
Another horse claimed away from Diodoro has to be part of the pace, at least on paper.
Yeah, beat is an even money favorite for Diodoro last start. Stanley Market, John Court rides for Randy Morse.
I think this is the one that ultimately I might want in here because I think he'll get the most comfortable trip stalking on the outside. And the 3 and 7 should be the ones sitting 3rd and 4th. I prefer the 2 of them. And this one maybe because he's outside, a little bit of an advantage.
Let's take a look at this filly coming off this maiden claiming win. Steve Asmussen claims, and immediately into the winner's circle, it was Ramon Vasquez aboard. It will be Isaac Castillo today.
Yeah. As Ramon Vasquez, I wonder if he's already gone. He probably hasn't, but I know he's going to California. I got a very, very good trip to win this race. I don't think he's totally impossible. I looked up some stats. Off a maiden win in dirt sprint, second off a claim, off a maiden win in dirt sprints. The barn actually has a pretty good percentage, but a low ROI because they're normally over bet. And I even think 7-2 is too low on this horse.
Well, let's send it out live to Hot Springs with more. Lafitte Pinkai, Gary Stevens, take it away.
Yeah, guys, a lot of excitement here at Oakland on the eve of the Apple Blossom. Steve Asmussen, well represented with Clairiere, trying to win another race here in this upcoming 6th race, Gary, but it has been an emotional week for Steve Asmussen. Some highs and lows. First, last Friday, like yet another milestone, celebrating his 800th career win here at Oakland Park.
Yeah, and it's been an amazing career alone here at Hot Springs, Arkansas, Oakland Park. He's now second behind all-time leader Bob Holtis, who got 867 wins here. His first win came here in 1989. At this point in the meet, he's got 48 wins. He's got 2 weeks left of this meet. So it's quite possible within the next year or 2 years that he will be the all-time leader here at Oakland Park for wins.
And then, Gary, this was absolutely heartbreaking. Just 2 days later, Midnight Bisou, trained by, Midnight Bourbon, trained by Steve Asmussen, did pass away from acute gastrointestinal distress. Steve Asmussen told the Blood Horse he deserved fan adoration. I definitely feel the same. I understand why people loved him, unquote. Just a tremendous loss. Gorgeous horse, classy 4-year-old. He had breezed earlier that day. Midnight Bourbon having passed away on Sunday. And that really has to be one of the most challenging aspects for a trainer. It's compartmentalizing, because there's still a job to do. Tomorrow afternoon, for example, there's 3 stakes races. Steve Asmussen will be represented in each of them. Here's a look at the rundown for Asmussen. We mentioned with Clairiere in the Apple Blossom in that 5th race. Also has a pair of runners in the Oakland Stakes, and a little bit later on in the Oakland Handicap. He's going to have Superstock, last year's Arkansas Derby winner. Clairiere here, though, as we mentioned, in the Grade 1 Apple Blossom. The last time she did meet up with Latruska, she wasn't running that fast, but she finished in front of Latruska in the Breeders' Cup Distaff.
Yeah, she had a perfect setup this day. Latruska was caught up in an extremely fast suicidal speed duel early on. Listen, she's only a 3-year-old in this race. She is now a 4-year-old. She won her comeback race very impressively for 2022 in an allowance race to set her up for the Apple Blossom tomorrow. It was an impressive effort. Joel Rosario rode her for the first time that day. You'd expect her 4-year-old season to be better than her 3-year-old season was, Lafitte.
You know all about her regal bloodlines. Dad, 2-time Horse of the Year, Curlin. Mom, Grade 1 winner, 3-time Grade 1 winner, cavorting. Curlin, as you mentioned, look, he got better with age, and if that's the case with Clairiere, look out for the damage she could do during her 4-year-old season. Grade 1 Apple Blossom tomorrow afternoon. And you mentioned that in terms of trying to project the race shape, that Clairiere could wind up in a catbird seat in terms of where she's situated early on.
She could, because I believe that Victor Espinoza is not going to let Latruska get off to an easy lead. I believe that he's going to come after her early. He's not going to let her get away with the 24 first quarter, 48 and change. That's not going to happen tomorrow. And CC is capable of doing that. And if that's the case, Joel Rosario is going to be sitting back there patiently making his move at the last moment, the last 16th of a mile. And he could find himself in a very good position with Clairiere tomorrow.
Can't wait for this one. Again, it's early race number 5, the Apple Blossom. A couple of champions, a couple of former Apple Blossom winners, 4 Grade 1 winners. That's coming your way right here on Fox Sports 2, tomorrow's Grade 1 Apple Blossom. Jonathan Kinchin is with us, joining us from Saratoga. We're not going to bother you for an Apple Blossom selection at this moment. What we do need is your pick for this upcoming 6th race. We're about a minute to post.
CC. Look, this is a tough race. I actually, there's 3 horses I was interested in, the 4, 5, and the 7, and I said to myself, I'm going to just pick the one that's a better price. Well, last time I looked, they're all 3-1. The 4 Epicurean, it's a horse that, you know, had some nice figures, but there is the off of Diodoro thing. How about my man Marshall Graham at 10 Strike Racing? He's got 2 horses in here he claimed off of Diodoro. He's not scared. The 5 Camaraderie, this is the one that I'm ultimately going to go with. This horse ran well last time for $75,000. First time with Steve Asmussen, did it the right way, but qualifies for the condition for the start 2-back where Asmussen picked this horse up. And then the 7 to the outside, Stanley Market makes sense, but like I said, you can't bet 3 horses to win. I'm going to just go with the 5, but hopefully, I'm hoping that my friend Maggie Wolfendale can help us break the tie.
Well, JK, I hope you, those at home are listening, if you're playing the 10 Strike Racing game, that you took a shot, now 2. But we will start with one of the 2 10 Strike horses here, Epicurean. Look, she is a big, strong filly. I like the way she's put together. She looks healthy in here for trainer Bentley Coombs. Now, as Andy had pointed out, she is second off the claim, but taken from Diodoro. And last time she ran, she was running off of 19 days rest since the claim. So now, you know, she's about a month and a half removed from that. I don't see any reason not to like her here from the physical sense, but I did think that Stanley Market was the one that you wanted. She's the one that kind of drew my attention to her. It's very animated in her movement. She's a lot of fluidity to her stride. She's sharp, and I do think she comes in off of, albeit a restricted 3-year-old race, but a tough race. I do think Parlance is a very nice 3-year-old sprinting filly, and she looked the part in here. So, Greg, I'm going to make it Stanley Market for me.
All right, loading up. We'll see how this plays out. 6th from Oaklawn, favorite. Camaraderie looking to go back-to-back for Steve Asmussen since he claimed. Can she get back-to-back wins here? Isaac Castillo aboard. Let's go to Vic Stauffer for the call. Pick 4 begins here.
They're at the post. They're off. Nisi Prius and Sapphire Royalty break well. Dare Me was away very slowly. Stanley Market's on the move, then Camaraderie and Epicurean with Essential Bella, and Dare Me is outsprinted early, and Sapphire Royalty takes charge. It is Sapphire Royalty, and she is sprinting along with a 4-length lead on Stanley Market, Nisi Prius, a 4-wide Camaraderie, and Essential Bella at the rail. Epicurean is 6th with about 6 lengths to make up, and she's 10 in front of Dare Me as they leave the backstretch, and the leader is Sapphire Royalty. Sapphire Royalty with a 2-length lead. Now the 3-year-old Camaraderie begins to run after her in second, and here comes Camaraderie, and she's within a length of the lead. 3 lengths further back to Stanley Market. Epicurean is about to move into third. She's 4 from the front, and Sapphire Royalty is the leader. It is Sapphire Royalty. The whip is out on Camaraderie. Here's Epicurean in the center. To the outside end, Nisi Prius, Sapphire Royalty clear. She's got a 3-length lead on Epicurean, Nisi Prius, and Stanley Market. Sapphire Royalty to the 16th pole, still 3 in front. Nisi Prius is into second in closing, but Sapphire Royalty is clear. Sapphire Royalty in front. Sapphire Royalty beat Nisi Prius 3/4 of a length. Stanley Market was third. Epicurean finished 4th.
2 wins on the afternoon. Rye Eichelberry. Sapphire Royalty in the 6th race at Oakland Park, closing at 9-2.
She was the main speed of the race here. Lafitte and Rye Eichelberry used that speed early, was able to establish an easy lead down the backside, gave her a breather around the turn. She was attacked, and then she absolutely ran away from the field at the 16th pole and put the race away for the final 16th of a mile.
There's a reason JK references and discusses 10-strike racing often. Another win, 10 strike.
Yeah, 10 Strikes had a very good meet here at Oakland Park this winter into the spring. Rye Eichelberry laid onto the scene here, was riding at Sam Houston on his way to Minnesota, to Canterbury for the summer. I believe that's where he's headed, and very, very good rider. He has been a great rider for a long time, stays in the Midwest circuit, and very successful rider.
You didn't tell me how tall he was.
Oh, yeah.
You didn't tell me he's standing next to Maggie, and he's like, he's a tall rider.
He's got some height to him. He's pushing, I'd say 5'10", 5'9".
6'5", 6'7". Maggie's in like 6-inch heels. You'll see, perhaps, if she has a chance to talk to him again. Rye Eichelberry, 2 wins on the afternoon. And when we come back on this eve of the Apple Blossom, you know how hard it is to win tomorrow's Apple Blossom twice? A great Argentine mare, Passiana, did it in the early 90s. Azeri, only 3-time winner, 3-time champion mare, and Horse of the Year 2002. And Big Z, Zenyatta, one of 3 multiple Apple Blossom winners ever. Will we see a 4th tomorrow? You're watching America's Day at the Races.
They're off in the United Nations. Fantastic is sent hard to take the lead. Fantastic has been there every step of the way. Fantastic shakes loose with a 1/4 mile to go. He's in front by 2 lengths, but it is Fantastic to take them coast to coast in the United Nations.
155 and in the back, 150,000. Jody, thank you.
Fantastic, standing at 3 chimneys.
Back on America's Day at the Races on this Friday afternoon with live action from Hot Springs and South Ozone Park, Oaklawn and Aqueduct. And we got more coming up to feature at both tracks still to come on our Friday action. Sapphire Royalty taking the 6th at Oaklawn. Rye Eichelberry, we mentioned his name a couple of times today. Claimed off of Robertino Diodoro. Yes, you can claim off one of the best claiming trainers in the game and still win.
Yeah, no, and he ran. I mean, and also a very good ride by Eichelberry, getting clear on these horses and using his speed. My friend Nick Tamarose, the announcer at Sam Houston, had a lot of really, really good things to say about Eichelberry, not only as a rider, but as a person to me. And I'll tell you what, he's come to Oaklawn and he's showing that he belongs on the big circuits.
Yeah, making a little statement here. Well done. Tough to come in late to a meet, but making the most of it. $11.80 for the Wanisi Prius Stanley Market, second and third. And race 6 in the books. 7th is a $20,000 maiden claiming sprint, 6 furlongs. Get a look at the current odds here in just a moment. 8-5 Malintent. Shea Stewart, Chelsea Bailey.
Feels like the speed, kind of the horse to catch in this race. I wasn't against this horse. I had the 12 a little bit dropping down, maybe the 7, but I understand Malintent.
Barn looking to go back-to-back here. We'll see how it plays out. Yeah, big drop, but had been in for State-Bred Maiden 30 in that debut. We'll get back to it. We return to New York. And we set up the feature Pipeline, 3-5 morning line right now, 3-1. Chad Brown.
What's going on here? How is this horse go? This is a legitimate stakes horse. So either there's some story that we don't know about, or there's some crazy betting going on around here, right? How is he not? He's got to be a huge favorite in doubles.
Yeah, take a look at this horse. 4-year-old debut coming up. And a horse that I know you're well aware of, that Saratoga defeat when Cody's Wish did not break well, rushed up, challenged him on the front end, and Vindictive was able to get by him.
And Vindictive's a legitimate horse. He was third behind Miles D and Beaker's Core in Discovery. I mean,
this is the Perryville from Keeneland at 7/8.
And I mean, at the end of the day, and I'm not blaming John Velasquez, you know, he made the right move seemingly, but he ended up moving a little soon, as it turned out, because this race just collapsed at the end. And I thought he ran extremely well. You look at the other horses who were forwardly placed in there, they finished way, way back. And then he just bit off more than he could chew, taking a shot. The Cigar Mile was sort of nowhere else to go with him. And I mean, he's got the rail, he's got speed, and yes, Jerry the Nipper seems like he should outrun him. But is there an enormous amount of money for all fans of Matt Carruthers?
I'm looking at this board, and is there a board malfunction? How is the 5-2 favor right now?
It's somebody's betting $10,000 on every new gelding today, I guess. This is insane.
Let's head downstairs. Back with us, Acacia Courtney Clement.
And we'll get to Carruthers momentarily, but I think there's a very easy explanation for why he's taking so much money, and that's because he is owned by My Racehorse, and we very much appreciate all of the My Racehorse partners who do support their horses, but I have noticed that their horses tend to take sometimes a little bit more money than it may initially seem, at least in the early betting. But starting down to the inside with the Chad Brown runner, the number 1 Pipeline, this is a horse who is coming out of the Cigar Mile, and watching that last race, he really broke out significantly from that outside post and ended up expending a lot of energy in that he was wide, he faded, but his Perryville was very, very strong. I can understand trying him the 1 1/8 at Saratoga, but to me, he looks more like a one-turn horse, just in his physicality. He's very, very fit coming back. He's not an overly imposing, immediately grab your attention type of horse, but this mile really does seem to suit him quite well. Can also see why they tried him on the turf, because he does have a bit of a turf hoof to him. More than anything, though, I think this is the right spot, and while he's been relaxed, he's also been nicely into the bridle and focused enough coming back here, and overall like what I see, particularly the distance that he will be running. Now the number 2 Carruthers, the one who does get blinkers on and stretches back out in distance, I think the stretch out should really bode well for him. He's a very big son of M. Shawish, and he has been gelded too. The short cut blinkers do go on. I remember seeing, or actually, I haven't actually seen him before. I remember watching him when he ran his first race at Aqueduct on the turf, and kind of wondering, as he didn't really move like a turf horse. The dirt is where he belongs. He wants more distance than the 6-7 furlongs he's been going, and 2 starts back, you will see that he was disqualified after finishing 3rd, and that was because he really did beat the gate and break ahead of the rest of the field. Yeah, while he's been gelded and the blinkers go on, he stayed composed in here, and I think that that's something that's been a challenge for Carruthers, as he seems like the type of horse that tends to live on his nerves a little bit. Now, the number 4, Jerry the Nipper, he is the one that does seem to have that early speed, though last time out, he had a lot of company early on and was pressured throughout with 3 horses there, and it looked like he was never able to secure the lead on his own. From what I could tell in his running, he seems more comfortable when he's able to dictate things. He's another one. I wouldn't want to see him go any further than this 1-turn mile. He's a little bit more compact and a little bit more stout in his build. And typically, Todd Pletcher is very, very good with horses coming off extended layoffs and being able to be ready and to win off the bench. I thought it was an okay performance, maybe one that he could build off of. Maybe the track will be in his favor. Physically, though, I preferred the inside too. Greg?
See how it plays out. Acacia, thank you. Jerry the Nipper, he is quick, and obviously speed has been doing well. We're going to take a timeout. Feature to come when we return here in New York. And coming up this weekend, Rated R Superstar. He's found the fountain of youth as a 9-year-old. 2 stakes wins at the meet with the 2 biggest figures he has ever run. Can he do it again on Saturday? We'll be back. Stay with us.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Nairo Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Nairo Bets.
Run Happy was a #1 second crop sire by graded stakes winners and earnings. A leading dirt sire and now is an exciting Kentucky Derby hopeful.
Kicked it into high gear, and Smile Happy with a powerful performance wins by 2.5.
Run Happy continues his rise and is priced for success. Clips champion Run Happy standing in stall 1 at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back at America's Day at the Races in post-parade, here we go for the feature. This is Pipeline, 4-year-old debut for Chad Brown.
I'm shocked that he's this big a price in this race. He's a very, very talented horse. He's probably going to stay on the inside and sit right behind Jerry the Nipper.
Here's Carruthers. He was favored earlier.
I guess it's that My Racehorse money. Maybe he'll improve as a gelding, but he's not even in the hunt on paper.
Uncle Moonlight, Kidder Carmouche aboard, new gelding.
His last race was actually pretty good, and he's got some talent. The problem is his running style. And also, Michelle Nevin's horses often need a race off a layoff.
Speed, we'll get with Jerry the Nipper.
He seems like the only horse that you could make a case against Pipeline with, that he could wire the field.
7-2, Rocco Strong wearing a hood again.
Yeah, now Rocco Strong did finish ahead of Jerry the Nipper. That was Jerry the Nipper's first race off a layoff, and I just don't see him working out the right trip. But he's in good form.
Basso, Mike Luzzy aboard for Greg Sacco.
This would be the second big upset win by Mike Luzzy today if this horse somehow won.
And Good Culture, 10-1 outside, comes in off a win.
He does, but this is a much tougher spot. I mean, obviously, things change if Pipeline doesn't show up. But if Pipeline shows up off a layoff, this field's in for a world of hurt.
Feature coming up momentarily. 5 minutes to post here. Closing week at Aqueduct before we shift gears and head over to Elmont for the opening of the Belmont Park meet. And, of course, championship weekend, that third and final leg of the Triple Crown. Test of the Champion tickets, they are on sale now. It is going to be capped attendance at 50,000.
Yeah, get your tickets. It's going to be an amazing day of racing. Malathot, last year's 3-year-old champion, is getting set to make her 4-year-old debut at Keeneland. You talk about the horses running in that incredible Apple Blossom tomorrow. Good chance all of those horses, the Apple Blossom horses and Malathot, could be looking up in the fifths. And that's just really an appetizer on that day. That's how good a day of racing it is.
Yeah, be part of the action. Again, BelmontStakes.com. Get your tickets. As we take a look at the speedster here, Jose Lezcano knows what he's got to do with this horse, who looks like he's going to be one that everyone is chasing early on. This was back on March 27th, his return to the races off almost a year off.
Yeah, no, he tired that day, but he was also engaged in a pretty hectic pace situation. And Rocco Strong, who finished ahead of him, was sitting in a perfect Catbird seat behind him. And Market really ran that day. Now, I don't love Jerry the Nipper here, but you know that they have to be giving the right instructions, which is to send. I mean, Jose Lezcano has to be sending this horse. He's clearly the speed in this race. Get to the front and stick to the rail and hope he improves second off the layoff. The bias helps him. But the thing about Pipeline is he doesn't draw post 8. He draws post 1. So you got to think, and I'm watching Manny Franco, who I think is riding as well as any rider, will stick to the rail on this horse, and if he has to angle out in the stretch, that's another story, but Pipeline's just a better horse. And if he saves ground and sits behind him and angles out and he runs his race, and Chad Brown horses, they show up off layoffs. I'm a big fan of Pipeline. I think he is a horse that could have a very good year this year. He showed a lot of talent in very few races last year. I believe he'll end up even money, and I think he should.
See if he can get it done. Down to 9-5 right now. Let's go to Jonathan.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with Andy. I love the one Pipeline. I thought the horse would be a shorter price, especially the way the track is running. It feels a little bit like for my football bettors out there when you wake up on Sunday morning and you hear Tom Brady's not playing, but the Patriots or the Buccaneers, wherever he's at the moment, are still favored by like 6. And you're like, that's too good to be true. There's no way. How is this happening? I don't understand. It makes me a little bit nervous, to be fair, but I'm still firing up the Naira Bets account. I cannot leave this horse, the best horse in the race, who's drawn on the best part of the racetrack, with a rider like Manny Franco. I just can't. I have to get involved at 9-5, and I think the price will probably dip down a little bit lower. But when you get the best horse on a racetrack that's been favoring a certain area of the racetrack, and he's down there, I think it's a great opportunity. So I will be involved with Pipeline. But more importantly, hello to my friend AC. I'm just going to keep it safe. AC, can't go wrong.
Perfect. I like it, Jonathan. We don't need to change the monogram. It works out well for me. But Pipeline really had a lovely warm-up and improved a lot out on track versus back in the paddock. I think he's the best horse. But a horse that looks fantastic is the number 3, Uncle Moonlight, who is the 3-quarter brother to By the Moon. And this is a horse that really does carry his condition quite well. And I'm wondering if the gelding will, A, help him with a little bit of focus, but also to help him to lighten up a little bit. We saw some passive warm-ups out there on the track, which I was a little bit surprised by, given how speed has really been favored on this track. But true to Kendrick Carmouche's style, he gave Uncle Moonlight a big warm-up, and this horse perked up a lot out there on the track. He's probably the most fit and defined I've actually seen him, though maybe he'll strengthen up a little bit after this race. In that last win, he did break running before kind of dropping back early. I wonder if we will see Kendrick try to get him into the race. He's one that may need one off the bench, but I really like what I see from him, and he's one that I'm going to watch very interesting with a lot of interest for moving forward from here, Greg.
All right, minute to post. Acacia, thank you. Final week of action here at Aqueduct. Our feature on this Friday afternoon, and then Saturday, Sunday action before we head over to Belmont. This horse, now that price is coming down on Pipeline. He's even money for his 4-year-old debut coming up.
As it should. And listen, he doesn't have to win. It's horse races. But this is just a horse that's dramatically superior to his rivals in this race. And assuming he breaks okay and he gets the right trip behind the 4, I think only Jerry the Nipper can realistically beat him in here by riding the gold rail and perhaps advantageous. But Pipeline's supposed to spend as much time as possible on that rail as well, and he draws the right post. I don't know. And Chad Brown's horses are ready off layoffs. He's not a guy. He gets them ready off layoffs. He doesn't. I mean, occasionally a horse will need a race, but in general, they come ready to run.
See if he can get it done here. 4-year-old debut coming up. Speedster he's got to contend with to try to likely run down here. The 4, Jerry the Nipper, Jose Lezcano. It's a feature on this Friday card from Aqueduct. Let's go upstairs to John Imperial.
Waiting now for Basso and Good Culture. They're all in. And they're off. Jerry the Nipper is out first with Rocco Strong, and Pipeline is now moving up. As they race up the chute, head for the back stretch. It is Jerry the Nipper and Pipeline, and now the two of them are right together. Rocco Strong runs in 3rd. Carruthers on the inside is next in 4th. Then it's Basso in 5th, followed by Uncle Moonlight, and a break of 5 back to Good Culture. Pipeline, the odds-on favorite, has now taken over the lead from Jerry the Nipper. The quarter 23-1. Pipeline on top here by a half length. Jerry the Nipper is on the outside in 2nd. It's 3.5 lengths. Back to Rocco Strong in 3rd, followed by Carruthers, then Uncle Moonlight, and Basso, and a big break back to Good Culture. Pipeline leads by a length over Jerry the Nipper, the opening half, and 46-1 as they begin the run around the far turn. It is Pipeline the leader, with Jerry the Nipper in 2nd. It's a half dozen lengths. Back to Rocco Strong. Uncle Moonlight begins to gain some ground on the outside. Carruthers is down at the rail. It is Pipeline getting clear now by 2. Jerry the Nipper in 2nd. A break of 4 lengths. Back to Rocco Strong and Uncle Moonlight, and then Carruthers. Pipeline now opens up. Pipeline has opened up on the field here. It's Pipeline with a 6-length lead. Then Jerry the Nipper, Rocco Strong, and Uncle Moonlight. It is all Pipeline as they come through the stretch. It is Pipeline and Manny Franco. Much the best. Jerry the Nipper held on for 2nd. Uncle Moonlight was 3rd.
Walk in the park for Pipeline, especially when he broke so sharp.
Yeah, and you could see that Manny, who once again is just riding fabulously, he knew, I got to not get left. Like, that's all I got to do is get out of the gate, and I'll be okay. And then when Jose Lezcano really outbroke him on the speed, Jerry the Nipper gave a kind of tepid ride. Now, he wasn't going to win anyway, in fairness to Jose. But I think there should be more of a sense of urgency to cut the rail. And Manny said, okay, he doesn't want to cut the rail. I'm good. I'll go right up in there. And Manny put him up in there, and it's a good horse. He was helped by the racetrack. I don't want to make too much of it. This is a very promising horse.
Much, much too good for this group, and as easy as could be. It wasn't even asked for really anything down the stretch. 4-5 in the end. Pipeline, Jerry the Nipper, Uncle Moonlight, 1, 2, 3, but a long way back to 2nd and 3rd as we head back to Oakland. And our 7th race here, this $20,000 maiden claiming sprint. Mesmerize went by. Here's Glissado, the 2 at 13-1.
Yeah, just has had so many chances and did run the best race, though, that he's ever run last time.
Yeah, woke up quite a bit, actually, in that race. Public record, this is start number 3, Steve Asmussen.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the drop down could help, but my gosh, Craig, this horse hasn't done any running.
Missing the T on this horse. Looking for excitement.
Yeah. What happened?
Ran out of letters, maybe.
I guess so. They're just messed them G2.
7-2. Chris Hartman trains. Yep. Skyline is the 6 at 16-1.
I mean, lightly raced. The first race was okay from a speed figure standpoint. The last two are bad, but the horse is dropping a little bit.
Wesleyan, the 7th, did have a very, very distant third against straight maidens out on the west coast of Los Alamitos.
No, yeah, I mean, he's got some races that are okay, and I guess maybe a little bit of a drop down. He's not impossible here.
6-1 with Giovanni Franco. Malintent, Shea Stewart barn looking to go back-to-back.
And this horse is supposed to be the speed, and you know Chelsea Bailey, she goes. So this horse should be clear in front and the horse to beat.
Favorite at 5-2 on the board. A first-time starter next, or Goblin by algorithms.
It's a first fall from a mediocre dam, not taking any money.
23-1 for the debut, getting Lasix first time out. Popster, this is career start number 8, does drop down.
Second off the claim, going to have to improve, though, off the last of the train, but also, as you said, dropping.
And some of the, probably the best ever did come in the mud. Elusive Freud outside for Federico Villafranco.
I just can't find any reason to support this horse.
16-1. Outside drag Malibu, this outside slot for trainer Kenny Smith.
I thought this horse might be a little bit interesting in here. If Eichelberry, you know, you see how aggressive he is. This horse potentially does have some speed. If he can get some position, I thought he was a possible upsetter.
Debut gives you some hope, Brent. Very good against Maiden 50, first time out. Let's go back to Lafitte and Gary in Hot Springs.
Wide open, 7th race, Greg. Tepid 3-1. Current favorite. Gary Stevens, very busy man here at Oakland Park. You represent and a jocks agent for 2 jockeys and 1 apprentice. 2 of those are riding in this upcoming 7th race. Let's start with Giovanni Franco, looking for a second win this afternoon on a contender here, Wesleyan. What are you expecting?
I'm expecting him to run well. I talked to Timothy Martin. He was bullish on us riding the horse. He was claimed for 30,000, 2 back. They raised him up in class. He's dropping back in for 20 today. This is the lowest claiming price he's ran for. So I expect him to run a good race today.
Wesleyan. Horses continue to warm up. Softer company today. Let's see how he responds. And then you have number 11, Elusive Freud. That is Wesleyan at 5-1. Elusive Freud, the New York bred, trying to pull off the upset, number 11 at 17-1. And Jeremy Alicia, the apprentice that you're representing.
Yeah, just arrived from Puerto Rico about 3 months ago, and Ricardo Santana said, Gary, I have a jockey coming over. He was in the jockey school in Puerto Rico. He rode 27 races over there. He's come to America. He rode his very first race in America on Elusive Freud in his last race, and he said he couldn't figure any way how this course could win or why you should like him at all. Well, Jeremy was so nervous. The horse was in position to win at the 16th pole. Jeremy got his whip caught up in the reins. He dropped his right rein. He dropped his whip. Danny Caldwell was nice enough to come to me, and he said, Gary, I understand. He had to be so nervous. You're representing him. He went out there. He said he had to be just scared to death of how he was going to perform. He looked good on the horse until he went to hit him. So I expect him to be a little more seasoned today, but this horse is not without a chance, guys.
At 18-1, Elusive Freud, you mentioned, owned by Danny Caldwell, trained by Freddie Villafranco, just like one of the key players in tomorrow's $1 million Grade 2 Oakland Handicap. There is the field. Older horses, mile and an eighth. Number 5, Rated R Superstar, the 9-year-old for Caldwell and Villafranco, Gary, arrives with momentum, having won the Essex from off the pace last month.
Yeah, he really does. He was claimed in January of 2021 for $50,000 by Danny Caldwell, and he's found a resurrection. He was rested from September until this meet opened up. He started off the meet with a win, came back, finished 5th, and then he won the Essex in this game fashion right here. He's a horse that's hot, he's on a roll, and he's 9 years old, Lafitte.
9 years old, still going strong. Rated R Superstar. That was a first graded stakes win for his trainer, Freddie Villafranco, and owner Danny Caldwell standing by with Maggie.
Well, I'm getting the vibe that to know Danny Caldwell is to love Danny Caldwell. Well, we're having a lot of fun over here, but you've had so much fun with this horse, Danny, Rated R Superstar. You claimed him back earlier last year for $50,000, and he delivers your first greatest stakes victory. How rewarding was that win last time out in the Essex?
It was very rewarding. You know, the horse deserved all the accolations. He is the superstar. It's not me. He is, and you know, he's just an old horse that goes out and does his job. He loves his job. He goes out and tries hard every time, and it's just a blessing to have him in our stable.
And two, you mentioned that he's a horse that loves it here at Oakland. So was that kind of a factor in claiming him? Because you are a local guy.
Yes, it definitely was. I knew he loved the track here, and I thought last year we could run him back maybe in a small stake if he come out of that race well, and luckily he did. And he got beat by Silver State in a great battle, and then come back, didn't run so well in the Oakland handicap last year, but this year we seem to have him. He's going really good right now, so hopefully he'll run his race.
And we just actually saw Ricardo Santana walking out to the rail as you send out Elusive Freud in here, ridden by an apprentice rider, Jeremy Alcia. Talk a little bit about that. I know Ricardo's been helping him out.
Yeah, I'm helping Ricardo out. He comes over and helps me in the morning, so I'll reward him back with giving him a couple of mounts. And, let's see what he's got and give him a chance. We got to give everybody a chance.
Like you did Rated R Superstar. Well, best of luck here and tomorrow in the Oakland Handicap, Danny.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Well, Danny Caldwell, excited as one could be for the 9-year-old in the $1 million Oakland Handicap, guys.
Yeah, Maggie, Rated R Superstar, trying for a third stakes win of the meet, Gary. Don't sleep on him. He won the 5th season at 25-1 and in 8-1. When he won the Essex. Can he do it again?
I think he can. I mean, he's the horse that's hot right now. He's got a huge fan base here. Not Whitmore-like, but he does have a fan base here.
Nobody
I'm
has
one
a
of
fan
his
base
fans.
like Whitmore.
David Cabrera has ridden him in all 3 of his races here and got along with the horse very well. Now Ricardo Santana climbs aboard for the first time. That's not a regression. I think he's going to fit the horse just fine tomorrow. So really looking forward to seeing him step out on the racetrack and see if the old boy can pull it off.
JK, you've made some money over the years on Rated R Superstar, if memory serves.
Lafitte, I've made and lost money on every thoroughbred out there. But yes, I have made some money on Rated R Superstar before, and I think Andy and I both picked last time when Rated R Superstar got the job done. As far as this race is concerned, we'll try to make some money here. I'm going to go with the 8. Malintent. I'm not crazy about the price on Malintent, but what I will say is when you find horses that had shown speed in maiden special weight races and then drop to a lower level, I expect those horses to run a little bit better. If you look at the pace figures, there's lots of different pace figures out there. I love Timeform US, but you're looking at the pace figures to kind of let you know how fast Malintent ran early. Malintent won't have to get run at by as talented horses in that middle part of the race, and then possibly could take a little bit of a breather and then finish his race. That's what I think will happen here. Like I said, I'm not crazy about the win price, this horse being the favorite at 3-1 in a wide open field, but I do think this is the most likely winner.
Yeah, JK, I don't know that anyone playing this race, handicappers, are like crazy about anyone. That's why the board looks like it does, Gary, with a tepid favorite and 3-1 Malintent as we have just about reached post time.
Yeah, and these races have been so competitive, but what's happening here at the end of the meet, a lot of these trainers with the purses, the way they are, they're dropping their horses down. Got a full field here right now of 12 horses, so actually of 11 with the scratch of the 5, but we're seeing it every day here at the closure of this meet. There's only 8 days left after we complete today's races. So everybody taking their best shot and getting what they call shipping money when they're moving to their other tracks.
66-day meet here, Oakland. Maggie, final thoughts on Malintent. What are you noticing from the lukewarm choice?
Lafitte, I didn't like what I saw. I get why people like him on paper, but had this long, wispy, dry, dull coat, did not move that well behind when warming up. We'll see, can he get it done? Wesleyan, I think, deserves another shot in here. And I love what I saw from the outside runner, Drag Malibu. Really sharp and keen. I think on the outside, he can sit a nice, close stalking trip this time. Guys?
Not exactly a vote of confidence here for the tepid choice 3-1 Malintent, Gary, as they file in.
No, I'm noticing one thing on the 11 horse, Elusive Freud. Danny Caldwell just bet because he went from 20-1 down to 15-1.
Jeremy Alicia, the apprentice. Fixed offer with the call. Post time, race 7 live, Oakland.
Skyline. Last 2 to load are Elusive Freud and Drag Malibu. They're at the post. They're off. Malintent and Wesleyan break well. Glissado and at the rail. Looking for excitement to the center of the racetrack. There goes Elusive Freud, and Elusive Freud's on the move. Popster is next, then Drag Malibu, a slow-starting Mesmerized, Public Record, and the distant trailer is Goblin. It is Wesleyan, Malintent, and a 3-wide Elusive Freud. Wesleyan, a half-length in front. Malintent is second, the same margin to Elusive Freud. Popster moves up in fourth and is moving nicely within 2.5 of the lead. He's 2 in front of Looking for Excitement, Drag Malibu, and Glissado. Mesmerized has 10 lengths to make up. Skyline's just outside of him. Then it's a 2 back to Public Record and 6 lengths less to Goblin, and Wesleyan gets away at the top of the stretch. It is Wesleyan in front. Now Malintent is coming back after him. Wesleyan leads by a length. Malintent has the final furlong to try to get by, but Wesleyan is strong and he leads by 2. Malintent is second. Then comes Looking for Excitement. He's moving up in third. Wesleyan, Malintent, and an on-rushing Looking for Excitement. Malintent takes the lead. Looking for Excitement to the outside. Malintent is clear. Looking for Excitement and Wesleyan. It's Malintent in front. Malintent won by about a length and a half over Looking for Excitement. It's close for third between Wesleyan and Drag Malibu.
For Full House Racing Stable, Malintent graduates in his 3rd career start off the class drop.
Yeah, and Chelsea Bailey, the 7-pound apprentice, she's had a very good meet here at Oakland Park, finishing up strong, and looks like going to get beat right here. Wesleyan looked like was home and dry. Gets the staggers in the last 50 yards after setting the pace early on. 4-horse ran a big race, closing late.
Looking for excitement.
Looking for excitement.
Solid effort, and for the trainer, Shea Stewart, 2 wins on the afternoon.
Yeah, Shea's had a solid meet. He's made some claims. Not a big stable, but he does a great job. Good horseman. Congratulations to Shea.
What'd you notice from your apprentice, Jeremy Alicia, on Elusive Freud, who broke well to it today and right in the thick of it, entering the far turn?
He needs some work. This was only his 2nd race here in the United States. I'm headed to Churchill Downs with the 2 riders, with Giovanni Franco and Tiago Pereira after this meet. But what this kid needs, he needs to ride a lot of races. He needs to go somewhere where they'll use the bug. I'm going to send him, hopefully find him somebody, another agent for him, somewhere like in the on the eastern seaboard, maybe somewhere like Laurel, where they like to use apprentices, but he needs to ride a lot of races. He has talent. He looks decent on a horse early enough. Horses leave the gate for him, but he needs to ride some races. That's why he's getting the 10 pounds allowance right now.
Yeah, this is a time to learn. Has the right people in his corner. Hall of Famer Gary Stevens, Ricardo Santana. Keep your eye moving forward, Jeremy Alicia. But in this day, in the 7th race, a 2nd win for Shea Stewart here at Oakland as Malintent breaks through, closing as the favorite in the 7th race at Oakland. We'll have those results. Meantime, back at Aqueduct, Manny Franco in the winner's circle. Top of the stretch, Greg. Manny Franco gives this horse his cue, responds nicely, runs going away.
Yeah, Pipeline 4-year-old debut, just tons the best in this group, broke incredibly sharp, and from that point, you knew this race was over.
So beyond taking advantage of an extreme bias, that's a recipe for this kind of victory, and he's a very talented horse. We'll get a better idea of him as the competition gets tougher and the track gets more fair where he runs. And I just keep wanting to say it about Manny Franco. I know that, he's on the best horse in here, but Manny really has been riding extremely well. He's been very alert to the racetrack, staying inside with horses, and just in general, he's been a lot more aggressive than I'd seen him in the past, and I really think he's stepping his game up quite a bit.
Gets the job done here, and coming up in the next race, you actually like the one he's aboard in the nightcap too, don't you?
I do. I mean, people who actually remember almost better than me that I talked about this horse silent running last time he ran. And I may have even said in the show that this horse to keep an eye on. He was hampered down in a dead rail last time. He's competed against real horses in his dirt races. I don't know how much turf pedigree he has. The sire was a Grade 1 winner on the turf over in Japan, or a Group 1 winner. And this feels like the kind of race that you can take a shot with horses. The horse to beat is BC Glory Days, who will be favored by post time to 3 and should be favored. But my gosh, he's had an awful lot of chances, Greg.
Many of them trying the grass for the first time. Mile and a 16th on the inner turf in this New York bred $40,000 maiden claiming race to close out the card. Ricardo Santana Jr., he won the Apple Blossom back in 2018 for Todd Pletcher with Unbridled Mo. He'll try and do it again on Maracuja. For Rob Atras on Saturday, tackling 2 reigning champions. We'll be back.
Whether it's Division I or Grade 1, top athletes have certain traits in common. Speed, strength, class, versatility, and most of all, willpower. Claiborne Farm Stallion, War of Will, was a Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf. Now, his first foals are taking the field.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, program brought to you in part by Naira Bets, where you can play it all. Go to NairaBets.com, download that Naira Bets app. Got the Triple Crown just ahead of us, and a fun summer as well, upstate at Saratoga. Cross Country Pick 5, you can play with Naira Bets as well. That is tomorrow. It is an all-stakes Cross Country Pick 5 that begins with the Apple Blossom.
So I guess Barisi in the race number 8 here is the big single.
Line.
I mean, I know he's coming back 2 weeks. I thought he ran very well in the Wood Memorial. He is too good for these horses. Now, I will say, on the racetrack we've had the last couple of days, he could be in a little bit of trouble in that field. But on all fairness, I mean, he's got to be the best single in there. People may want to single Etruska, but I don't know. I'm going to use Clariere as well.
Yeah, Maurice, he just got nailed for 4th in that Wood. Ran very good.
Still trying to figure out how he lost that photo for 4th. Have you watched it? He lost a crazy photo for 4th.
This nightcap coming up on our Friday card. Again, on the turf, mile and a 16th, New York Breds 40 maiden claiming group. And that's Silent Running, who Andy likes for the James Bond barn. Let's head downstairs to Acacia.
And I like Silent Running a little bit in here as well. Fell down a bit of a rabbit hole with the sire, as Asian Forward is actually the second highest earning New York bred, sold as a 2-year-old for $290,000 to Japan, and is a multiple group winner over there on the turf. So there is some influence on the top side, as this horse, Silent Running, does make the 3rd start of his career. And I have no problem with the stretch out. I think that he should handle some added distance. He's got a lot of good substance, and he looks really, really strong, and the picture of health. Physically, he is a standout here in the paddock, and he has a little level of intensity as well. I think that he'll handle the turf, and in fact may actually help him stepping over onto that other surface today. But looking at a couple of others, the number 4 Toga Dancer is in off of the layoff. A big leggy new gelding by War Dancer. He's one that physically, I don't think he needs to tuck up anymore. I just would like to see him strengthen a little bit across his hindquarters and on that top line coming in off the layoff. He also seems like a really tricky horse to ride, as he doesn't have any early speed. You could see Frankie Pennington kind of shake the reins at him out of the gate last time, and he just didn't respond. There's a lot of equipment on his face, but he big blinkers, that shadow roll, that piece of fleece across the noseband to keep his head down, and a strong Houghton bit on him too. So he's one that I'm going to take the wait and see approach with and see if he strengthens up after this start. The number 10, John's Electric Ride. No problems with him trying the turf for the first time. Shackleford isn't really known as being a turf influence, but the dam was good going long on grass, as she is an Irish bred by Giants Causeway, and this guy has a turf hoof. The only thing is I just wish that he looked a little bit better in his coat. He seems a little bit dry. He seems a little bit distracted here in the paddock. Maybe he'll appreciate the surface switch, and physically I think he should handle it just at a glance, and some of the picture that some of the others are making in here in the paddock preferred a couple of others. Greg?
And there is Trevor McCarthy's new arrival. Trevor, of course, will be on John's Electric Ride, the 10. Say hello.
And of course, Katie Davis, the mom.
Got our post-parade coming up. Lucky Mucho Man is going to kick things off from the rail, Jose Lizcano.
I'm trying to figure out why this horse is taking so much money to be 5-1 in this race. The dam was a one-time winner in the turf. She has produced one horse to try the turf, did not win.
Start number 2, turf debut for Triple Brown.
Well, Tom Moore looking for a second win today. One with a first-time turfer earlier, and this one is a half to a turf winner, albeit a cheap one.
9-2, very mild favorite, BC Glory Days.
Yeah, I expect this horse will be 2-1 by post. The one time this horse went a mile at Belmont Park, ran actually better than it looks. He's a logical horse, but needs almost everybody not to be good on the turf to win.
Toga Dancer, lowest level he's been at yet.
I guess if you like new geldings, you're taking it. Who was betting this horse 5-1, by the way?
May this be the one rider change Jorge Vargas aboard?
Yeah, I mean, there's just no turf creditor to speak of on this horse. It's a total guess.
Heeman Harkey, rider change on the 6, Napoleon Complex.
Yeah, this one's the toughest one in the whole field to recommend.
Addicted to You, Saratoga last summer had a decent race at this level.
Yeah, there is one race that was okay, but, you know, overall, probably a little tough to like.
Silent Running at 9-1. There's Manny Franco looking to go back-to-back.
My choice here, just discussing the movie Silent Running with Greg off camera.
Bruce Dern. I'm going to have to watch it.
You got to.
24-1, A-lister Jackie Davis.
Yeah, the dam was 1 for 32 on the grass. Produced 3 horses to try the turf. None of them won.
John's Electric Ride, and here's Trevor McCarthy.
Dam was 3 for 11 on turf over in Europe and in America as well, and actually ran fairly well. She has produced 2 to try the turf that none of them did any running, however.
Mighty Meister blinkers coming off. Raul Mena rides.
You made the point to me off camera that this horse has run okay on the turf, and I'm not going to argue with that. I'm not a huge fan of the conditions, but this horse's turf races are okay relative to this field for sure.
And this horse, turf debut and start number 2, ran a decent race on the grass.
I agree. You know, you have to hope this horse has gotten a little older and better. That was those racers, a 2-year-old. Didn't get the best of posts, but this horse you could throw in at 30-1 somewhere in there maybe.
4 minutes away from this Friday finale coming up on the lawn here at Aqueduct. Wide open race to close it out here in South Ozone Park.
Introducing a stallion as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus Spire speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
How does horse racing support New York's economy? It's responsible for 19,000 jobs and more than $3 billion in annual statewide economic impact. These good-paying jobs support working families across the state and sustain thousands of small businesses both on and off the track. Horse racing in New York means jobs and opportunities now and in the future. We are New York horse racing.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program because New York Reds start with an advantage. New York Reds run for serious green at Belmont and Saratoga. New York bred maidens run for up to $75,000 and allowance horses for up to $85,000. And serious New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race in open company. So get back with the program. Seriously.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on FS2. Good to have you with us. Got the nightcap coming up here in New York. Take advantage of this offer. $25 Derby wager and a $200 deposit match when you sign up at Naira Bets. Derby25, that code to use to take advantage. You can download that Naira Bets app as well. That is the horse to beat. BC Glory Days, the 3 here in this nightcap on Friday. Let's go back to April 23rd.
Yeah, and you're going to see him stumble at the start from the inside. This is his first turf start, and the only one going long, albeit around one turn at Belmont Park. Stumbles and takes him out of position in this race, but I thought he ran fine in here. The problem with BC Glory Days is he's run fine plenty of his times in his career. He just doesn't win, and he's been a short price in a lot of dirt races. He looked like the best horse in, and he just doesn't win. And with so many variables, horses trying the turf here, it just feels like someone will be better than him. Maybe none of these horses handle the turf.
Yeah,
and maybe he wins. Because his races are okay. And, you know, for people wondering why they go back to dirt, well, he was a shorter price in dirt races than he was in the turf. So, of course he went back to the dirt. I mean, he's just a logical horse off the claim for Ray Handel. I don't love him in here, but I think to deny he's the horse to beat is to deny reality.
Off form, there's no question. Yeah, we'll see a lot of new faces trying the lawn. Can someone step up? Jonathan, your take on BC Glory Days.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of agree with what Andy was saying. You see a horse who has some back turf races, and then you go into the time of the Aqueduct meet where you can't run on the turf. I would imagine that Ray Handel said, let's go ahead and claim this horse if he shows up for a tag. Then we'll take him, and we'll take advantage of getting back on the grass. So I like BC Glory Days, that the two of the 3 turf races that you see on the past performances should win this. I like inside draws with good turf horses that are better. They can just save ground, and if they can just get lucky, they'll be able to kick clear. And I'm hoping that BC Glory Days can get the job done in this spot. A little bit of a short price, but I do think the most likely winner. AC, do you agree with me about BC?
I do not. He is a horse that has run fine on the turf. While he doesn't necessarily look like a turf horse through and through, he's run well over the surface. My big question with him is, does he have the ability to handle the 2 turns? He's very compact. He's rather squat in his build. He looks like shorter the better for him. So at a shorter price, yes, he could potentially run well. I just think that there are some other intriguing options in this race. Greg?
Acacia, thank you. And JK, we were saying this off air. Andy brought it up, and I was thinking it too. It's ACC.
Yeah, it's ACC. That's right. I mean, a little respect here.
Favorite, BC Glory Days, the 3, 2-1 favorite in our finale. John Imbrial, the call.
Mighty Meister and Resilient Courage. Set for the start of race 9. And they're off. BC Glory Days is out for the lead. Moving up now is Silent Running, and from the outside, Resilient Courage is there, along with Mighty Meister. Resilient Courage, Mighty Meister, BC Glory Days, those 3 up front. And then comes John's Electric Ride, who's racing in 4th. A-Lister on the outside. Next in 5th, Addicted to You is in 6th. Silent Running is now down at the rail and back running in 7th. And then comes Napoleon Complex, who is next in 8th. Oh, going very wide there on the turn was A-Lister. A-Lister very wide on that clubhouse turn. The quarter went in 22-3, and now they've reached the backstretch. Mighty Meister is the leader, with Resilient Courage on the outside, racing in second. BC Glory Days down at the rail. John's Electric Ride on the outside is in fourth. Silent Running runs in fifth. Then it's Addicted to You next in sixth, followed by Napoleon Complex in seventh. May this be the one in eighth. A-Lister trying to get back into it now on the outside. As they continue along after a half in 48-1. Farther back in the field is Triple Brown, and then Toga Dancer and Lucky Mucho Man. Around the far turn, Mighty Meister on the inside, Resilient Courage on the outside. The two of them are together. In behind is BC Glory Days, John's Electric Ride on the outside, followed by Silent Running into the stretch now. Mighty Meister has the lead. Resilient Courage on the outside in second. Silent Running is next in third. BC Glory Days is putting in a late bid here as they come down for the 16th pole. It is Mighty Meister in front. And then Silent Running, BC Glory Days on the outside. Mighty Meister trying to hold on, and he did. Mighty Meister, BC Glory Days was there, and Silent Running.
Mighty Meister able to hold on for the win here. 7 prior starts had not hit the board, able to finish today.
Yeah, you mentioned to me, we were talking about the race off camera, that he had those races and a good job getting into position with this horse. Great ride by Manny Franco and my horse Silent Running. I think he wanted to get off the rail and he couldn't. Maybe if he got clear, he could have made that clear unencumbered run, but Manny had so many things right in here, and it's not his fault he couldn't get off. And you know, once again with BC Glory Days, he ran well. One other horse showed up and ran better. The only horse that hadn't run the turf, though, that ran well was the number 8 horse. The other horses in this race that were trying the turf for the first time didn't do a step of running.
Going in, we knew, as you mentioned already, there was going to be a pick 6 carryover. 13-1 here to close out this Friday afternoon with Mighty Meister.
And I would have had an 11-8 exacta because of you, Greg, because you mentioned them, so you almost made me a bunch of money.
How close was it for second?
Nah, not that close. I mean, I think he was never really comfortable on the inside. I think it's not Manny's fault. I mean, he tried to get outside. He did so many things right to get him in that position. You can't. I mean, it was a terrific ride. I just think, you just sort of wish, and I think he wishes he could have got outside, but nobody really backed up to let him do it.
Mighty Meister closes it out with a win. While the prices in a moment, we head back to Oakland. And race 8. Mile and a 16th, state-bred race allowance optional claiming group. And here's the one, Smarty Grimes. Carl Broberg second off the claim, 7-5.
Yeah.
There he is again.
They're Eichelberry. He's everywhere, I know. I mean, I don't think he's impossible second off the claim. He ran okay last time. He improved off the claim, that's for sure.
Big success, Ramon Vasquez aboard.
He's not living up to that name, is he?
Not so far, just 1 for 6. One sprinting, by the way, going a mile and a 16th here. Tale of Truth, John Court, blinkers on.
I can't see any reason to recommend this horse off his 2 races. It's probably on a bigger price.
It's a lot easier, too. Mo Betta, Kelsey Harride to 12-1.
Why is this horse the same price as the 3? Horse feels about 5 times as likely to win.
Seems that way. Smokin' Boots, Giovanni Franco rides.
Yeah, I mean, going to have to improve off the last race, but I would give them credit for moving forward off the prior effort.
Several of these have beat him the last couple of starts. Dinner at Crumpy's finished the best of 4 horses coming out of the same race last out.
Yeah, he's had a lot of chances, and I think he's the biggest competitor against the inside favorite, but he's 1 for 17 with 6 seconds and thirds.
Bellamy's Roan, 10th start, broke his maiden. First try against Winners, he had some trouble.
Yeah, I think the bigger question with him is going longer, but he did run a good enough figure 2 back going longer.
Top Road Rules, Ricardo Santana Jr. back aboard. Tried to go gate to wire last start, flattened out.
He feels like the speed here, right? He, along with the 6 Dinner at Crumpy's, are supposed to be the 2 forward horses.
And 17-1 outside, a horse who just broke his maiden for state-bred maiden 30.
Yeah, and coming back in just 7 days as well off of that win.
Yeah, it was no match for several of these 2 and 3 starts back. So a big number there. Wow, 6-5. Smarty Grimes on the rail, taking the majority of the money in here. A horse who's unproven, going 2 turns, going this mile and a 16 distance, but getting a lot of money right now as we look at Dinner at Crumpy's. Let's go back to April 3rd. And again, 4 runners coming out of the same race in this group. Top Roll Rules would wind up 3rd in here, but it was a long way back to 3rd place.
Right. I mean, you know, Mrs. Bean's obviously better than these horses. And once again, Mrs. Bean's, we've discussed the name. And Dinner at Crumpy's ran just a better race. I mean, and they're sort of similar horses. It's a situation where I think both have similar speed today. The Dinner Crumpy's supposed to protect that inside position. We'll see how aggressive Ricardo Santana is. And I think if you don't get aggressive right in the front end, I think that could help Dinner at Crumpy's. And the thing about Smarty Grimes, who I don't have a problem being favored off his last race. It's the only race he's run, though, that makes him a strong favorite. So the assumption is he's going to run that race again for Carl Broberg. Now, he might. But do you really want to take that short a price on him? Now, I realize the other options aren't that appealing, mostly because the 6 is 1 for 17, but I'm not sure I could take that short a price in the 1.
Can Ryan Eichelberry notch another win? Let's go back to Lafitte and Gary.
Yeah, Greg, look, these guys win a lot of races together. You mentioned Eichelberry, End Zone Athletics, Carl Broberg, put up big numbers, Sam Houston. Smarty Grimes, Gary, I guess he's the only one for sale for the $20,000 optional claiming tag. Like, can you trust him?
Yeah, I think I can, especially after the race that he's coming out of. The race he's coming out of was actually a prep race for the Arkansas Bred Championship, which is run on April 7th here, closing weekend. He finished 4th in that race. He was a big price that day, ran a decent race. The thing I worry about him is the distance. He kind of flattened out in the stretch, but he ran above what his odds were that day. He was 22 to 1, and if he repeats that race, it's good enough to win today.
3-2, Smarty Grimes. You heard the guys discussing Dinner at Crumpy's in the race that he's exiting, 1 for 17, but competitive. 2nd in his last pair. What does he need to do today to turn things around and wind up in the winner's circle?
Well, he's got to show some heart is what he's got to do through the stretch. I mean, there's a reason that he's only won 1 race in 17 starts with 3 seconds, 3/3. He's got a little bit of what we call hang, and he gets to the point where he needs to seal the deal, and he just fades. Maybe he's camera shy. I don't know what it is, but he's got to get to where he likes that camera in the last 16th of a mile, Lafitte.
You see on paper a horse that, quote, hangs, a horse that just won't deliver that knockout punch. The trainer tells you he's lazy, like he hangs. What can you possibly do different as a rider?
Usually what would happen back in the day is trainers or an owner would say this horse is really lazy. You're going to have to go to work on him early, and you're really going to have to get after him left-handed with the riding crop or right-handed. So the immediate thing that comes in my mind is this horse has been being what I called abused in races. He's tired of getting beat up for what he is the best of him. So the first thing I would do is gather him up. I would sit, I would wait, and maybe they wouldn't like it, but the horse I would pull up after the race. They would finish up stronger and gallop out happy, not with their ears pinned. They'd gallop back happy, and I'd tell the trainer, I said, look, this horse tried hard today. He was happy when he pulled up. He's going to come back and run a better race the next time you lead him over there, and 9 times out of 10, they would run a winning race.
By the time Maggie's done with this report, I want to answer to the question, best, laziest horse you ever rode. All right? You have a couple of minutes. You have a few moments here. Best lazy horse Gary Stevens ever rode. Maggie, what are you seeing as we get set for this 8th at Oakland?
I am waiting on pins and needles to hear the answer to that, Lafitte. But taking a look at your current heavy favorite down on the rail, Smarty Grimes, he was a horse that, admittedly, when he first walked over here, I didn't necessarily like. But he's one that once you put the tack on him, he kind of blows up. He gets himself ready for a race. And I appreciate that about a racehorse. But as Gary hinted to, the distance is a question mark. Yes, numbers-wise, he ran fast enough going the mile and a 16th last time to make him a legitimate player here. But a lot of times you'll see horses that are trying that longer distance, especially around 2 turns for the first time. They'll run their best race doing it the first time. So a lot of times you'll see them take a step backward, especially if they're one that watching them finish up that race and looking at them physically, they don't look that convincing getting out to these longer distances. Number 6, Dinner at Crumpy's, he was good last time. As Andy said, Mrs. Bean's a nice horse. I thought this horse of any of them looked the best in the paddock. I think he's a very, very logical alternative to the favorite. As number 7, Bellamy's Roan, I think is interesting getting back out to this longer distance. Yes, he's only run it once, but it was second, beaten 3/4 of a length, and a good effort. And you you watch that last race in which he did have trouble, he was close on the backside, then he got shuffled back in the turn, then he kind of had to swing out, and he just ran on mildly. To me, he ran like a horse that wants to go longer. He physically looks like a horse that wants to go longer. I think he's interesting getting back to this route distance. So who is it, Gary? Who's the laziest best horse you've ever ridden?
Well, this is going to surprise both of you, I think, but that horse's name would be Mucho Macho Man. He wasn't necessarily lazy, but he did not like the whip, and the first time I rode him was in the Awesome Again. I told Kathy Riffo, I says, I don't think he likes the whip. I'm not going to use it. The rest is history. He won that, and then he came back and won the Breeders' Cup.
Who says you can't be lazy and still win a $6 million horse race? Mucho Macho Man, Breeders' Cup Classic winner. No Mucho Macho Men in this field, but it is post time. Big Star with the call. They're off.
Good start. Smarty Grimes broke beautifully, goes for the front from Dinner at Crumpy's and Mo Betta. These three race out with Top Road Rules and Bellamy's Roan close up. Ghost Strategy is next. Then comes Big Success, followed by Smokin' Boots, and the trailer is Tale of Truth. Dinner at Crumpy's just quicker than Smarty Grimes to the backstretch. Dinner at Crumpy's ahead in front. Smarty Grimes will retain the rail, though, and come right back at him and now put his head in front. These two travel well. 2 lengths further back to Top Road Rules and Mo Betta. Another 2 to Bellamy's Roan. He's 5th and a tugging 5th at that, about 4 from the front. 2.5 back to Ghost Strategy, Truth Be Told. Then at the rail, Big Success, and he's joined and passed by Smokin' Boots. Up the backstretch, Smarty Grimes and Dinner at Crumpy's continue their battle. Dinner at Crumpy's outside, Smarty Grimes at the rail, a half mile from the money. Top Road Rules is traveling in third, and he's 2 from the front and patiently handled by Santana. He thinks he's got a lot of horse. We're about to find out. There's Top Road Rules within a length and a quarter of the lead. 3 back to Smokin' Boots and Bellamy's Roan. 3 more back to Ghost Strategy, and they round the far turn with Dinner at Crumpy's, Smarty Grimes, and a 3 wide Top Road Rules. Smarty Grimes puts his head back in front. Top Road Rules 3 deep. Dinner at Crumpy's. These 3 across the track, and Top Road Rules maybe takes a short lead. Bellamy's Roan has chance too. Back to Mo Betta. They come to the final furlong. Top Road Rules, a neck in front of Dinner at Crumpy's. Bellamy's Roan. Smarty Grimes backs out. At Dinner at Crumpy's and Top Road Rules. Big Success late. Dinner at Crumpy's retakes the lead. Top Road Rules. Big Success in the center. Dinner at Crumpy's. Top Road Rules. Big Success. Dinner at Crumpy's. Dinner at Crumpy's won by 2. I think Big Success just beat Top Road Rules for second, and Bellamy's Roan was 4th.
Right on cue, Gary. Dinner at Crumpy's, 2 for 18 after that victory, 5-2 at post time.
Yeah, and I think that Francisco Arrieta learned something. And the first time he rode him was the last time he rode him when he finished second. You see him engaged here by Top Road Rules, and he goes back right-handed with him. He's resolute the last 16th of a mile. Good ride from Francisco Arrieta, put him right in the race at the beginning. Didn't want to let Smarty Grimes have things his own way. Been a game race today, Lafitte.
He's like, who hangs? Who's lazy? Watch this. Dinner at Crumpy's, victorious. The favorite, Smarty Grimes, a non-factor.
Yeah, it was, and I was surprised to see him on the lead, to be honest with you, but I talked about the distance of the race. He's got speed. He's ran 1 mile and 16th for the first time in his last race in that prep race for the Arkansas Championship on the 7th. So maybe distance needs to shorten back up, Lafitte.
Dinner at Crumpy's here at Oakland, Greg. At Aqueduct, Mighty Meister in the nightcap with Raul Mena.
Yeah, 13-1 to close things out here in New York. 7 starts, I should say, prior had not hit the board this time. Very resolute on the front end.
Yeah, no, he was. And a very good ride by Mania, getting this horse in front. You would never have thought he would be forward in this race. And you can see right there, Manny Franco on the 8, who's like 4th. He wanted to get outside, but with the 3 staying in, the 12 kind of drifting a little bit, he couldn't get outside. And it's not his fault. I mean, he gave a tremendous ride to get that position, but sometimes those rallies, unencumbered in the outside, you get a little bit better. And BC Glory Days, look, he ran well again, but there's just always some. And the other thing is, he was supposed to win. He's supposed to run down Mighty Meister in this race because he had the right trip. He saved ground. He angled out. You feel like if the 8, and the 8, it's not the rider's fault because Manny did the right. He followed BC Glory Days and got the fence. But, you know, if he got that outside run, he might have been able to go by. BC Glory Days does not want to pass in the stretch. It's just...
4,649.
Want me to do it? 450.
Pick 5, you know I love it.
450, around 800. I'm going to do it so it's about 12. You know what? This was lower than the parlay.
Was it really?
No, it was above it. I'm sorry. It was about 12,000 the parlay.
Okay.
So it was actually, what was that, about 18,000, a little over. So even with those payouts, still a very good payout. Sometimes when there's a lot of big prices.
Basically a pick 4.
Yeah, and a free square, yeah. Pipeline. Good point.
We're going to take a timeout. We will be back. Of course, the big one in the distaff division. We're going to show it to you live tomorrow. Joel Rosario, he won the race back in 2014 with closed hatches. He's got the now 4-year-old filly looking to make an impact. Clairiere for Steve Asmussen, looking for another Grade 1 win.
Code of Honor, multiple Grade 1 winner and 6-time graded stakes winner, including the Grade 1 Travers, the Grade 1 Jockey Club Gold Cup, the Grade 2 Fountain of Youth. He was a debut winner at 2 in Saratoga, following up with a gutsy performance, running second in the Grade 1 Champagne Stakes. Son of a champion out of a graded stakes winner, with an outstanding physical to match. Code of Honor, standing at Lane's End.
Back on America's Day at the Races on FS2, program brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Back to Hot Springs, dinner at Crumpy's. Francisco Arrieta, Tammy Hornsby, and a horse who's now 2 for 18, getting the best of this bunch again. There were 3 others he had beat last time out, finished ahead of, and he does it this time as well, except this time he gets the win.
Well, if you could get by the fact that, you know, that he was 1 for 17 lifetime, I thought he was the worst to beat in this race, but 1 for 17s are usually the worst to bet against. It's interesting how the 8 looked like he had a measure, but if you're watching the race, you know, it felt like Santana had been in a drive for a long time, and Arrieta was sort of waiting on him, and when he went and asked his horse, the 8 was empty, and Dinner at Crumpy's wasn't. Very disappointing effort for the favorite, who did not run back to his last at all.
No. 5-2 on your winner. William Pritchard, again, Tammy Hornsby and Francisco Arrieta, your winning connections. The 9th race. Mile and a 16th, 40,000 starter allowance group. Lord Dragon taking money, Spa City taking money as well. It's Tom Amos, Ricardo Santana Jr. with the 6, a horse who is a 6-time winner from 18 starts.
Do you think that Tom Amos got claimed Spa City because he loves being in Saratoga with us so much? I think that's the reason.
In my case, yes.
I mean, it's true. He spends a lot more time with you than he does with me. That's a good point.
Now, we're looking forward to seeing him again in, wow, just a couple of months away, actually.
Yeah.
It's getting close. Our ABR race of the week, it is the Grade 1 Apple Blossom in the Distaff division. 4 of the 5 lined up in this field are Grade 1 winners.
Yeah, you know, people look sometimes and they say, oh, it's only a 5-horse field. They could add 3 or 4 no-hopers in here, and it would be a worse race.
Yeah.
Because they might get in the way of somebody that's good. This is a spectacular matchup. To have Letruska, Clairiere, and CC, as you say, meeting so early in the year, it starts to make you drool thinking about the Ogden Phipps when you add in Malathot and perhaps some others.
Speaking of, we'll get to her in a moment. Maracuja, of course, her big moment, Coaching Club American Oaks upset of Malathot, and that upset of the summer at Saratoga.
Coming back off 3 weeks after a somewhat lackluster winning return is probably not going to set her up well for a matchup like this one. It'll be interesting to see if she can step her game up in her second start as a 4-year-old.
The distaff champ of the division. Looks like she's going to have things her own way on the front end again.
They've all got to play her game, and she plays it very, very well. Can she run the table the way she did for a while last year? That's another question, but she is the horse to beat.
Clairiere, it looks like she came back with a really good one at Fairgrounds for her 4-year-old debut.
Right, but unlike the 2 6-year-olds, she has more upside. She could be a horse that's really moving forward, though tactically she's compromised, and Joel's not going to take her out of her game. He's going to sit back and make one run and hope it works out.
Winner of the Cotillion, her big Grade 1 win last year at Parks late in the season. Miss Imperial, is this the only one who can try and keep company with Letruska?
I guess, but Letruska's so much faster than her. I just doubt it's going to happen. I give them credit for taking a shot and hoping they get 4th money somehow.
And another reigning champion, Filly Mare Sprint champ, CC, decided to stretch her back out. The Grade 2 Azeri equaled a win, and that was sort of to see what the path would be going forward. She won the race, so now it's on to the Apple Blossom.
And they could have tried the Grade 1 going 7 on Derby Day, but they decided to take a shot in this race. The one thing she has done well is go 2 turns at Oakland Park, where she won this race 2 years ago. And something we haven't even mentioned to add to the whole conversation here is you've also got back-to-back winners of the Apple Blossom. Letruska won it last year, and some may forget, but I can't forget that victory in a 14-horse field from, I believe, post-14 for CC that day. That was a tremendous field she beat. CC's good, but can she deal with Letruska and then hold off Clairiere? We'll see. A great matchup.
Again, you heard earlier in the program, only 3 have won multiple editions of this. Passiana, Zenyatta, Azeri.
They were pretty good, right?
They were. Can Letruska or CC join that very elite list? We will find out tomorrow. It is going to be an incredible showdown of 2 reigning champions in this distaff division. Letruska, the speedster. Jose Ortiz will pilot. And CC, Filly Mare Sprint champ, targeting longer distances in a race that she's already won. She's perfect at Oakland.
They're off in the United Nations. Fantastic is sent hard to take the lead. Fantastic has been there every step of the way. Fantastic shakes loose with 1/4 mile to go. He's in front by 2 lengths, but it is Fantastic to take them coast to coast in the United Nations.
155 and in the back, 150,000. Jody, thank you.
Fantastic, standing at 3 chimneys.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
DeMarchelier offers breeders a rare opportunity as the only son of Dubawi standing in Kentucky. Dubawi, one of the world's most celebrated stallions, is establishing himself as a sire of sires. His sons at stud include exciting young international stallions like Night of Thunder, Time Test, and Zarak. With his picture-perfect pedigree, this son of Dubawi brings one of the world's most potent bloodlines to America. Look for his first yearlings this year. DeMarchelier, standing at Claiborne Farm.
The Thoroughbred Owner Conference is back in person for the first time in 3 years and is being held in the new 1863 Club at Saratoga Racecourse, July 25th and 26th. Attendees enjoy 9 ownership topics with an impressive list of speakers, along with social events to meet other owners and network, an opening reception at the National Museum of Racing and Hall of Fame, a conference dinner, and an afternoon of racing at Saratoga. It's the 2022 Thoroughbred Owner Conference, July 25th and 26th. See you in Saratoga.
Latruska is back to second. Swiss Skydiver is 2 back in third, and Monomoy Girl has a final furlong to get, but Latruska is battling on bravely. Monomoy Girl a length. Latruska doing her level best. Monomoy Girl, Latruska battling back. Latruska, Monomoy Girl, Latruska!
Race of the year in 2021. We want to be the champ, got to beat the champ, and Latruska did just that, Gary.
Yes, she did, and showed gameness, fought out to the wire. Hopefully we're seeing the same sort of finish tomorrow, Lafitte.
We have champions going head-to-head. Latruska would go on a tear, winning 6 of 7, 4 Grade 1 wins, and a championship. Far from the only one who would roll through Hot Springs and lead to a title. 2021 Eclipse Award winners, Essential Quality, Jackie's Warrior, CC, aforementioned older mare champion Latruska, all Eclipse Award winners last year, Gary. I know it's only April, but much like a top 5 college football matchup in September, like this Apple Blossom could have championship implications, like last year's did.
It more than likely will, Lafitte. Everything starts in a season in any sport. To get into the playoffs, you've got to win early. Tomorrow is sort of a playoff. It's all going to start right here. There's been many champions that were made starting in April here at Hot Springs in the Apple Blossom Stakes.
So much history, so much prestige. The Grade 1 Apple Blossom Handicap, as we take you inside the numbers, by the numbers, the history of the Apple Blossom statistics. First run in 1958. Every year since 68, but the first time it was run at this distance, mile and a 16th, in 1990. So which great mare has done the most damage? Azeri, the only 3-time Apple Blossom winner. So popular, so talented. 2002, 2004, most wins by an owner. Azeri's owner makes sense. Late Alan Paulson actually won his first with Asena in 98. Apple Blossom leading trainer Bill Mott with 4 different fillies and mares close hatches, the most recent in 2014. Leading Apple Blossom jockey, that's ridiculous, Mike Smith. 7 Apple Blossom wins seen there with Midnight Bizou. This is not easily accomplished. Apple Blossom Breeders' Cup Distaff sweep in the same year. You had the Argentine mares, Pasiana, Bayacoa, Azeri, Zenyatta, only 4 of them. And this is why we'll be spending a lot of time discussing championships. 13 Apple Blossom winners crowned champion the same year, Midnight Bizou among them. And the highest of honors. Apple Blossom winners named Horse of the Year, absolute legends. Azeri, Zenyatta, Ava de Grace, absolute royalty. The Apple Blossom by the numbers. But tomorrow's race is all about the head-to-head matchup, the clash of champions. As you take another look at the field for the Apple Blossom, 5 of them, as the guys mentioned, it's about the quality. 4 Grade 1 winners. Latruska post 2, 7-5. CC on the outside at 2-1. That's the story. The clash of champions in Latruska and CC. Like, it feels like a heavyweight bout, so we're going to treat it as such. Latruska, the defending Apple Blossom winner. CC, a former Apple Blossom winner.
Ladies and gentlemen,
she's ready to fight every day.
Her attitude, I mean, I think that's what they make her to be a champion.
Latruska doing her level best. Monomoy Girl, Latruska battling back. Latruska, Monomoy Girl, Latruska!
To fight with that horses, and when Monomoy be in front and she come again fight, she's ready for that competition.
CC, Ollie's, Candy, and CC! Oh my!
Victor knows her like his hands, you know what I mean? So, I mean, what else can I say? She's awesome.
She's a horse with a lot of character, you know. You train a horse like Letruska, in some form it's easy because she have a lot of potential, a lot of qualities. It's important in my position how she come back. I know that she train good, she feel nice, the body looks more strong than before. But finally you need to run and need to win. She's, in my opinion, in very good form. She's very fresh. She's ready to run.
We got a good filly too, you know, so it's going to be a battle down the lane.
This is Apple Blossom. This is not another race, another part, no?
Even if it's a short field, but it's going to be a tough race.
The two winners for the Apple Blossom fight for this one.
Can't wait. Letruska, CC, the tail of the tape. Letruska has the edge in experience and wins, a slight edge in Grade 1 wins and earnings. Both are multi-millionaires. Letruska, CC. Gary, we saw how good Letruska was a season ago. Things didn't work out in the Breeders' Cup Distaff. Now a 6-year-old mare. Do you expect her to be as dominant this season as she was as a 5-year-old mare?
Well, I can say that Fausto's done a heck of a job with what he's done, giving her a long rest prior to the Royal Delta Stakes, where she came back easy winner in that Grade 3. Look, this is that race that she ran in the Breeders' Cup is the type of race that could have ruined her in that suicidal speed duel that was happening early with the crazy fractions coming away from the starting gate. She was hooked from the inside, the outside. You could tell that Jose Ortiz was not comfortable with what was going on. You immediately know as a jockey, you can feel that you're going too quick, couldn't be where he wanted to. And on paper, it was obvious what the possibilities were. Well, the worst nightmare turned out to be right, Lafitte.
And there's no way something like that happens tomorrow, right?
I would say no, there's not that kind of speed in the race. She's a dominant speed, controlling speed in the race, unless something should happen at the start. And you can see Jose Ortiz right at this point. He's taking a look around. He doesn't want to stop another horse that may be flying late. He peeks under his arm. He peeks under the other arm. And you can watch him in the final 16th of a mile. He said, that's enough today, Mama. We'll focus on next season.
And Fausto Gutierrez said, look, she was tired after the Breeders' Cup Distaff. He said it was a really long campaign. He wants to give her about 2 less races this year and still aiming at that Breeders' Cup Distaff and hoping for a second Apple Blossom and championship at the end of the season.
Yeah, you know, Lafitte, I came out this morning and watched her train, and she is sharp right now. She trained yesterday. She jogged just one trip around the racetrack. She came out late. Later on in the morning, she went 2 miles. She's extremely sharp right now.
You never know with mares, even the great ones, at some point they're like, I don't know if I really want to do this anymore as they get older. This was her 6-year-old debut, so what were we going to see? That's the same old front-running wrecking ball Letruska we all love.
Yeah, she's got her ears up. She's happy. She's been, she was put away, rested, as I said earlier. She's comfortable. She's got that same look. I remember Beholder as her 6-year-old season. I could tell when she was coming back into form. This filly, or mare, is in great form from what I could see visually this morning on the racetrack.
Letruska victorious in her 2022 debut, as was CC. Maggie Wolfendale standing by. Maggie, I think CC, who gave everybody a heart attack in deep stretch of that Azeri, whenever you hear someone discuss a horse thinking that their job is done when they strike the front, like that's like the perfect example. Hit the front, ears went up, she hit the brakes, and things got dicey late until she realized her job wasn't done yet.
Yeah, Lafitte, just show anybody a replay of that Azeri when you're talking about a horse who loses interest, quote unquote. But if she did, well, then that would say that she has some left in the tank. And she arrived here once again at Oakland Farm, her Southern California base, for trainer Mike McCarthy on Wednesday. She's trained here yesterday and today, shipping in to Hall of Famer Dwayne Lucas's. But she's your champion sprinter. The vast majority of her success has come sprinting. And it's funny, looking back to my notes, the only other time I had seen her in the flesh was the Acorn, and I wrote sprinter. She would go on to win a 2020 Apple Blossom. So she has a vast array of different distances she can win in. she's a very, very versatile type of horse. Her biggest job and possible pitfall going into the Apple Blossom, obviously, is Latruska. Not just because of Latruska's talents, but because of her speed. Now that CC, who isn't devoid of speed, she's going to have to go and attack her. She and Victor Espinoza are going to have to put the pressure on Latruska, who has shown the capability of going fairly fast and taking pressure and still being able to pull out a win, much as she did winning the Apple Blossom here last year. So we'll see. Things definitely don't get easy for CC tomorrow, but this is the matchup that we've all been waiting for. Greg?
We can't wait. It is race 5. We will have live coverage tomorrow of this heavyweight battle. 2 champions, and everyone's putting the focus, as they should, on these 2 reigning champions going head-to-head. But as you said to me off air, there's a lot of talk that Clairiere could be her year.
You know, and you think about one of the things, of the number of things that the Aspen Barn does so well is getting these horses to improve. And I'm not saying she's another gun runner, but you think about how much Gun Runner improved the end of his 3-year-old season into his 4-year-old year. You could never predict that Gun Runner would be the kind of 4-year-old he was as a 3-year-old. Obviously, she beat nobody in her comeback race, but I've always been a Clairiere fan, and I think she's going to have a very big year.
Pedigree to be a superstar. Her trainer, Steve Asmussen, believes with that pedigree, it's really going to shine this year in her 4-year-old campaign, and that 4-year-old debut looks like she has taken a step forward. 9th finale coming up on this Friday card in Hot Springs. Mile and a 16th, 40,000 starter allowance. And we're going to see in a moment here Bourbon Frontier in a moment. He's won 2 of his last 3. He's been off since late January.
Yeah, I'm interested what's going to happen with the horses that were in Wayne Potts' barn, and he's on suspension now. And both horses, the 1 and 5, trained by Wayne Potts in the past, and now they're with somebody named Melton Wilson. I don't know he's an assistant to him before because he's got starts on his own, so I don't really know the story with him. Maybe the other people at Oakland do, but I'm wondering, are these horses going to run well for the assistant as they've run for Wayne Potts? I think that's look at Bourbon Frontier, how well he ran last time.
Huge
better than he'd ever run before by a lot.
Yeah, where did that race come from?
And even Kershaw. I mean, I guess he's run some good races, to be fair, but he did improve last time, I thought.
Well, the 1 Bourbon Frontier 5-1, Kershaw the 5 at 4-1 as well. Here he is, Giovanni Franco aboard. So again, 2 wins, well, 3 wins really the last 4 races.
Yeah, I'm going to take a wait and see approach, and he figures to be forward along with my favorite named horse at Oakland, Truculent.
Here he is, 5-year-old for John Cox, who, he should be forward. He's a 3-time winner here.
I'd like to see Arrieta be more aggressive than Contreras was last time. I think he just let everybody sort of lap on him. It's like Jonathan agreed with. We talked about it last time. Be more aggressive. You may not outrun the 1, but make him move a little bit.
8-1 on the 7-year-old by Fort Larned, Fort Peck.
Listen, he moves back to Diodoro's barn, so maybe he'll bounce back to his prior races, which give him a little bit of a chance, but I'm skeptical.
Kershaw coming off a win at Oakland at a mile and 16th.
Will they pull him at the 8th pole with a 10-length lead?
Perfect game going and pull.
Lafitte was good with it. Lafitte said it was okay. So if Lafitte's okay with it, Mr. Dodger fan, I'm okay with it.
Spa City at 2-1, Ricardo Santana Jr.
I'm rooting for our buddy Tom Amos. And he's got good race at Oakland. It's not just that he's run well at Delta and other tracks. Boy, he's shipped around a lot, huh?
Yeah, Lord Dragon just went by. He's a 2-time winner here, and here's Cat Daddy.
Hope Lord Dragon is more settled than last time out. Cat Daddy looks over his head on his recent form. He's got some back races that are good, though.
And the biggest price on the board outside, 21-1 on short list.
And the reality is he's actually got some decent races. His last race was a disaster, and that was off a bit of a freshening. But it's not like he's got no races that give him a chance.
Minute to post coming up in our final race on this Friday afternoon. Going to go back to March 26th. Truculent had the lead in the stretch, winds up 3rd, getting beat a length. Let's go back to the beginning. Lord Dragon in here as well.
Yeah, I think it's Lord Dragon you have to watch because he breaks a bit slow here. But keep in mind with Lord Dragon, he's not a speed-type horse. He's actually a closer. I don't know what happened because he could not get this horse to settle. Arrieta. It's not like Arrieta's not a very good rider. You see him throwing his head. It's like something was going on. Normally, it wouldn't even matter he got left a little bit because he'd settle in behind horses, but he wants none of that. You see him throwing his head, and he's between horses. And eventually, Arrieta said, I think I just got to let him go. Else he's going to expend so much energy with me fighting him. And the pace was tepid. and he ran it between horses. Well, obviously this is not a trip that's going to give him his best chance to win. I don't blame Marietta. It just got away from him. I almost blame Contreras on Truculent because he wasn't as aggressive as he should have been, and maybe the pace backed in his face, and that helped make him get ranked. I don't know. But obviously he's better than that race shows.
And you never see that from him either.
It's so strange. When I watched it, I thought, oh, he must have a history of getting ranked and doing this. And you look at his PPs, and you just don't see it. So I don't really know. It's like something went wrong. Still, I know the Truculent likely has to deal with Bourbon Frontier because he's fast and he's inside of him. But maybe they were worried a mile and eighth last time. I don't know what it was. I just think you want to be more decisive with him, a more decisive ride. I like Truculent more than just the name.
Well, can Lord Dragon, that horse who was ranked last time out, settle today? He's 7-1. Let's go to Jonathan for more.
Yeah, I like Lord Dragon in here. From all the points you guys saw from the March 26th race, you know, you're just moving early like that. I think the cutback should help a little bit, especially the way he was ridden last time. But if you dig a little bit deeper in his past performances, you'll see trip after trip after trip. Now, sometimes you start to wonder, is it the horse's fault? I don't mean it like the horse's fault, but does this horse's talent, does he just kind of get himself into those situations? You look at the race 2 back, he was super wide. The race 3 back, he got into some trouble down in tight. You go 4 back, he's wide. 5 back, he's wide. 6 back, he's in tight. He just finds himself in tough spots all the time. Hopefully being drawn towards the outside in a smaller field with only 7 in here. He could try to be 2 or 3 wide around there and produce that run without getting stopped, not getting stuck down on the inside. And he has speed figures that are knocking on the door. And Andy alluded to it. The issue is you don't really know what to do with the ex-Wayne Potts types. You have to try to figure that out. But you can always lean on our friend Tom Amos, who seems to be taking a lot of money in here, and a horse that does have some speed. He's coming in off of, I wouldn't really call it a short break. I mean, he hasn't run in maybe almost 45 days or so. Maggie, I would imagine that you always seem to like the Tom's horses. You've always have nice things to say. How about this one, Spa City?
I do, and usually you can suss out one that's not sitting on a good performance quite easily by just looking at them, because Tom's horses 90% of the time they definitely look the part. Now, Spa City, he looks the part. He's not the best looking horse in this group, or the one that looks as though they're doing the best. I'll get to that horse in just a second. But Spa City in his last effort, or at least 2 back, yes, he won as a short price favorite quite convincingly. The second horse came back and flattered him with an 83, but the third horse did come back and win, but only with a 63. And then last time he was favored in that restricted stakes, and he was just niggled at the entire time from the back, when they hit the backside coming out of the first turn, all the way around there, and never really responded. So he comes in here, he's kind of quiet, and I feel like I kind of know this horse, even though I've never seen him actually before a race, because he was the regular work partner of dual champion Essential Quality. So he's fine. I can definitely see him winning, but do I feel that strongly about him as a favorite? No, not necessarily. The horse that looks best in here is the horse that you guys like, and number 3, Truculent, I should say, Andy in particular. This horse looks fabulous. He's dappled head to toe, just carrying great flesh, and he's one that, as far as his recent form is concerned, just seems to show up. And so I like that. I like his early tactical speed as well. Now, number 7, Lord Dragon, I don't know what happened. He did get bumped around a bit. Maybe that set him off. He's very calm today. He's wearing a ring bit, no extra equipment whatsoever. We'll see what he does. Livy?
Lord Dragon, Maggie, final thoughts are at the gate.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see how the former Potts horses run. I've been watching them train. It doesn't seem that they've missed a beat under Melton Wilson. Melton Wilson, a fellow that's been around for a long time. This is the first year that he took out his trainer's license, got his first win with his first starter early on in this meet, Lafitte.
See how it unfolds. 9th and final on the eve of the Apple Blossom. Here's Vic Stauffer.
They're off. Truculent and Spa City break best. Kershaw's close up. So is Fort Peck. Cat Daddy's on the move in the center. Bourbon Frontier is next. Then comes Shortlist, and at the back of the pack is Lord Dragon. At the clubhouse turn, it will be Truculent to take the lead from Spa City, who's second. Truculent now the leader by a length. Spa City is second, 3/4 of a length to Bourbon Frontier, Fort Peck, and a 3-wide Cat Daddy. Then it's a length and a half to Kershaw. He's about 5 off the lead. Shortlist has made his way to the rail. Nice move there. Gabe Saez, and to the outside goes Lord Dragon. Tightly bunched up the backstretch, and here's Spa City to come put some pressure on Truculent. So Truculent is only a neck in front. Here's an early move from Fort Peck, and he's on the move, and things are changing on the front end as Spa City puts his head in front. Truculent tries to stay there at the rail, and Fort Peck is 3 deep. Then Bourbon Frontier, he's 2 from the front. Shortlist, Kershaw, Cat Daddy next, and they leave the backstretch with Spa City just in front. Truculent comes right back at him, though, and these two are matching strides. Fort Peck in perfect striking position. He's 2.5 in front of Shortlist. Kershaw's moving up between horses, but he's still 4 from the front. Then to the outside, and Cat Daddy top of the stretch. Truculent at the rail. Fort Peck 3 deep. Spa City between horses. These 3 at the top of the stretch, and Spa City is a half a head in front. Kershaw is coming with a nice run for Tiago Pereira, and here's Kershaw, and he means business coming in the center. Truculent at the rail. Spa City, Kershaw in the center. These 3 with Bourbon Frontier in 4th. Spa City and Kershaw down to these 2. Kershaw, Spa City. Kershaw puts a head in front. Spa City, Kershaw in front. Kershaw beats Spot City by a neck. Maybe Bourbon Frontier 3rd over Fort Peck. That's close.
Right decision to wager on Kershaw this afternoon. Right decision by the Dodgers to pull Clayton Kershaw in the midst of a perfect game. And Tiago Pereira. Gary Stevens, congrats your rider Kershaw at 4-1 in the nightcap.
Yeah, and he rode a good race. He knows this horse well, and this horse just loves to win races. He's the ultimate professional. He's had 8 wins out of his 31 career starts. Knows where the finish line is, and another excellent effort from Kershaw.
For Melton Wilson and trying to gauge what to do, how to handicap the horses that were with Wayne Potts. Kershaw on this afternoon, an 8th lifetime win. Done some of his best work here at Oakland. 3 for 6 here at Oakland Park. Kershaw.
Yeah, this horse has gotten good, and one thing I've noticed about Oakland Park, it's a lot like Churchill Downs. This track is a course for horses. If they like the racetrack, they're going to consistently run well over it, whether it's muddy, whether it's dry, super dry, or like today, perfect conditions.
Dialed in like Clayton. Kershaw, 3 straight, victorious in this 9th and final at Oakland Park. We'll have the results when we come back. And of course, we have 2 7-figure races tomorrow afternoon. Also, the Oakland handicap morning line favorite is Fearless, drawn towards the outside, trying to take down one of the most prestigious races for older horses in the country. And Plainsman, $1 million on the line in tomorrow's Oakland handicap.
Florida Derby's always been a key stallion-making race. Constitution, Scat Daddy, Quality Road.
The 2017 Florida Derby to Always Dreaming.
I see a lot of similarities in Constitution and Always Dreaming. They're a little more angular, aerodynamic, and athletic than some of the other stallions by those sire lines. Always Dreaming offers that athleticism, and I think he can reproduce that into his babies, and you'll see some good 2-year-old performances from them.
Back on FS2, our live coverage of America's Day at the Races. Program brought to you by NyraBets. Go to nyrabets.com, download the app, get involved. Nightcap at Oakland Park. It goes to Kershaw. 8th win, 31 career starts. This horse in great form right now.
Yeah, no, I agree. And, my question about how will the Wayne Potts horses do in the new trainer, Melton Wilson, they ran 1st and 3rd here, so I guess the answer, at least in this race, is just fine.
Yeah. 3 in a row for this 7-year-old. Not that long ago, he was tackling pretty good company out on the West Coast.
Yeah.
So he gets the win. Tiago Pereira, both of Gary's riders winning today.
Yeah, good day for him. Nice to see.
We have the big one, of course, coming up in that distaff division. We've been talking about it all day long. We're looking forward to it in that Grade 1 Apple Blossom. We'll talk about another contender in that division in just a second here. Kershaw, $10.40 for the win. Spa City, Tom Amos getting 2nd place money. Bourbon Frontier 3rd.
I was rooting for Tom, I got to say. It was painful to see him lose.
No. Ran a good race, though.
You did.
Kentucky Oaks champ from last year was back in action today in Lexington. First start of her 4-year-old campaign. The rail again for Malathot.
And John Velasquez couldn't get off the inside fast enough. He said, if they beat me, it's not going to be because somebody gets in my way.
Lessons learned.
I got the best horse. I'm not getting myself in trouble. And you see him moving out to the 3-path, and he's right. I mean, it's like what he's saying is, I believe I'm on the best horse, and if she should lose, I don't want it to be because somebody was able to trap me in there, and you can't blame him. And I'll tell you something, Greg. I thought she was in trouble. She didn't seem to be leveling off that well. Bonnie South was making a big run after her. This was a very quick pace. Malathot is one of these horses that's never really impressive in victory. So I don't think people say, I think people underestimate her talent a little bit. Somebody said to me on Twitter today, oh, Malathot couldn't beat this field at Kentucky Oaks this year. Oh, I'm not so sure she couldn't beat them. Yeah. She's a pretty darn good horse, and she's a determined racehorse. She's not running big, flashy figures, but she's consistent, she's good, and she's never going to... Yeah, she doesn't wow anybody. She doesn't win by 4 lengths. She grinds these races out. But grind them out, she does. And she keeps winning.
How many of her races, too, seem like, especially early on, that there's no chance she was going to get there to win?
I mean, the Demoiselle is a 2-year-old.
Yeah.
I bet the horse who was 2nd, she was home. Same thing in the Ashland. I think I said to you, we were watching the Ashland, and I said, I did that famous should have bet more. I don't know how that horse lost, but it's always Malathot, just determinedly getting to the wire.
This division, again, like we've been saying year after year after year,
Yep.
Distaff division, a lot of fun and some big names coming back. Oh, what were you
I was going to say they stay in training.
Yeah.
That's the other thing that's good,
Yeah, we'd love to see that. Oaklawn Handicap, race 11 on the Saturday card in Hot Springs. Fearless for Todd Pletcher. Going to have the outside post. 11 times first or second at 14 starts.
Second in this race last year behind Silver State. So legitimate, he beat him in there. The other new face is Idol, who, if he's still the good Idol, Santa Anita Handicap winner, but is he the good Idol?
That was his big moment, of course. He's never before or since, and only been one race since, run that number back. Looking forward to a tremendous Saturday of action. Our show again begins 1 Eastern tomorrow on FS2. Pipeline comeback race for Chad Brown. Broke incredibly sharp under Manny Franco. And this horse looks like he is primed for a big season. Son of Speightstown had his way with that field. Latruska and CC, the 2 reigning champs, going head-to-head in the Distaff division tomorrow. We'll have it for you live. We'll see you then.
Start spreading the news. If you're looking to win in New York, then breed in New York. To War Dancer, the millionaire son of Warfront, and New York's #1 sire of 3-year-olds. Breed to a proven performer, the #1 second crop sire at the Saratoga meet with multiple winners at Belmont and Aqueduct. Earn double the New York Breeders' Awards and participate in the New York Stallion Series with $2 million